Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The MC is reborn and given a choice at the start of Rebirth. The MC decides. And as a result, he is given Godzilla. Godzilla, Japanese, Gojira, is an iconic giant monster, or kaiju, that first appeared in the 1954 Japanese film Godzilla. Created by Toho Co., Limited. The franchise is recognized by Guinness World Records as the longest-running film series in history.
One Piece. What if I have Monsterverse system? Start with Godzilla. Chapter 1, The Barrel and the Sea. The last thing I remembered was the flash of headlights. There was a sharp sound, the crush of metal, and then the cold of asphalt. I didn't even feel pain, only a sudden quiet. When I opened my eyes again, I was breathing warm, humid air. Waves crashed nearby. The sky was open and blue. The air smelled of salt and wood. I sat up slowly and looked around. There was a small pier, a wooden dock, and a single rowboat tied there. I turned, and my eyes caught a small crowd gathered near the edge of the village. They were shouting, waving, laughing. It hit me all at once. The red vest. The straw hat. The grin so wide it looked like sunlight itself. Monkey D. Luffy stood proudly in that old rowboat, Machina, and the villagers cheering him on. The village mayor was shaking his head, waving his cane and shouting for him not to disgrace the village. This was the exact moment before Luffy left Fuchsia village. I didn't hesitate. My feet moved before I even thought. I ran down the dock, the boards creaking beneath me. Hey! Wait! I called out, waving my hand. Luffy turned, confused, tilting his head with a big smile. Hey! I jumped straight into the boat. The sudden movement made the little vessel rock, and the villagers gasped in surprise. Machina blinked, startled, her mouth opening slightly. I'm coming with you, I said cheerfully, grinning wide. Luffy blinked again, scratching his cheek. You wanna join my crew? Yeah, I replied without hesitation. Let's go. For a second, the boy just stared at me. Then he laughed so loud it made the seagulls take off. Shi. Alright then. My crew's got 2 people now. Machina smiled faintly, shaking her head with that gentle expression she always had. Take care of yourselves, she called. The mayor scowled. Don't you dare embarrass the village. Luffy cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted back, I won't. I sat near the stern, gripping the edge of the boat as the waves lifted us off the dock. The little village grew smaller behind us. I could see Machina waving until she disappeared behind the curve of the sea. Luffy stood up proudly, adjusting his straw hat with both hands. All right. Time to find some friends. The water darkened beneath us. I felt it before I saw it, a heavy rumble, like something massive moving below. Hey, Luffy, I said, looking down at the surface. Don't move. Why not? He asked, leaning forward curiously. The sea erupted. A massive sea king shot out of the water, jaws wide, teeth like ivory spears. Luffy didn't even flinch. Gomu no. Pistol. His arm stretched back like a whip, the sound of it slicing through the air. His fist connected with the creature's face with a deep crack that echoed across the waves. The Sea King dropped back into the water with a splash that drenched us both. Luffy stood there, dripping and grinning. Hee. That was easy. I couldn't help but laugh. His excitement was contagious. The sea calmed, and the wind picked up. We drifted quietly for a while, the sun warm on our backs. Luffy hummed as he stared ahead, completely carefree. I leaned back, watching the horizon, remembering the story, knowing where this would go. The calm didn't last. The clouds above us shifted, and the wind began to spiral. Luffy blinked at the sudden change. That's a weird wind. A whirlpool started forming not far from our boat, pulling the waves into a slow spin. My stomach tightened as the water began to churn faster. "Luffy!" I shouted. "That's a whirlpool." "Ah ha ha ha. It's kinda big. It'll kill us if we don't hide," I snapped, grabbing his shoulder. He turned, blinking at me, then nodded quickly. "There's a barrel. Let's hide inside." I looked where he pointed. There was a large wooden barrel in the back of the boat, empty and open. Luffy jumped in first without hesitation. "Come on," he said, waving me in. I sighed, feeling a flicker of disgust at the thought of being crammed in there, but there wasn't a choice. I climbed in after him, the inside damp and cramped. The lid sealed over us just as the boat tilted sharply. Water roared outside. The whirlpool pulled everything down. I could feel the barrel spinning, bumping, scraping against waves and debris. Luffy was laughing. "Wahaha! This is fun!" "Fun?" I groaned. "You're insane!" He grinned in the dark. "You're weird too for jumping in my boat." I smiled faintly. "Guess that makes two of us." The world outside roared louder, then everything jolted. The barrel spun, turned, then floated aimlessly. Darkness pressed around us. The sound of water faded to a rhythmic slosh. My body relaxed, exhaustion setting in. That's when I heard it. A faint sound, clear, mechanical, echoed inside my head. Ding! A calm voice spoke, smooth and even. "Fear not, host. I am here to assist you." My eyes snapped open. The voice wasn't coming from Luffy. It was inside my mind. It continued, steady and emotionless. "You have 5 paths available to you. Choose wisely." The list appeared in my thoughts, simple and unmistakable. Become a pirate, gain Godzilla. Become a marine, gain Kong. Become a bounty hunter, gain Ghidorah. Become a civilian, gain Mothra. Join CP, gain Muto. The names hit me one by one, familiar, heavy with meaning. I didn't need to think long. "I choose Godzilla." "Confirmed," the voice said softly. "Godzilla is now within you. Its power rests dormant, loyal, and protective. You may call upon it when you wish." A pulse of warmth spread through my chest, deep and steady like the rhythm of a distant drum. I could feel something huge, ancient, alive resting inside. My breathing slowed. I didn't feel fear, only awareness. The voice faded, leaving only the sound of the waves again. Luffy was already snoring. I leaned back against the wooden wall of the barrel, closing my eyes. My body rocked gently with the water. I could feel the thrum of power beneath my skin, quiet but waiting. The air inside the barrel was stale, but somehow, I felt steady. I'd landed in one piece at the start of everything, and now I wasn't just another face in the crowd. I had a path. My eyes grew heavy. The sound of the sea became distant. My last thought before sleep was simple: so this is how it begins. The rocking slowed, and I drifted off completely, the faint hum of something immense pulsing faintly within me as we floated toward our next stop, where canon would begin again. Chapter 2: Breakfast with Pirates. The sound that woke me was wood splitting. A heavy crack echoed right beside my ear, followed by a loud shout. "Ah! Food!" The lid above my head exploded upward, sunlight pouring in like a flood. I blinked, momentarily blinded. Luffy was halfway out of the barrel, his arms flailing. The smell of salt and cheap liquor filled the air. I sat up and rubbed my eyes, disoriented for a second. We weren't on the little rowboat anymore. The floor beneath me rocked gently, steady and broad, a ship, much larger than the one we'd been on. The air felt different, thicker with noise and the faint stench of old ropes and gunpowder. I climbed out of the barrel behind him, stretching my shoulders. My head still felt heavy from the sleep. Around us lay several unconscious pirates sprawled across the floor. Some had their faces pressed against the planks, others tangled in ropes and empty bottles. "Luffy," I said, looking around. "Did you do this?" He blinked at me innocently. I just broke the barrel. They fell over when I came out." I sighed quietly, staring at the chaos. "Typical." One of the pirates groaned, and a small, thin boy with pink hair and round glasses stumbled into view. His hands shook as he held a tray, and his voice trembled when he saw us. What happened here?" he asked, looking from me to Luffy in confusion. Luffy laughed, scratching his head. "Ah, sorry. I was sleeping." The boy blinked several times, completely lost. I stretched my arms, rolling my shoulders. The faint hum of power pulsed quietly under my skin, the same warmth from before. It was subtle, easy to ignore until I yawned and accidentally let it slip. Luffy turned to me, grinning. "I'm hungry." "Yeah, I can tell," I said flatly. He tilted his head. What's that mean?" Before I could answer, his grin widened again. "Let's eat." He started walking toward the door like nothing happened. My hand twitched before I even realized it, a reflex, a faint spark of energy running through my arm. I stepped forward and punched him lightly on the head. Thunk. OWW. Luffy grabbed the top of his head, a small bump already forming. "What was that for?" "Waking me up like that," I said calmly, though my tone was light. He puffed out his cheeks. "That hurt." I looked at the bump, tilted my head slightly, then nodded. "Not enough." Before he could react, I hit him again, another solid thump right next to the first. OWWW. 2 bumps. "You're mean," he shouted, holding both sides of his head now. I smirked faintly. "Now we're even." The pink-haired boy flinched, staring between us in disbelief. Wait, who are you people?" Luffy turned toward him, completely unaffected. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm gonna be king of the pirates." The boy froze. His eyes widened behind the glasses. "King of the pirates? You're joking. You can't say that here. This is Lady Alvida's ship." "Oh," I said, glancing around. "That explains the smell." Luffy grinned. "Who's Alvida?" The boy looked horrified. "SHH. Don't say her name like that. If she hears you, we'll be in trouble." Luffy blinked at him. "You look scared." The boy swallowed hard. I am Kobe. I was captured 2 years ago. I'm only here because I didn't have a choice. If Lady Alvida finds out strangers are here, she'll kill me." Luffy laughed again, loud and carefree. "Don't worry. We're strong." I folded my arms. "He's right. Just relax." Kobe looked between us like we were both insane. His hands trembled as he adjusted his glasses. "Why, you don't understand, Lady Alvida is the most terrifying." Luffy interrupted him by yawning. "Where's the food?" Kobe stopped mid-sentence, staring blankly. "The kitchen is that way, but..." "Thanks," Luffy said cheerfully, already walking down the corridor. I followed behind, giving Kobe a small shrug. "Might as well join us. You look hungry too." Kobe hesitated but hurried after us. The ship's corridor was narrow, lined with worn planks and barrels. I could hear the faint creaking of ropes above us and the ocean swaying outside. Luffy sniffed the air like a dog. "Smells like meat." Kobe nearly tripped trying to keep up. "You're not supposed to take food without permission. Lady Alvida will." Relax, I said again, looking at him over my shoulder. We're just borrowing it. We pushed into the kitchen. It was cluttered, messy, and full of leftovers. The smell of old stew, fruit, and roasted meat filled the space. Luffy's eyes lit up. Meat? Before Kobe could say a word, Luffy lunged forward, grabbing handfuls of whatever he could find: bread, chicken, apples, anything. I sighed and started gathering some food myself, though with a bit more care. Kobe stood in the doorway, frozen with his mouth open. Why, you can't just... Sure we can, Luffy said through a mouthful of meat. We're pirates. I'm not. Kobe protested. Then you're just eating with us, I said, sitting down on a crate with a piece of bread. Kobe's hands shook. If she finds out, we're dead. Luffy leaned back and patted his stomach happily. It's fine. I'll beat her up if she gets mad. I chuckled under my breath, shaking my head. He was exactly as I remembered him: reckless, fearless, completely confident. 10 minutes later, the kitchen looked like a battlefield. Empty plates, crumbs, and bones were scattered everywhere. Luffy lay on the floor, arms spread out, his belly round and full. That was good, he said dreamily. Kobe sat on a barrel, holding a cup of water with shaking hands. You two are unbelievable. I stood, brushing crumbs from my pants. All right. Time to see what this Alvida looks like. Kobe froze, almost dropping his cup. What? No, you don't understand, we should hide. If she catches you, you'll... But it was too late. A loud, angry voice echoed from above deck. Who's been eating my food? Kobe went pale. She's here. Luffy yawned, stood up, and stretched. Let's go meet her. We climbed the stairs, the sunlight hitting our faces as we stepped onto the deck. The ship was crowded with pirates, men in tattered clothes holding weapons, circling us in confusion. At the center stood a huge woman with curly black hair and a massive spiked club resting on her shoulder. Her skin gleamed with oil under the sun, and her grin was sharp. Who dares eat my food? She roared. Kobe stepped forward without meaning to. His hands were shaking, but his voice, somehow, rose above the noise. It was me. Every pirate stared. Luffy tilted his head. Kobe. I said quietly. He trembled but didn't back down. Lady Alvida. I'm done. You're ugly. Gasps filled the deck. The pirates froze, even the wind seemed to stop for a moment. Alvida's face twitched. Her grin vanished. What did you say? Kobe clenched his fists tighter, shaking but standing firm. You're ugly. Alvida screamed in rage, swinging her massive club toward him. Luffy moved instantly. Gomu no. Pistol. His arm stretched, fist flying forward like a cannonball. It struck Alvida square in the stomach. The force sent her flying across the deck, past the railing, and into the open sea. The crew stared, mouths open. Luffy grinned. Guess she didn't like that. Kobe stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. I walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Good job. He turned to me slowly. I actually said it. Luffy laughed. You were awesome. The rest of the pirates started to panic. Some shouted, others ran for the lifeboats. Luffy pointed to one. Let's take that one. We climbed down into a small boat and untied the ropes. The sea breeze hit my face again, cool and clean. The ship shrank behind us as we drifted away. Kobe sat quietly, still trying to process what happened. Luffy leaned back, hands behind his head, smiling at the sky. I'm glad we found food, he said happily. I laughed softly. You're never satisfied, hey? He grinned. Nope. The horizon stretched before us, bright and endless. The waves rose and fell gently beneath our boat. For now, there was peace. Chapter 3, The King Below. The waves were calm when our small boat touched the shore of Shell's town. The faint outline of the marine base towered over the coast, the white walls gleaming under the sun. Seagulls circled above, their cries sharp against the steady rhythm of the sea. Luffy jumped out of the boat the moment it bumped against the dock, landing easily and stretching his arms toward the sky. We made it, he said cheerfully. Kobe stumbled out behind him, tripping over the side of the boat. He caught himself awkwardly and pushed his glasses up, breathing hard. This is it. Shell's town, the base where Captain Morgan rules. I stepped onto the dock more calmly, adjusting my sash. The scent of the sea mixed with the faint tang of smoke from the town nearby. I already knew what this place was, the start of Zoro's story. Luffy turned toward me with his usual bright grin. Let's go find the guy with the swords. Not yet, I said lightly, glancing toward the nearby streets. You two go ahead. I've got something to do first. Kobe looked at me nervously. Something to do? But, this is a marine base. If you wander around, you might get in trouble. I smiled faintly. I'll be fine. Just stay close to Luffy. Luffy scratched his head. What are you gonna do? Nothing bad, I said simply. I'll meet you after you finish your thing. He shrugged with his usual carefree attitude. All right. Don't get lost. I won't, I replied, already turning away. Luffy and Kobe headed toward the main street. I watched them go for a moment before walking in the opposite direction, away from the crowd. The town was busy, vendors shouting, marines patrolling lazily, people carrying goods. I kept to the edges, moving through quieter alleys where the sound of boots and chatter faded. The air cooled as I went farther inland, where old warehouses lined the coast. The smell of damp wood and rust thickened. I could feel something faint tugging at me from below, a pulse deep under the earth, steady and ancient. I followed it. The ground sloped toward the waterline again, where cliffs curved down into a hidden cove. The waves here crashed harder, striking against the rock face with force. Between two large boulders, there was an opening, a tunnel barely wide enough for a person. I crouched and stepped inside. The passage was dark at first, the sound of the sea echoing faintly through the narrow stone walls. My steps splashed against shallow puddles left by the tide. It smelled of salt and age, untouched for a long time. The deeper I went, the stronger that energy felt, massive, alive, not hostile but overwhelmingly powerful. After several minutes, the tunnel widened. Light began to filter in from cracks in the ceiling, forming faint beams that shimmered against the water pooling at my feet. The air grew warm. Then I saw it. The cavern opened before me, huge and silent. Water filled most of it, rippling gently. At its center, resting partially submerged, was a shape so massive that for a second, my mind refused to process it. A ridge of dark scales broke the surface, each one glistening faintly under the light. The size was impossible to measure. The creature's back rose and fell slowly with every deep breath, the sound of it echoing through the chamber. It was him. Godzilla. The king of monsters. The one that even legends in other worlds had feared. His presence filled the entire space, heavy, ancient, alive. I walked closer, the water reaching my ankles. Each step sent faint ripples outward. My heart beat a little faster, not from fear but from awe. He lifted his head slightly, eyes opening, massive, golden, calm. They focused on me with quiet intelligence. I stopped near the edge of the water, craning my neck to look up. Hey, I said simply, lifting my hand. For a moment, he just stared. Then a faint rumble rolled through the air, low and deep, like distant thunder. It wasn't hostile. I smiled and stepped closer, reaching out until my fingers brushed against the edge of his massive scale. The surface was rough and warm. "You're bigger than I expected," I said quietly. His gaze didn't waver. He didn't speak, he couldn't, but I felt the response. A faint vibration beneath my feet, the water trembling slightly, the sense of acknowledgement. I poked the scale again. "You can understand me, right?" The rumble came again, softer this time, and I took it as a yes. Up close, his size was staggering. His body stretched deep into the water, the tail alone coiled like a submerged mountain. The spines along his back glowed faintly, a dull blue light pulsing slowly in rhythm with his breathing. "I guess you're the real thing," I said. "The king of monsters. Strongest of them all." He lowered his head slightly, enough that I could see my reflection in his eye. The golden iris flickered faintly with energy. The strength radiating from him was immense, dense, concentrated, alive in every sense. It wasn't wild or chaotic. It was balanced power, perfectly contained. I could feel it pressing gently against my skin even from where I stood. I let out a small breath. "You probably rival someone like Kaido," I said under my breath, thinking aloud. "But I haven't met him, so who knows? Maybe you're stronger. Maybe not." He blinked slowly, the movement so deliberate it caused small waves in the water. I smiled faintly. "Either way, you're on my side." There was no noise except the soft sound of his breathing and the distant trickle of water dripping from the ceiling. The air carried warmth, faintly vibrating with restrained energy. I sat down on a dry rock near the edge, still watching him. "You've been asleep here a long time, haven't you?" Another low rumble answered me, this one longer, rolling through the cavern. It wasn't just sound, it was resonance. I felt it through my chest. "You're not trapped," I said. "You're resting. That's good. You'll need it." The glow from his spines flickered once, dimming again. I could feel a sense of calm settling over the chamber, like the creature's heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of the sea. For a while, I stayed there quietly, letting the silence stretch. The air hummed softly, and I let my awareness settle on the faint bond between us, a link, not of words, but of understanding. When I finally stood, Godzilla's head tilted slightly, one golden eye following my movement. "I'll come back," I said simply. "Keep resting." The massive creature blinked once, the faint blue glow along his back brightening for a moment as if in acknowledgement. I turned and began walking back through the tunnel. The air cooled again, the sound of waves returning gradually as I approached the exit. When I stepped outside, sunlight flooded my eyes. The wind off the sea was sharp and cool. I stood there for a moment, breathing it in, the faint echo of his presence still pulsing quietly somewhere deep inside me. It wasn't loud or intrusive, just there, constant, like the heartbeat of the ocean. I walked back toward the main part of town. The streets were still busy, the sound of merchants and marines blending into the background. From the direction of the base, I could already hear shouting Luffy's voice, loud and carefree as always. "Zoro! Join my crew!" Kabi's panicked voice followed, cracking with nervous energy. "Why, you can't just say that to a prisoner." I smiled slightly, recognizing the moment. Everything was moving exactly as it should. I leaned against a nearby wall, closing my eyes for a second. The faint weight of Godzilla's power lingered beneath my skin, calm but immense. It was hard to describe the feeling. It wasn't like holding energy. It was like sharing space with something vast that had chosen to rest beside me. When I opened my eyes again, I looked up at the sky. "Yeah," I murmured softly. "This'll work." The cries from the base grew louder, Luffy laughing, Marines shouting, Kobe pleading. I straightened and started walking toward them, the noise growing clearer with every step. There was work to do. Chapter 4, Leaving Shell's Town. The sun had already begun to dip when I reached the open square in front of the marine base. The wind carried faint traces of smoke and gunpowder. Shouts echoed across the courtyard, Marines barking orders, boots slamming against the ground, and in the center of it all stood two people I already knew would be there. Luffy and Zoro. The chaos had already begun. Luffy stood in front of the Marines with his straw hat pulled low, a grin stretched across his face. Zoro stood beside him, the three swords at his hip gleaming faintly in the light. Captain Morgan, with his ridiculous steel jaw and heavy axe hand, was shouting at his subordinates. "You useless worms! Shoot them both!" The Marines hesitated. None of them wanted to move. Luffy's grin widened. "Zoro, you ready?" Zoro cracked his neck, his tone calm. "As long as I can swing my swords, I'm fine." I watched quietly from the edge of the courtyard, leaning against a half-collapsed wall. I could see everything clearly, the fear in the Marine's eyes, the tension in Kabi's trembling hands as he stood nearby trying to shout over the noise, and the way Luffy looked completely at ease in the middle of it all. "Fire!" Morgan screamed. The Marines raised their rifles, hands shaking. Before a single shot could land, Luffy's arm stretched outward. "Gomu no!" Pistol! His fist slammed into the ground right in front of them, sending dust flying. The Marines screamed and fell back, dropping their rifles. Zoro moved at the same time, unsheathing two of his swords with smooth precision. He dashed forward, crossing the distance in a blur and swinging cleanly. The motion was fluid, no hesitation, no wasted movement. He cut straight through Morgan's axe arm, the blade sparking against metal and splitting it cleanly. Morgan roared in pain, stumbling backward. Luffy followed up immediately, jumping high and swinging his leg down. "Gomu no!" Axe! The strike connected with Morgan's chest, slamming him into the ground with enough force to crack the stone. The shockwave rippled outward, knocking over debris and scattering papers. Silence followed. The Marines stood frozen. Zoro exhaled slowly and sheathed his swords, his expression calm but firm. "That's that." Luffy landed lightly beside him, smiling. "You're strong." Zoro gave a small grunt. "You're annoying." Luffy laughed. "We'll get along great then." I pushed myself away from the wall, stepping into view. The dust had started to settle, the courtyard bathed in the warm orange light of late afternoon. My footsteps made small sounds against the broken stone. Luffy turned first. "Apex! There you are!" Zoro's eyes shifted toward me. His gaze was sharp, assessing. "You with him?" I smiled. "Yeah. Name's Apex. I joined before you did." He grunted again, arms crossing. "Guess that makes us crewmates." "Guess so," I said casually. Luffy stretched his arms high above his head. "Now we've got a swordsman. That means we're unstoppable." Zoro sighed. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Captain." Kobe ran up, panting hard, his face red from shouting. "Why you did it?" "Captain Morgan's down." Luffy turned toward him. "Told you it'd be easy." The remaining Marines were gathering their wounded and backing away slowly. None of them tried to attack. Without Morgan barking orders, the fight had gone out of them. Zoro leaned against the nearest post, arms folded. "So, what now?" "Now we eat," Luffy said cheerfully. I chuckled quietly. "That sounds like you." Zoro shot me a glance, but there was no hostility in it. More like curiosity. "You don't seem like a fighter." "I can fight when I need to," I said lightly. "But you already handled it." He gave a faint nod, as if that answer was enough. Kobe was talking to the Marines, trying to explain everything. I caught bits and pieces, something about Luffy defeating a corrupt officer, the Marines freeing the town, Morgan being taken into custody. It wasn't hard to piece together. After a while, the tension faded. The townspeople came out, cheering. The Marines lowered their rifles completely. Kobe stood proudly near Luffy, even though his knees were shaking. Luffy grinned at him. "You did good, Kobe." Kobe blinked, surprised. Me? I didn't do anything." "You stood up," I said simply. "That's enough." He looked at me, uncertain, but there was a small smile forming on his face. Later, as the sky turned darker, we stood near the docks again. The air smelled of salt and tar, and the waves hit the wooden posts rhythmically. Luffy was loading the small boat we had arrived in with whatever supplies he could find. Zoro stood nearby, watching him, one eyebrow raised. "Are you sure this thing will float?" Zoro asked. "Yep," Luffy said happily. "It's our ship." "It's a boat," Zoro corrected flatly. "Ship," Luffy insisted, puffing his cheeks out. I leaned against a post, arms crossed, watching them bicker. "Call it what you want. As long as it moves, it's good enough." Kobe was standing with a small group of Marines on the dock. His uniform was too big for him, the sleeves rolled up awkwardly, but he looked proud. His face was bright even though his hands were fidgeting nervously. "Luffy," he called out. I can't go with you." Luffy turned, tilting his head. "Hey!" Kobe straightened, raising his voice. "I want to become a Marine. A real one. I'll get strong enough to fight people like Captain Morgan someday." Luffy smiled, nodding. "Then do it." Zoro adjusted his bandana. "He's got guts. That's rare." Kobe's eyes widened slightly, and he saluted awkwardly. "Thank you." The Marines beside him started clapping quietly, one after another, until the sound filled the air. It wasn't loud, but it was genuine. I raised my hand and waved lazily. "Good luck, Kobe." He waved back, smiling brightly. "Thank you, Apex." "You too." Luffy jumped onto the boat and stretched his arm to grab the dock post. "Let's go." Zoro followed, stepping in and sitting down with his swords resting beside him. I climbed in after them, sitting near the edge. The Marines untied the ropes, and the boat began to drift away slowly. The dock started to shrink behind us. Kobe stood at the edge, waving with both hands. Luffy laughed and waved his hat. "See you later, Kobe." Zoro raised a hand briefly. "Try not to die." I waved one last time, smiling faintly even though I hadn't done much. "Take care, Kobe." He shouted something back, but the wind carried his words away before I could hear them clearly. The sea stretched wide before us, calm and blue. The horizon shimmered with light from the setting sun. The air was warm, and the sound of waves filled the quiet. Luffy leaned back, staring at the sky. "We've got a crew now. Me, Zoro, and Apex." Zoro grunted. "You call 3 people a crew? It's a start," Luffy said proudly. I smiled faintly. "You'll need a ship next." Luffy turned his head toward me. "We'll get one. And a cook. And a doctor. And maybe one thing at a time," I said. He ignored me, already listing off his dream crew. Zoro sighed, closing his eyes, muttering something about idiots. The wind picked up slightly, pushing the small boat forward. The waves rocked us gently as we drifted farther from the shore. Behind us, the faint outline of Shell's town faded slowly. Kobe and the Marines were still waving. Luffy rested his chin on his knees, smiling at the open sea. "Next island." I wonder what kind of meat they have there. Zoro opened one eye. You only think about food. Food's important, Luffy said seriously. I laughed quietly. He's not wrong. The three of us sat there for a while, the boat creaking softly as it moved with the waves. The sky above had turned a deep orange, and the reflection on the water made everything glow. Zoro finally broke the silence. So, Apex, what's your role on this crew? I shrugged. I'll figure it out. Luffy grinned. He's strong. That's enough. Not much of a plan, Zoro muttered. Luffy just laughed, and I couldn't help but laugh too. The air was cool now. The stars began to appear, one by one, scattered across the sky. The ocean stretched endlessly in every direction. Luffy's hat tilted slightly as the wind passed. We're gonna find the greatest adventure ever. Zoro leaned back, his eyes half closed. As long as we don't starve first. We won't, I said. I can fish. That earned a small smirk from Zoro. Good. That means I don't have to. Luffy stretched his arms behind his head, completely relaxed. We'll need more people soon. Then we'll find them, I said. He laughed again. Yet. The sound carried across the water, echoing faintly before fading into the wind. The little boat continued on, cutting through the waves, three silhouettes under a wide, endless sky. Chapter 5, The Bird, the Thief, and the Treasure. The sea had been calm for hours, the sky wide and blue. The small boat creaked softly under our weight as we drifted toward the next island. Luffy sat at the bow with his arms behind his head, humming something tuneless while Zoro dozed beside him, his swords laid across his lap. I leaned against the side, watching the faint outlines of land take shape in the distance. The wind was mild, carrying the faint scent of trees and sand. Luffy suddenly sat up, squinting at the horizon. I see land. Zoro didn't even open his eyes. You said that an hour ago. This time I mean it. Luffy said, standing and balancing on the edge of the boat. I looked where he was pointing. A flock of birds circled above the island, their cries sharp against the wind. One larger bird glided lower than the rest, almost lazily. Looks like we'll get there soon, I said, resting my chin on my hand. Before either of us could react, Luffy grinned and jumped straight onto the railing. I'll go first. Wait, I started, but it was already too late. He stretched his arm upward, grabbing the leg of the largest bird as it passed overhead. Gomu gomu no rocket. The bird let out a shocked cry as Luffy's arm snapped back, flinging him through the air. For a second he looked like he was flying. Then the bird realized what had happened. With a sharp squawk, it started beating its wings faster, flying off in the opposite direction away from the island, with Luffy dangling helplessly from its leg. Hey! Come back, his voice echoed faintly as he was carried off into the distance. Zoro opened one eye and sighed. He's gone. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Yet. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The wind filled the silence, gentle but steady. Zoro picked up the oars with one hand. We're rowing to shore, right? Yeah, I said, grabbing the other oar. He'll land somewhere. We'll just have to find him. The two of us rowed in silence for a while. The boat rocked gently, the sound of the oars cutting through the water steady and repetitive. I could already picture the chain of events that would follow Luffy meeting Nami, the mess with Buggy, and the inevitable chaos that came with him. When we finally reached the beach, Zoro stepped out first, pulling the boat onto the sand. Any idea where that idiot went? Knowing him? Straight into trouble, I said. Zoro sighed. Figures. We started walking inland. The town wasn't far, but we moved through small clusters of trees and uneven paths. The smell of cooked food drifted from somewhere ahead, mixed with laughter and the faint notes of a piano. Halfway through the town, I stopped. In the distance, I saw Luffy standing with a woman orange hair, confident posture, and a small smirk on her face. Nami. They were talking near a half-destroyed building. She was showing him a map, while he stood there with his usual grin, saying something about her joining his crew. Of course he found her already, I muttered. Zoro raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Nothing, I said. We'll get there soon. But as I looked at the scene, I remembered what came next. Buggy's pirates, the cannon, the treasure. I also remembered Zoro's situation. He wasn't here yet in the anime at this exact moment. We should split up, I said quickly. You go check the town square. I'll meet you there. Zoro frowned. You sure? Yeah. Go ahead. He shrugged and turned away. I watched him go for a few seconds before taking off in the other direction. It didn't take long to find Luffy again, but by then everything was chaos. Buggy's men were everywhere, dragging people out of buildings, waving swords, and shouting orders. I could hear laughter echoing from a large tent near the center of town. I crouched behind a stack of crates, watching the scene unfold. Buggy himself sat on a chair, his clown makeup bright under the lights, a mug of ale in one hand. Luffy was tied up, and Nami stood beside him with a torch in her hand. She was hesitating, looking at the long fuse of a massive cannon, the buggy bomb. I took a deep breath. Right on schedule. I turned and sprinted back the way I came, moving through alleys until I found Zoro again. He was walking calmly, hands in his pockets, looking more bored than anything. Zoro! I called, grabbing his arm. He looked at me, slightly annoyed. What? Found Luffy, I said, pulling him along. You'll want to see this. He didn't resist, though his expression didn't change. He in trouble again? Always. By the time we reached the clearing, Nami was lowering the torch, shaking slightly. Her eyes darted between Luffy and the cannon. Buggy was shouting at her to light it. The pirates around them cheered, laughing, and waving their weapons. Before the torch touched the fuse, Nami dropped it, stepping back. I can't do it. Buggy's face twisted in anger. You useless thief! That was our cue. I stepped out from behind the barrels, Zoro right beside me. The moment the pirates saw us, they started shouting, drawing swords and clubs. Zoro cracked his neck and unsheathed one sword lazily. You take half. I grinned. Sure. The first pirate lunged at me, swinging a rusty cutlass. I sidestepped easily and hit him in the gut hard enough to send him sprawling. Another tried to grab me from behind, but Zoro's sword flashed past me, cutting the man's weapon cleanly in half. The fight didn't last long. The pirates were loud and uncoordinated. Zoro moved through them with calm efficiency, every swing clean and precise. I focused on dodging and striking fast, my movements sharper than usual thanks to a faint spark of that energy still lingering under my skin. Within minutes, the ground was littered with unconscious men. Buggy stared, momentarily distracted. Luffy took the chance. Gomu no! Bazooka! His arms stretched wide and slammed into Buggy's chest, sending him crashing through his own tent. The sound of breaking wood echoed across the square. Nami watched, eyes wide, then turned toward Zoro and me. She looked impressed but didn't say anything. Zoro wiped his blade on his sleeve before sheathing it. That was easy. Too easy, I said, brushing dust from my arm. As Luffy and Buggy continued their fight, Buggy shouting about his chopped up body parts and Luffy laughing like it was a game, I glanced toward the tent behind us. Inside was a pile of gold, jewels, and chests stacked high. Buggy's treasure. I remembered how this would go, how Nami would take everything once Buggy was gone, how she'd charge everyone for every little thing afterward. Zoro was still watching the fight. Nami's attention was fixed on Luffy and Buggy. No one was looking at the treasure. I slipped quietly inside. The smell of coins and old wood filled the air. Gold glittered faintly in the dim light. I moved quickly, stacking what I could and transferring it away. Godzilla's presence stirred faintly inside, his awareness brushing against mine. "Hold this for me," I said quietly. Deep inside that shared space, the massive eye opened slowly, glowing faintly blue. The air seemed to hum for a second. Then it closed again. The treasure was gone. Every coin, every gem, every chest gone. Stored safely away where no one else would touch it. I turned and slipped back outside. The fight was ending. Buggy's head was flying through the air, his body scattered, and Luffy was laughing like nothing had happened. I jogged a short distance away, making sure I was far enough before stopping. 100 feet out, I heard the sound. A loud, high-pitched scream from Nami. "Where's the money?" I winced slightly but couldn't help a quiet laugh. A few minutes later, Luffy and Zoro joined me near the beach. Nami came running after them, still shouting about her lost treasure. Zoro was smirking slightly. "You lost it already?" She glared at him. "Someone stole it." Luffy tilted his head. "Really? Who'd do that?" I crossed my arms and frowned. "That's terrible. Someone stealing from us already? When we find who did it, we'll beat them up." Zoro nodded in agreement. "Definitely." Nami looked furious, muttering under her breath about thieves and bad luck. We walked back toward the shore together. The air had cooled, and the smell of smoke from the destroyed tents still lingered. When we reached the boat, Luffy turned to Nami, smiling. "You should join my crew." She scowled. "I told you, I don't join pirates. I'll be your navigator for now, but that's it." "Navigator's good enough," Luffy said cheerfully. Zoro stretched, yawning. "As long as she can steer, I don't care." Nami crossed her arms, still muttering about money. "I'm only working with you because I need those maps back." I nodded, pretending to be serious. "We understand. We'll help you get them." She huffed but didn't argue. We pushed the boat back into the water. Nami climbed in, still frowning. Luffy sat at the front, looking as happy as ever. Zoro took his place near the back, and I sat near the side, watching the shore fade behind us. Nami was still muttering quietly, counting something under her breath. Luffy was already talking about finding Sanji next. The boat drifted on, and I leaned back, smiling faintly at the sound of their voices mixing with the waves. Chapter 6, Lies in the Village. The morning sun warmed my face when I finally woke up. I stretched, feeling the gentle rocking of the boat under me. The others were gone. I looked around and saw only trees, sand, and blue skies. The air smelled fresh and wild. Birds were chirping somewhere deeper in the forest. I rubbed my eyes and sat up fully. We'd landed on some island filled with strange noises the day before, an island full of weird-shaped animals, if I remembered right. Luffy had been running around shouting about talking lions while Zoro had been sharpening his swords in peace. Nami had looked irritated for hours. I hadn't cared enough to stay awake through it all. Game On's story about being stuck in a chest didn't need my attention. Luffy had handled that well enough without me. When they came back to the boat that night, Luffy was laughing about the box guy, Nami was sighing about idiots, and Zoro was snoring before I even closed my eyes. Now, sunlight cut through the canopy, and the air was warmer. I stood, dusting off sand from my pants, and looked toward the horizon. The water glittered under the sun. The others were already up. Luffy was standing at the front of the boat with his hat tilted back, grinning at the sight of another island ahead. "Land ho," he yelled, even though no one needed him to. Zoro yawned loudly. You don't have to shout every time. Yes, he does, Nami said dryly, holding the map she'd bought somewhere along the way. That's apparently how his brain works. I stepped up beside her, squinting toward the distant shore. You know which island this is? She nodded. Syrup Village. It's not far from Gecko Islands. Quiet place, small port. Should be safe. Safe sounds nice, I said, sitting down and crossing my arms. Luffy leaned forward eagerly. Maybe there's meat. Zoro glanced at him. That's all you ever think about. Because it's important, Luffy replied seriously. Nami sighed. You're impossible. The boat slid gently onto the shore within the hour. The waves rolled lazily, brushing against the sand. I stepped out first, feeling the soft ground beneath my sandals. It was quiet here, houses scattered in the distance, smoke rising faintly from chimneys. Palm trees dotted the coastline, and the sound of seagulls echoed overhead. Luffy stretched, grinning. Nice place. Let's look around. Zoro adjusted his swords and shrugged. Fine. Nami put her hands on her hips. We need to find food and supplies first. I followed them, hands in my pockets, not in any hurry. The path from the beach led up a small hill covered in grass and flowers. The air was calm, the kind of quiet that came from peaceful villages that hadn't seen pirates before. Then we heard it. A voice shouting from the top of the hill. Halt! Who goes there? We stopped and looked up. A tall, skinny young man stood at the top, wearing goggles on his forehead and holding a slingshot. Behind him, several small flags waved in the breeze, each one painted with the same crude symbol, a skull and crossbones drawn in shaky lines. I am Captain Usopp, he declared proudly, his voice echoing down the slope. Leader of 8,000 men. Luffy blinked. 8,000. Zoro raised an eyebrow. I only see one idiot. I smiled faintly. Must be invisible troops. The man's shoulders twitched, but he kept his chin up. You've entered my territory. Leave now, or face my army. Nami crossed her arms, unimpressed. Your army? Right on cue, 3 small children ran out from behind a bush. They were wearing makeshift pirate hats and carrying sticks. Yet, Captain Usopp's army, they shouted together. Nami gave him a blank stare. That's your crew? Usopp's face went pale. That's just my advance guard. The rest are hidden. I couldn't hold back a laugh. Sure they are. Usopp looked offended but didn't move from his spot. He raised his slingshot and pointed it at us. Don't come any closer. I'll shoot. Luffy tilted his head. You'll shoot us? Usopp nodded quickly, trying to sound brave. Yes. If you take another step. Luffy grinned, his tone suddenly serious in a way that made the air feel different. If you hold your weapon like that, then you're ready to die, right? Usopp froze. His hand shook slightly, and the slingshot trembled. He stared at Luffy's calm face for a long second, then lowered the weapon slowly. I was just kidding, he said, laughing nervously. Luffy burst out laughing too, all the tension gone in an instant. Shishi. You're funny. Zoro sighed. Idiot. Nami shook her head. Another weirdo. Usopp looked confused. You guys are pirates, aren't you? Yep, Luffy said proudly. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Usopp's eyes widened. King of the pirates? That's crazy. Zoro smirked faintly. You get used to it. Usopp hesitated, then scratched his head. Monkey D. Luffy. I think I've heard that name somewhere. Luffy tilted his head. You know my name? No, Usopp said quickly. But I know Usopp. He's a pirate. He left this village years ago. At the mention of the name, Luffy's grin widened even more. Usopp? You mean the guy from Shanks' crew? Usopp's eyes lit up. You know him? Yet. Luffy said happily. He used to tell me stories all the time. He's a great sniper. Usopp's face went through several emotions at once: shock, excitement, pride, disbelief. You really know my father? Of course. Luffy said. He's amazing. Always bragging about how great his son is. Usopp blinked rapidly. He said that. Luffy nodded confidently. All the time. Usopp's mouth dropped open, and his eyes started to shine. He did. Zoro leaned against a tree, arms crossed. He's gonna cry. Nami elbowed him. SHH. Luffy continued, still smiling. He said he couldn't wait to see you become a brave warrior of the sea someday. Usopp laughed, rubbing his nose with his forearm, trying to hide the fact that he was tearing up. Of course he did. He's my dad, after all. Luffy tilted his hat back. He's still sailing with Shanks. Usopp nodded quickly. I knew he would. I knew he couldn't stay in one place. Luffy smiled. He'll be happy when I tell him you're doing good. Usopp's grin widened. Tell him I'm the captain of my own crew. I will. Luffy said brightly. The two of them started talking easily after that, like they'd known each other for years. Luffy was curious about Usopp's stories, and Usopp was eager to share every memory he had of him before he left the village. Nami stood a few steps back, arms crossed. At least this one's not trying to fight us. Zoro shrugged. Give him time. I smiled slightly, watching the two of them. He's harmless. Nami turned toward me. You sound like you've already met him before. Feels like it, I said simply, leaning back against a rock. Luffy was laughing loudly now, and Usopp was bragging about how he'd scared off hundreds of pirates in the past week. Luffy listened like every word was true. The air was easy, no shouting, no fighting, just Luffy being Luffy and Usopp enjoying the attention. For a moment, the peaceful energy of the village felt like a break from everything else. Zoro stretched, yawning again. I'm gonna find food. Bring something back, I said. He waved lazily as he walked off toward the village. Nami followed soon after, muttering about finding a store or someone who could sell her supplies. That left Luffy, Usopp, and me. Luffy was sitting cross-legged now, smiling. You should come with us. You'd be fun to have around. Usopp laughed nervously. Me? I'm not really the pirate type. You've got a slingshot, I said. That counts for something. He grinned awkwardly. I just like telling stories, that's all. Luffy tilted his head. Then you can tell stories on our ship. Usopp looked away quickly. We'll see. The sun was starting to lower again, painting the sky a soft orange. The village was quiet except for the sound of waves and distant laughter. Luffy stood and stretched. Let's go meet your friends tomorrow. My friends? Usopp asked. Yeah. Luffy said. If we're gonna sail together, we should know everyone. Usopp scratched his cheek, looking embarrassed. About that, those kids are kinda small. Luffy laughed. That's fine. I shook my head, smiling faintly. He's serious about everything, isn't he? Usopp sighed but smiled too. He's something else. Luffy grinned at him. You'll fit right in. The sky turned red as the last bit of sun slipped beneath the horizon. The air grew cooler. The sound of insects began to rise from the grass. We stayed there for a while longer, talking quietly. Luffy told stories about Shanks and the red hair pirates, while Usopp listened with wide eyes, hanging on to every word. When night finally fell completely, we started heading back toward the beach where the boat was. Zoro was already there, asleep against a tree, and Nami was sitting nearby counting coins. Luffy lay down on the sand immediately, still smiling. "Tomorrow, we're exploring more." "Of course we are," Nami muttered. Zoro didn't even respond. I looked up at the stars, my arms folded behind my head. The sound of the ocean was steady and calm. Another island, another person soon to join. Tomorrow would be loud again. Chapter 7, The Village Girl and the Butler. The next morning, the air was warm and heavy with the smell of flowers. Syrup Village was quiet, the kind of quiet that came from a place untouched by pirates or marines. Birds chirped in the distance, and the sound of the sea rolled softly against the shore. Luffy woke up first, stretching so wide his straw hat almost fell off. "Ah! That was a good nap." Nami sat cross-legged on the sand, checking the maps she'd kept neatly folded in her bag. Zoro was leaning against a tree with his eyes half open, not fully awake but not asleep either. I stood near the boat, tying a loose rope back into place. Usopp appeared at the edge of the trees, waving both arms. "Morning." Luffy waved back immediately. "Usopp, let's go explore." "Already?" Usopp said, slightly out of breath from running. "You guys never stop moving, do you?" Zoro yawned. "You get used to it." Nami closed her map and stood. "We'll need to go into the village for food and supplies anyway." Luffy nodded. "And we can visit your friend." Usopp blinked. "My friend?" "Kaya," Luffy said happily. "The rich girl you visit." Usopp looked startled. How did you?" He stopped, scratching the back of his head nervously. "Ah, right, you're psychic or something." I smirked slightly. "Or maybe you talk too much." He sighed dramatically. "Fine, fine. We can go. But we should be careful. Her butler hates pirates." Nami crossed her arms. "Then maybe don't tell him we're pirates." "That's not gonna work," Zoro said, standing and brushing off sand. "Luffy can't lie." "Hey!" Luffy said, pretending to be offended. "I can lie if I want to." Nami looked at him flatly. "Say something that isn't true." Luffy paused for a long moment, thinking hard. "I don't like meat." Everyone stared at him. Zoro snorted. "You're hopeless." Luffy scratched his head, laughing. Shishi. We started walking toward the village. The road was clean and lined with wooden fences. Small houses sat on gentle hills surrounded by flower fields. A few villagers waved at Usopp as we passed. "Morning, Captain Usopp," a little boy called out. Usopp waved proudly. "Morning. Keep an eye out for enemy ships." The boy saluted, and Luffy laughed. "You're famous." Usopp grinned. "Of course. The great Captain Usopp protects this island from pirates." Zoro smirked. "So, the pirates you protect them from are us." Usopp coughed awkwardly. "Well, maybe not you specifically." We walked for a while until the road sloped upward toward a large mansion sitting on a hill. Its white walls gleamed in the sunlight, surrounded by gardens full of trimmed bushes and flowers. The gate was tall, made of black iron, with a long path leading up to the front door. Usopp stopped outside the gate. "This is it. Kaya's mansion." Luffy pressed his face against the bars, peering inside. "Looks nice." Nami nodded approvingly. She must be loaded. Zoro glanced at her. You mean she's rich? Same thing, Nami said, smiling. Usopp took a deep breath and opened the gate slowly. Let's not cause trouble, okay? Kaya's been sick lately. She doesn't need chaos. Luffy blinked. I'm not chaos. Zoro and I both looked at him silently. He frowned. I'm not. Usopp walked up the path with us behind him. The garden smelled clean, freshly watered plants and the faint perfume of roses. The house loomed large and spotless, the windows gleaming. When we reached the front door, it opened before we could knock. A tall man in a black suit stood there, his posture stiff, his glasses shining. His hair was slicked neatly, and he looked at us like we'd tracked mud onto his floor just by existing. It was obvious who he was. Claw Door Captain Kuro in disguise. His voice was calm but carried a faint sharpness. Usopp. You've brought guests. Usopp rubbed his neck awkwardly. Ah, yeah. This is Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and Apex. They're just passing through. Clahatteri's eyes moved to Luffy first, then to me, Zoro, and Nami. His smile didn't reach his eyes. I see. And what business brings you here? Luffy opened his mouth. We're pirates. Usopp slapped a hand over his mouth instantly. We're not pirates. Not pirates at all. Luffy blinked and mumbled something behind his hand, but it came out muffled. Clahatteri's gaze lingered on him a moment longer before turning to Usopp. You know this property is private. Lady Kaya's health is delicate. Please don't disturb her. Usopp frowned slightly. I just wanted to say hi. Claw Door adjusted his glasses. And now you've done so. Goodbye. He started to close the door, but a soft voice came from inside. It's all right, Claw Door. We all turned. Kaya stood at the top of the stairs, dressed in a simple white gown. She looked pale but smiled warmly. Usopp's always welcome here. Claw Door hesitated, then bowed stiffly. As you wish, Miss Kaya. She descended the stairs slowly, holding the railing. Usopp immediately ran forward, grinning widely. Kaya. You're looking better today. She laughed softly. Thank you, Usopp. I feel a bit stronger lately. Luffy waved cheerfully. Hi. I'm Luffy. Kaya smiled at him. Hello, Luffy. It's nice to meet you. Nami nudged me quietly. She seems nice. Yeah, I said. Kaya invited us to sit in the garden behind the mansion. The chairs were elegant, placed beneath a large tree that cast a wide shade. A maid brought tea and small cakes. Luffy immediately reached for the food until Nami slapped his hand. Wait, she hissed. Be polite for once. Luffy frowned but sat still, visibly struggling not to grab a slice. Usopp was animated, telling one of his usual tall tales something about defeating a giant goldfish the size of an island. Kaya listened with a soft smile, covering her mouth when she laughed. You haven't changed, she said gently. Your stories always make me smile. Usopp puffed out his chest proudly. That's because I'm the great Captain Usopp. Zoro leaned back in his chair, murmuring, Captain of 8,000 invisible men. Nami elbowed him lightly. Don't ruin it. Claw Door appeared again, his expression unreadable. He stood behind Kaya like a shadow. His voice was polite, but his words were sharp. Miss Kaya, you shouldn't exert yourself so much. Shall I escort your guests out? Kaya shook her head. They're not causing trouble, Claw Door. Luffy tilted his head. You talk weird. Nami's elbow hit him again. Don't say that. Claw Door didn't react outwardly, but his eyes narrowed behind his glasses. I only wish to protect Miss Kaya from unnecessary disturbances. Especially from people who associate with pirates. Usopp stood up abruptly, his voice rising. Hey! Don't talk about my friends like that. Claudor turned his gaze to him, calm but cold. I'm merely stating facts. You, of all people, should understand your place. A liar's company says much about his character. Usopp's hands clenched. I'm not lying. Kaya's expression tightened slightly. Claudor, please. It's fine, Usopp said quickly, forcing a grin that didn't reach his eyes. We were just leaving anyway. Luffy frowned. But we just got here. I put a hand on his shoulder. Let's go, Luffy. He hesitated but nodded. All right. We turned to leave. Usopp walked ahead of us, his head down but trying to look casual. Kaya called after him softly. Usopp, thank you for visiting. He stopped and smiled without turning back. I'll come again tomorrow. I've got a new story for you. Kaya nodded, smiling faintly. When we got back to the dirt road outside the mansion, Luffy stretched and yawned. That guy's rude. Zoro grunted. You mean the butler? Yeah, Luffy said. He talks too much. Nami sighed. He's just protective. Rich people always have someone like that. Usopp didn't say anything at first. He kicked at a rock on the path and watched it roll down the hill. He's been like that ever since he started working there. But he's worse now. Luffy tilted his head. You don't like him? Usopp frowned. He thinks he's better than everyone. Zoro rested his sword on his shoulder. Then prove him wrong. Usopp looked up. Hey! Show him you're not useless, Zoro said simply. Usopp stared for a second, then smiled. Yeah, maybe I will. We walked back into the village as the sky began to darken. The lamps were being lit, and the smell of dinner drifted from the houses. Luffy stopped suddenly. I'm hungry. Nami sighed. You're always hungry. Zoro nodded. So am I. I shrugged. Let's find food before he starts eating grass again. Luffy gasped. You can eat grass. No, Nami said sharply. You can't. He laughed, unbothered. Shishi. We found a small place run by an old woman who served us stew and bread. The table creaked under Luffy's weight as he leaned forward, devouring everything in sight. Zoro drank quietly while Nami counted the last of our coins. Usopp sat back, looking thoughtful. You guys really are pirates, hey? Luffy nodded with his mouth full. Yep. Nami frowned. You don't have to sound proud every time you say it. Usopp looked at me. You too. I smiled faintly. I go where they go. He chuckled softly. You're all strange. Strange's fine, I said. It's better than boring. That made him laugh again, and the mood lightened. When we left the small eatery, the stars had already filled the sky. The night air was cool, and the sound of crickets echoed through the quiet streets. Luffy was still grinning from ear to ear, walking ahead with his hands behind his head. Usopp slowed his steps slightly, glancing at the hill where Kaya's mansion stood silhouetted against the moonlight. His smile faded just a little. I knew what would happen soon. Kuro's plan. Django's arrival. But for now, everything was still calm. Tomorrow, Luffy said suddenly, let's go see Kaya again. Usopp blinked. Again? Yeah. Luffy said cheerfully. I like her. She's nice. Zoro groaned. You're gonna start trouble again. Nami sighed. Just don't break anything this time. Luffy ignored them completely. Usopp, you'll tell her more stories, right? Usopp smiled faintly. Yeah. I've got plenty. We reached the beach again, where our small boat waited. The sound of waves filled the quiet. Luffy flopped onto the sand immediately, hat covering his face. Zoro leaned against a tree, already half asleep. Nami sat nearby, scribbling notes on her map under the moonlight. I looked up at the stars again. They reflected softly off the calm sea. It had been a long day, but calm. Tomorrow wouldn't be. Chapter 8, Night on the Coast. The night air was still, quiet except for the waves that rolled softly against the beach. The stars above were clear, scattered like bits of glass across the dark sky. Zoro and I stayed behind at the shore while Luffy, Nami, and Usopp went back toward the village to check on Kaya. Zoro sat with his back against a large rock, swords resting beside him, one hand loosely gripping a bottle of cheap rum we'd picked up from the local tavern. I was sitting nearby, cross-legged on the sand, a half-finished skewer of roasted fish in my hand. It had been a quiet evening, nothing but the sound of the sea, the faint rustling of palm leaves, and Zoro's occasional sigh as he took a sip. "Peaceful night," he said. "Yeah," I replied. "Too peaceful." He gave me a lazy glance. "You think something's up?" I looked out toward the horizon. The moon's reflection shimmered across the water, but farther out, something darker broke the surface, a faint shadow moving with the tide. I squinted, my eyes narrowing. "There's a ship out there," I said quietly. Zoro turned his head slightly, following my gaze. The outline was faint but clear enough in the moonlight. It wasn't large like a marine ship, but it wasn't a simple fishing boat either. The sails were torn in spots, and the hull looked old. "Pirates?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "And if I remember right, they'll be here by morning." Zoro didn't question me. He just reached for his swords and stood, stretching his arms slowly. "You think they're here for Kaya's place?" "Most likely," I said. "That butler isn't who he says he is." He gave a short, unimpressed grunt. "Figures." We stood quietly for a while, watching the distant ship. It was anchored just beyond the reef, barely visible unless you knew where to look. No lanterns were lit on deck, no sounds came from it. Whoever was on that ship didn't want to be noticed. Zoro adjusted the bandana tied around his arm. "We wait or go to them?" "Wait," I said. "They'll come to us soon enough." He nodded and sat back down, crossing his arms. I stayed standing, my eyes fixed on the dark silhouette at sea. The waves lapped softly against the sand. After a while, Zoro closed his eyes, his breathing steady and calm. Even half asleep, his hand rested near his sword. I sat back down beside him and leaned back against the rock. The night passed slowly. The stars shifted across the sky, the sea breeze cooled, and somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once before silence took over again. Then I heard it, the faint creak of oars hitting the water. I opened my eyes instantly. Zoro did too. "They're here," I said quietly. Zoro stood, pulling one sword free from its sheath. The faint ring of steel cut through the air. Finally. The sound grew louder, multiple oars now, several small boats moving together. I could see them more clearly as they drew closer, narrow boats carrying rough-looking men dressed in mismatched clothes, each one armed with swords, clubs, or rifles. Their flag, a crude drawing of a black cat, flapped faintly against the night wind. "The Black Cat Pirates," I said. Zoro cracked his neck and smirked. "Never heard of them." "They're Kuro's crew," I explained. "The butler's real identity. Captain Kuro of 100 Plans." Zoro raised an eyebrow. "So he's one of them?" "Yeah." The boats hit the shallows, scraping against sand. The pirates jumped out quietly, whispering among themselves. There were at least 20 of them, maybe more, all moving cautiously. They clearly thought no one knew they were here. I stood and brushed the sand off my hands. You want to split them? Zoro smiled faintly. I'll take the right. You take the left. We didn't shout. We didn't announce ourselves. We just moved. The first pirate stepped onto the beach and froze when he saw me standing there in the moonlight. Hey? Who are you supposed to? He didn't finish. I moved forward and punched him square in the jaw, sending him flying backward into the boat he came from. The wooden edge cracked under the impact. The others shouted, pulling out their weapons. Kill them, someone yelled. Zoro moved like a shadow. His swords flashed once, twice, 3 times. Each strike was clean and precise. The pirates closest to him dropped instantly, unconscious before they hit the ground. A man swung a club at my head. I ducked low, grabbed his arm, and threw him over my shoulder into the sand. Another tried to stab me with a dagger. I caught his wrist, twisted it until the blade fell, and then kicked him in the chest hard enough to knock the wind out of him. The fight wasn't difficult. These weren't strong pirates, they were sloppy, unorganized, and used to scaring towns, not fighting trained fighters. Zoro cut through them with calm efficiency, his movements smooth and practiced. Every time he swung, another pirate fell. Within minutes, the beach was covered in groaning men. Some tried to crawl back to their boats, others pretended to be unconscious. The only sounds left were the waves and the faint ring of Zoro's sword sliding back into its sheath. He looked around at the mess. That it? Seems like it, I said. No sign of their captain. Zoro nudged one of the pirates with his foot. Guess we scared them off. I looked back toward the ship in the distance. It hadn't moved. Its sails were still lowered, quiet against the horizon. Whoever was in charge wasn't coming yet. Zoro sat back down on the rock. Wake me when something else happens. I chuckled. Sure. The rest of the night passed quietly. The defeated pirates lay scattered across the sand, tied up and unconscious. The ship remained distant, motionless, waiting for a signal that would never come. When dawn came, the sky turned orange, and the light revealed the mess on the beach. Nami was the first to arrive, running down the hill with Luffy and Usopp close behind. She stopped dead when she saw the bodies. What happened here? Zoro yawned and stood up, stretching. They came during the night. Usopp's eyes widened. The Black Cat pirates. You fought them already? Luffy looked around, confused. Where's Kuro? I shrugged. Not here. Nami frowned. Wait, are you saying you two beat an entire pirate crew while we were asleep? Zoro smirked. Pretty much. Luffy laughed. You're awesome. Nami stared, hands on her hips. You could have told us. You were busy, I said simply. Before anyone could say more, the sound of quick footsteps echoed from the direction of the village. The trees rustled, and then someone emerged from the path. Kuro, still wearing his butler uniform, his glasses gleaming in the sunlight. His calm expression didn't match the tension in the air. So you're the ones who ruined my plan. Luffy's grin widened. You're the butler guy. Kuro adjusted his glasses with one finger. Captain Kuro of 100 Plans. Remember that name before you die. Zoro stepped forward slightly, hand on his sword. You talk too much. Kuro's eyes flicked toward him, then to Luffy. So you're pirates. I suppose that explains why my crew never returned. Luffy's expression hardened slightly, though his grin remained. You hurt Usopp's friend. I'm gonna beat you up. Kuro tilted his head slightly. You think you can? Luffy didn't answer. He just launched forward suddenly, stretching his arm back. Gomu no pistol. Kuro moved faster than I expected. His body blurred, vanishing for a moment, then reappeared behind Luffy. The strike missed completely, hitting sand instead. Luffy turned, eyes wide. Whoa, you're fast. Kuro smiled faintly. You can't hit what you can't see. Zoro stepped beside Luffy, drawing one sword. We'll see about that. Stay back, Luffy said, his tone serious for once. He's mine. Zoro raised an eyebrow. You sure? Luffy nodded. Yeah. Zoro shrugged and stepped back. Your call. Nami and Usopp watched from the edge of the clearing, their faces tense. Kuro vanished again, his movements sharp and precise. Luffy ducked under one swing, blocking another with his arm, though the blow still sent him sliding backward through the sand. You're strong, Luffy said, rubbing his arm. But I'm not losing. Kuro adjusted his glasses calmly. You talk too much. Luffy grinned. So do you. The fight continued fast, loud, and direct. Luffy dodged and countered, his rubber body absorbing hits that would have crushed bones. Kuro relied on speed, his claws cutting through the air in quick bursts. Zoro and I watched closely, ready to step in if needed, but Luffy was holding his own. When Kuro tried to rush him again, Luffy caught his arm mid-swing. Gotcha! He twisted and pulled hard, slamming Kuro into the ground. The sand exploded upward, and the impact echoed across the beach. Kuro coughed, trying to get up, but Luffy didn't give him the chance. Gomu no bazooka. His palm struck Kuro square in the chest, launching him backward. He flew across the sand, crashing into the remains of one of his own boats. The wood splintered under the force. Silence followed. The only sound was the surf rolling against the shore. Usopp's mouth hung open. He actually did it. Nami exhaled. Well, that's one problem solved. Luffy dusted off his vest and grinned. Told you I'd beat him. Zoro nodded once, a faint smirk on his face. Not bad. I crossed my arms, watching the broken wreck where Kuro lay unconscious. That's one less pirate problem for this village. Nami sighed. Let's make sure he doesn't get up again. We tied Kuro up with what remained of the ropes from the boats. The defeated pirates were still lying around the shore, groaning weakly. Luffy stretched and looked toward the village. Let's go tell Usopp's friend she's safe. Usopp nodded quickly. Yet. Nami looked relieved, though she muttered something about getting paid for this somehow. Zoro yawned again, clearly ready for a nap after everything. I followed behind as we started back toward the hill, the morning sun rising over the sea. The waves sparkled in the light, and the last trace of the Black Cat pirates was just wreckage and silence. Chapter 9, Farewell at the Hill. The path back up to Kaya's mansion was steep, the grass still damp from the early morning dew. The sun was high now, spreading warmth across the hills. The air smelled of flowers and salt from the sea below. Behind us, the wreckage of the Black Cat pirates' ships lay half buried in the sand, their flags torn and fluttering weakly in the wind. Luffy walked at the front, hat tilted slightly as he hummed to himself. Zoro followed beside him with his hands resting casually on his swords. Nami was a few steps behind them, counting the coins she'd found in the pirates' wreckage, and Usopp trailed behind, walking slower than usual, staring at the ground. I matched pace with him, keeping my eyes on the path ahead. You okay? I asked. Usopp looked up quickly. Hey? Oh yeah, I'm fine. His voice was cheerful, but his expression wasn't. He tried to smile, rubbing the back of his neck. Just thinking. I nodded once. About Kaya. He looked away, pretending to admire the view. She's probably worried. She didn't believe me when I said pirates were coming. She'll believe you now, I said. He laughed quietly. Yeah. I guess she will. We reached the top of the hill. The mansion stood tall and white against the bright sky. Its windows glimmered, and the gardens surrounding it were untouched by the chaos that had unfolded near the coast. The contrast felt strange. Peace here, destruction just a few miles away. The front gate was open. One of the servants, a small, older man, stood waiting for us. When he saw Usopp, he looked relieved. Master Usopp. You're safe. Usopp waved. Of course I am. The man bowed slightly, glancing at the rest of us. Miss Kaya has been asking about you since last night. Please, come in. We followed him up the path. The grass was soft underfoot, the smell of roses stronger as we approached the mansion. Luffy stopped near the steps and looked around. This place is really fancy, he said. Nami's eyes sparkled. And expensive. Zoro rolled his eyes. You're thinking about money again. I'm thinking about opportunities, Nami said sharply. Luffy ignored the exchange and grinned. I wonder if she has any meat. Focus, Nami muttered. We stepped inside. The main hall was spotless, bright sunlight pouring through the tall windows. Kaya was sitting on a couch near the window, wrapped in a light shawl. When she saw us, she stood immediately, her eyes widening. Usopp, she said, her voice full of relief. He smiled, rubbing his nose. Told you I'd come back. She walked over quickly, stopping just in front of him. The servants said there were pirates. Are you hurt? He shook his head. Nope. We handled them. We? She asked softly, looking at the rest of us. Luffy beamed. Yeah. I punched their captain really hard. Zoro nodded. He went flying. Kaya looked between them in disbelief, then at Usopp. You, really fought pirates? Usopp scratched his cheek. Well, mostly them. I helped a little. Nami crossed her arms. He did warn us before anyone else, so he deserves credit. Kaya's expression softened. I see. Thank you, all of you. Luffy grinned. No problem. We sat in the same garden as before, under the shade of the large tree. This time, the air felt different, calmer, lighter. The tension that had hung over the mansion was gone. Kaya poured tea for everyone herself, her hands steady now. I didn't realize how dangerous Clawdor really was, she said quietly. I trusted him for years. Usopp looked down at his cup. He fooled everyone. You couldn't have known. Kaya smiled faintly. You always told stories, Usopp. I never thought one would turn out to be true. He laughed awkwardly. Yeah, me neither. Luffy leaned forward suddenly. Hey, Kaya. You should give Usopp a reward. Usopp nearly choked on his tea. Why Luffy? Kaya blinked, surprised. A reward? Yeah. Luffy said cheerfully. He saved you. We all did. You should give him something. Nami sighed, resting her head in her hand. Luffy, you don't just ask people for rewards. Kaya giggled softly. It's all right. Actually, I was already planning something. We all looked at her. She stood, motioning for us to follow. Come with me. We walked through the back garden toward a small building by the cliff's edge. It was built of sturdy wood, smaller than the mansion but well made. Inside, the smell of fresh timber and varnish filled the air. A large sheet covered something in the center of the room. Kaya smiled, walking over to it. This was a gift. My family's shipwright, Mary, designed it. He wanted me to have something special to remember him by. But I think, it's better suited for you. She pulled the sheet away. Beneath it stood a beautiful ship, perfectly crafted, resting on supports that held it above the ground. Its figurehead was a smiling sheep, its sails pure white, and the deck polished smooth. It wasn't large, but it looked fast and sturdy. Usopp's mouth dropped open. Whoa! Luffy's eyes sparkled like he'd found treasure. That's amazing. Zoro walked around it, whistling softly. Nice build. Looks solid. Nami's expression changed instantly, first shock, then joy. A real ship. Kaya smiled. It's called the Going Merry. Merry designed it himself before he retired. Luffy ran a hand along the railing. The Going Merry. That's a great name. Usopp turned to Kaya quickly. You're giving us this? She nodded. You need a proper ship if you are going to sail the seas. It would make me happy to know it's being used by people who protected this village. Nami blinked several times, her usual composure breaking for a moment. You're just giving it away. Kaya laughed softly. Yes. Luffy jumped excitedly. We got a ship. He climbed aboard immediately, running across the deck like a kid in a candy store. There's even a kitchen. And a room. And look at this figurehead. Zoro followed him, shaking his head but smiling faintly. You act like you've never seen a boat before. Usopp walked slowly around the hull, his hand brushing against the smooth wood. It's perfect, he said quietly. Kaya smiled warmly. Then it's yours. He looked at her for a long moment before grinning wide. Thank you. Nami was already inspecting the sails. This'll do nicely. Strong canvas, clean stitching, we'll need to stock food, water, and supplies before we leave. Zoro stretched. And a nameplate. Can't forget that. It's already got one, Luffy said happily. The Going Merry. Kaya covered her mouth, laughing. You seem very excited. Luffy grinned. We're pirates. Of course we're excited. Her laughter faded slightly, though her smile stayed. Then. I suppose this is goodbye. Usopp turned serious. Kaya. She shook her head gently. You've always talked about going on adventures. It's what you were meant to do. You don't belong here forever, Usopp. He hesitated. But. You'll always have a place here, she said softly. But the sea suits you more. Usopp rubbed his eyes quickly, pretending there was dust. You're gonna make me cry. Kaya laughed through her tears. Good. I won't feel so bad if I do too. Luffy jumped down from the ship and put an arm around Usopp's shoulder. Come on. Let's go, Usopp. We've got a ship now. Usopp blinked. Wait, you mean? Join my crew. Luffy said, grinning wide. You're funny, and you shoot good. Zoro nodded approvingly. We could use someone who can hit from a distance. Nami smiled. And someone who can tell stories when Luffy's being loud. Usopp stared at them, stunned. Then his grin returned, brighter than before. All right. I'll join. Luffy cheered. Yet. Kaya smiled at them all, wiping her eyes. Then it's decided. We spent the rest of the afternoon preparing the ship. Zoro and I hauled crates of food from the village docks. Nami checked the maps and supplies. Luffy tried tying knots but mostly got the ropes tangled. Usopp painted the ship's flag himself, a skull with a long nose and a bandana. By the time the sun started to set, the Going Merry was ready. Its sails caught the soft breeze coming off the ocean. The villagers gathered to watch, cheering and waving. Kaya stood by the dock with Mary, her hands clasped together. She smiled, though her eyes glistened with tears. "Take care of each other," she called. Usopp stood at the railing, waving back. "Don't worry. I'll come back one day with stories that'll make your head spin." She laughed. "I'll be waiting." Luffy raised his hat in the air. "We'll make this ship famous." Nami smiled at Kaya. "Thank you for everything." Zoro stood silently beside me, watching the shoreline fade as the wind pushed us away from the dock. The sails filled, and the ship began to glide across the water. The Going Merry moved smoothly, faster than any of our rowboats ever had. Usopp leaned on the railing, still waving until the mansion disappeared from view. When he finally lowered his arm, he looked around the deck with a proud grin. "This is our ship." Luffy laughed. "Yeah. Our adventure's really starting now." Nami spread the map out on the deck, tracing the next route with her finger. "Next stop, the Baratai. A floating restaurant." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Food." Zoro sat against the mast, closing his eyes. "Another crazy place, hey?" "Wouldn't be fun if it wasn't," I said, sitting nearby. Luffy jumped onto the figurehead, balancing perfectly as the wind tugged at his hat. "Let's go find the Grand Line." The sails caught the last light of the sun as it dipped into the horizon. The waves sparkled gold, and the sound of laughter filled the deck of the Going Merry. The sea stretched out ahead, endless and waiting. Chapter 10, Brothers of the Sea. The sun was high when the Going Merry sliced smoothly across the open water. The wind was strong and steady, filling the sails perfectly. The deck creaked gently beneath our feet, and the salty air stung pleasantly in my nose. Luffy stood on the figurehead, arms outstretched and laughing loudly as the spray hit his face. "This ship's amazing." Nami was behind the wheel, keeping her eyes on the horizon with the kind of patience only she had. Zoro was sitting cross-legged near the mast, eyes closed, napping with his swords within reach. Usopp was leaning against the railing, polishing his slingshot and humming quietly to himself. I sat on the deck, sharpening a knife on a flat whetstone. The sound of steel scraping filled the small pauses between the ocean breeze and Luffy's endless laughter. It had been a few days since we left Syrup Village. Everything had been calm so far. No marines, no storms, no pirates. Just the open sea and Luffy's constant demands for food. "Oi, Nami," he shouted suddenly. "When's lunch?" "When you stop yelling," she snapped back without looking at him. Usopp smirked. "If you're that hungry, catch some fish." Luffy pouted. "But fishing's boring." Zoro snorted from where he sat. "You're the only pirate who complains about fishing." Luffy grinned and turned toward the water. "I bet there's meat down there somewhere." I sighed, standing and stretching. "I'll cook something soon. Just don't fall off the ship trying to find meat in the ocean." "I won't!" Luffy shouted, immediately leaning over the railing to look for something in the waves. The wind shifted suddenly, carrying with it a faint sound, a bang, sharp and distant. Usopp jerked upright. "What was that?" Nami frowned and turned the wheel slightly. "Sounded like a cannon." Zoro opened one eye lazily. "Probably a marine ship nearby." I scanned the horizon. At first, there was nothing but blue, but then I caught sight of something faint, a puff of white smoke rising in the distance. "Port side," I said. Luffy climbed onto the railing and shaded his eyes. "There's a ship." Nami squinted in the same direction. "It's not a marine flag." Usopp ran to the edge, holding his hand above his eyes. "Looks like a small pirate ship, or maybe just travelers." Zoro stood, stretching. "Let's go see." We steered closer. As the other ship came into view, it was clear it had taken some damage. The mast was cracked, and the sails hung in tatters. There was a hole in the side, smoke still rising from it. Someone attacked them, Nami said. Or they attacked someone, Zoro replied. The ship was small, barely half the size of the Going Merry. As we got closer, I could see two figures on deck. One of them was waving frantically with a white cloth. They're signaling, Usopp said, leaning forward. Luffy grinned. Let's go say hi. Nami gave him a sharp look. We should be careful. We don't know who they are. But Luffy was already jumping up and down. Come on. They might have meat. I sighed. Let's just get closer and see. When we were within shouting distance, the taller of the two figures cupped his hands around his mouth. Hey! We mean no harm. Our ship's damaged. The voice was young, confident but strained. The other figure was slumped against the railing, unmoving. Zoro's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. Wait. Luffy tilted his head. You know them. Zoro stared for another moment before his expression changed slightly, recognition flickering across his face. Johnny? Yusaku. The standing man grinned despite looking exhausted. Zoro. Big bro. I thought that was you. Luffy's eyes widened. They're your friends. Zoro nodded. Yet. Bounty hunters. The other one, Yusaku, coughed weakly, his skin pale and sweat running down his forehead. Zoro, bro. Zoro's voice softened slightly. What happened to him? Johnny rubbed the back of his neck. He's got scurvy, I think. We ran out of citrus weeks ago. Nami's eyes widened immediately. Scurvy. That's serious. Usopp frowned. Wait, I thought that was an old disease. Nami shot him a look. It's real. It happens when you don't get enough vitamin C, lemons, oranges, anything like that. I went straight to the storage compartment under the deck and came back with a crate. We've got lemons. Johnny's face lit up. Bless you, man. We threw over a rope ladder, and Zoro helped pull the two onto the Going Merry. Johnny was thin but energetic, Yusaku looked like he could barely stand. Sit him down, I said, setting a few lemons on the deck. Here, bite into these. Yusaku groaned weakly. They're sour. Nami crouched beside him. Eat them anyway. Trust me. Luffy sat cross-legged nearby, watching curiously. He doesn't look so good. Zoro crossed his arms. That's what happens when you live off dried fish and dreams. Johnny grinned sheepishly. We thought we could make it to the next island without supplies. Nami sighed. That's what you get for not planning. Zoro looked down at Yusaku, his voice steady but not unkind. You'll be fine. Just eat. Yusaku bit into another slice of lemon, wincing at the sour taste but swallowing it down. His face scrunched up like he'd just eaten something terrible. Ugh, it's so sour. Usopp laughed. You're making faces like Luffy when he eats something that isn't meat. I like meat. Luffy said proudly. I know, Usopp muttered. Johnny helped his friend drink some water. Thanks, guys. We were running out of everything. We saw your ship and were about to call for help, but, He trailed off, glancing nervously at Usopp. Nami raised an eyebrow. But what? Usopp looked confused. What? Johnny pointed toward the side of their broken ship. That hole? That's from a cannonball. It came from your ship. Usopp froze. Wait. No. That can't be right. Nami turned slowly toward him. Usopp. He laughed nervously, scratching his neck. I was just testing the cannon earlier. I didn't think anyone was out there. Luffy burst out laughing, rolling on the deck. Shishi. You shot Zoro's friends. Zoro stared at him flatly. Good aim. Usopp turned red. It was an accident. Johnny sighed, shaking his head but smiling. It's fine, bro. We're just lucky it was you guys and not some Marines. Yusaku managed a weak chuckle. Big bro Zoro always shows up in weird places. Zoro crossed his arms. I'm not your big brother. Johnny grinned. You always say that. Usopp leaned toward Nami, whispering, do they call him that because they're bounty hunters too? Nami whispered back. Probably because he's stronger than both of them put together. Zoro ignored them, helping Yusaku sit up straighter. You two still bounty hunting? Johnny nodded proudly. Of course. Though we haven't caught anyone lately. Most pirates run faster than we can row. Luffy tilted his head. Why row when you can sail? Johnny looked embarrassed. Our sail tore in a storm. Usopp sighed. You guys really have bad luck. Tell me about it, Johnny said. We were planning to hunt a small-time pirate crew near the next island, but now we're just trying to stay alive. Nami stood and dusted her hands off. Well, you're lucky we found you. Rest here until Yusaku recovers. Johnny bowed his head slightly. Thank you. We owe you one. Luffy grinned. You can pay us back with meat later. Johnny blinked. Meat? Yeah. Luffy said cheerfully. When we find some. Zoro groaned. Don't bother trying to understand him. Yusaku slowly finished the last lemon wedge, grimacing but looking slightly better. His color was returning bit by bit. That helped. Nami smiled faintly. Good. Keep eating some every day, or it'll come back. Johnny nodded. Got it, miss. For the rest of the day, the two stayed with us. Johnny sat at the bow, talking non-stop about all the bounties they'd tried to catch over the past few months, half of them disasters, all of them ridiculous. Usopp listened eagerly, throwing in exaggerated reactions every time Johnny's stories got wild. Zoro mostly ignored them, sitting near the mast and sharpening his swords. Luffy kept running around, pretending to look for fish over the side of the ship. By evening, the sun dipped low, painting the sky orange. The sea shimmered, calm and golden. Yusaku was sitting up now, his energy finally back. He stretched his arms wide. Ah! I feel alive again. Johnny grinned. Told you lemons fix everything. Usopp raised a hand. I was the one who brought the lemons. Nami crossed her arms. Actually, Apex did. Usopp blinked. Oh. Then I'll take credit later. Luffy laughed again, falling onto the deck. You guys are funny. Johnny leaned against the railing, looking toward the horizon. So where are you guys headed next? Baratai. Luffy said immediately. It's a restaurant on the sea. Johnny's eyes widened. Oh. I've heard of that place. The food's supposed to be amazing. Yusaku nodded. And expensive. Nami gave him a sharp look. Don't even think about eating for free. Zoro looked up from his spot. You two should head back toward land when you can. You're still weak. Johnny saluted dramatically. Big bro. But maybe we'll catch up with you later. Zoro sighed. Don't. They both laughed loudly, not taking him seriously at all. We spent the evening eating stew I cooked from the fish Luffy finally managed to catch. Johnny and Yusaku joined in eagerly, thanking everyone between every bite. Luffy, as usual, ate the most, leaving Zoro muttering about needing a lock for the kitchen. When the stars came out, Johnny and Yusaku lay down near the bow, half asleep. the sound of the sea mixed with their quiet snores. Zoro leaned back, looking up at the stars. They're idiots, but they've got guts. Nami smirked. Sound familiar? He ignored her. Luffy stretched out on the deck, his hat covering his face. They're nice. We should meet more people like them. Please no, Nami said quickly. Usopp laughed. Come on, it's fun having new faces around. I leaned against the railing, watching the dark water. They'll be fine. They're tougher than they look. Zoro nodded once. Yet. The Going Merry glided through the calm night, its sails full and steady. The sea around us shimmered faintly under the moonlight, and the two bounty hunters who called Zoro their big brother slept peacefully, no longer pale and sick. Tomorrow, we'd be closer to the Baratai, and with luck, another meal that didn't come from the sea. Chapter 11, The Floating Restaurant. The morning came with bright light and calm seas. The Going Merry cut through the waves smoothly, the white sails gleaming under the sun. Seagulls followed behind us, circling lazily over the ship. It had been a quiet night, and for once, no one was arguing. Luffy stood on the figurehead again, both arms stretched wide. We're really pirates now, he shouted happily. Nami, who was steering, frowned at him. We've been pirates since day one, Luffy. Stop yelling every time you realize it. Zoro yawned from where he sat near the mast, half awake. He'll never stop. Usopp leaned against the railing, adjusting his goggles. I'm just glad we have a ship that doesn't leak. I was near the deck hatch, checking our food supplies. We might need to restock soon. Lemons are running low. Nami turned her head slightly. We'll buy more at the next stop. You said there's a restaurant up ahead, right? I nodded. Baratai. Floating restaurant. We'll find it soon. Usopp rubbed his hands together. A restaurant. Finally, something other than fish. Zoro looked unimpressed. Food is food. Nami sighed. You're impossible. Luffy turned toward us with a grin. I'm gonna eat everything. Not if you can't pay for it, Nami said sharply. Luffy paused mid-laugh, frowning. I can pay. With what? He blinked, then looked around like the answer might be hiding somewhere on deck. I'll find something. Zoro smirked. You don't even have pockets. Luffy ignored him. I'll think of something. Nami groaned quietly, steering harder to the east as the wind shifted. A few hours passed before we spotted something large in the distance. At first, it looked like a ship, but as we got closer, the shape became clearer, a massive, multi-decked restaurant floating in the middle of the sea. Bright flags fluttered from tall masts, and the smell of cooked meat and fresh bread reached us even before we docked. Usopp's mouth dropped open. That's a restaurant. It's huge, Nami said, her eyes wide. Luffy's grin stretched even wider. It smells so good. Zoro stood and crossed his arms, glancing up at the massive hull. So this is the Baratai. I nodded. That's the one. We sailed closer, lowering our speed as we approached the wooden dock attached to the restaurant's side. It was busy, boats from all directions tied there, passengers climbing up and down. Waiters in neat uniforms moved along the deck, carrying trays of food for guests seated at tables under colorful awnings. Nami guided us in, her movements careful. All right, don't crash into anything. Got it, I said, readying the ropes. Luffy leaned forward excitedly. Can we go now? Can we? Wait until we tie up the ship, Nami said firmly. Luffy was already jumping over the railing. Luffy! Nami shouted. He landed neatly on the restaurant deck, looking around with wide eyes. Whoa! So many people! Usopp groaned. He didn't even wait. I jumped after him, landing beside him just as a tall waiter in a black suit approached, frowning. "Sir, this is a restaurant, not a playground." Luffy looked at him, blinking. "I'm here to eat." The waiter sighed, clearly used to this kind of trouble. "Then please take a seat inside." Luffy nodded eagerly. "Okay." Before we could follow him, there was a sudden shout from the water. "Watch out!" Something large was coming fast from the opposite direction, a marine ship, its sails full, heading straight toward the Baratai. The hull scraped the water hard, too fast to stop. Nami's eyes widened. "They're going to hit us." I turned toward the Mary. "Brace!" The marine ship slammed into the restaurant's side with a loud crash, shaking everything. Plates shattered, tables toppled, and the dock splintered under the impact. Luffy, who had just stepped toward the entrance, stumbled and fell backward onto the deck, staring at the damage. "Whoa!" Zoro and Usopp managed to grab onto the railing of the Mary before she got hit. The ship rocked violently but held steady. When the noise settled, we could hear shouting from the marine vessel. A tall man with long hair and a fancy coat leaned over the rail, his face red with anger. "Who parked this stupid restaurant here?" Nami crossed her arms, glaring. "You're the one who crashed into it." Zoro smirked slightly. "Idiots." Luffy stood up, brushing dust off his vest. "Hey! You broke their wall." The marine captain looked down at him, frowning. "Who are you, brat?" "Monkey D. Luffy. I'm a pirate." Everyone on the deck froze. The marine's face twisted with rage. "A pirate? Perfect. I'll arrest you too." Before anyone could react, he jumped down onto the deck. But as he landed, the floorboards cracked under his weight, and a loud snap echoed as one of the deck supports gave way. The next second, the marine captain fell straight through the broken planks into the restaurant below. Luffy leaned over the hole, laughing. "That was funny." The waiter from before ran over, panicking. "Not again." A loud, angry voice echoed from below. "Who broke my floor?" The sound of heavy footsteps followed, and then a tall man with blonde hair tied back and a cigarette in his mouth stepped into view. His suit was neat but his sleeves were rolled up, and he had a fierce look in his eyes. "What kind of idiots destroy my dining room?" he shouted. Luffy pointed down at the hole. "That marine guy did it." The blonde man's eyes narrowed. "You're paying for it." Luffy blinked. "Hey? Why me? You were standing closest." Luffy looked at him for a moment, then grinned. "You're funny." The man's eyebrow twitched. "Funny, hey?" Nami walked over quickly. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. We didn't break anything." The man exhaled smoke and pointed at the hole. "Someone's paying for that, and it's not me." Luffy raised his hand. "Do you take meat as payment?" The man stared. "What? Meat?" Luffy repeated proudly. "I can give you meat." Nami groaned loudly, putting a hand over her face. "He's serious." Zoro crossed his arms, clearly amused. "This is going to be good." Before anyone could say more, the marine captain climbed out of the hole, covered in food and sauce. He pointed his sword at Luffy. "You're under arrest." Luffy tilted his head. "Why?" "For being a pirate." "I didn't even do anything yet." The marine lunged. Luffy ducked, the blade missing by inches, and then stretched his arm back. "Gomu Gomu no pistol." His punch connected squarely with the marine's jaw, sending him flying backward through the same hole he'd just crawled out of. The blonde waiter, still holding his cigarette, blinked once, then smirked slightly. "Not bad." Luffy grinned. "Thanks." I'm strong. Nami sighed. And now we're definitely paying for something. The blonde man turned his head toward her. The name's Sanji. Cook here at the Baratai. You're all lucky I'm in a good mood. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Good mood. Yeah, Sanji said casually, taking a drag of his cigarette. If I wasn't, I'd throw you out myself. Nami crossed her arms. We didn't do anything. Sanji's gaze softened slightly when he looked at her. Except for you, miss. You can stay as long as you like. Nami blinked. What? He smiled smoothly. Beautiful women eat free. Luffy laughed loudly. I like this guy. Usopp pointed at him. Wait, you just said someone has to pay. Sanji ignored him completely, already walking back toward the kitchen. You'll stay and work it off. Starting now, rubber boy. Luffy frowned. Work? But I came to eat. Then cook something yourself. Luffy's face lit up. Okay. Nami shouted after him. No. You'll burn the place down. Sanji stopped halfway through the door and glanced over his shoulder. Follow me if you want to eat. You can watch how real food's made. Zoro muttered quietly, show off. I smirked. He's good, though. Sanji disappeared into the kitchen, and Luffy followed him immediately. Nami groaned but went after them too, probably to keep an eye on the damage. Zoro sat down near a table that hadn't been destroyed and leaned back, his arms crossed. This place is weird. Usopp nodded. At least the food smells good. Down in the kitchen, we could hear Luffy laughing, followed by Sanji yelling something about touching the knives wrong. The smell of cooking grew stronger: spices, garlic, butter, and sizzling meat. A few minutes later, Sanji emerged carrying a tray of dishes. He set them on the nearest table and motioned for us to sit. Eat before I change my mind. Luffy was already seated, chewing on something and smiling wide. It's amazing. Nami tried hers, her eyes widening. This is actually delicious. Usopp swallowed his first bite and nearly fell backward. I've never tasted anything like this. Zoro nodded approvingly. The cook's got skill. Sanji grinned slightly. Of course I do. Luffy looked up suddenly, mouth full. Join my crew. Sanji froze mid-step. What? Join my crew? Luffy repeated, grinning. We need a cook. Nami dropped her fork. Luffy, not again. Sanji laughed lightly but didn't answer. He just took another drag of his cigarette and walked away, shaking his head. Eat first. We'll talk later. Luffy beamed. That means yes. Zoro sighed. You don't understand anything, do you? Luffy ignored him and kept eating. By the time the meal ended, the sky outside had turned golden. The Baratai was bustling again, waiters moving fast between tables, laughter echoing across the deck. The Going Merry rocked gently beside it, tied securely to the dock. Luffy leaned back, patting his stomach. Best meal ever. Nami smiled slightly despite herself. I have to admit, it was worth it. Zoro stood, stretching. If you're done stuffing yourself, maybe help clean up what you broke. Luffy waved his hand dismissively. Sanji said he'd handle it. I smirked. Pretty sure that's not what he said. Usopp nodded. You're gonna end up washing dishes, Luffy. Luffy looked horrified. No. The rest of us laughed. The evening breeze rolled in, carrying the smell of the ocean and the sound of clinking plates from the kitchen. The Baratai glowed warmly under the sunset, and the sea stretched far beyond it, quiet and endless. Chapter 12, The Hungry Man and the Storm Ahead. The Baratai swayed gently on the sea, the smell of frying oil, butter, and grilled fish mixing with the salt in the air. The clatter of pans echoed from inside, waiters shouting orders back and forth. The day had been long, but it was calm now, the kind of peace that didn't last long when Luffy was around. I stood outside on the upper deck, leaning against the railing. The sun was low, painting the waves orange. Zoro stood beside me, arms crossed, swords at his hip, eyes half shut like he was about to nap standing up. Inside, Nami was still arguing with the Baratai staff about how much we owed for the damage Luffy had caused. Usopp was sitting on the floor, sketching something that looked like a slingshot but with way too many strings attached. Luffy was probably in the kitchen again, getting in the cook's way. Zoro cracked his neck and looked out at the horizon. We've been docked too long. I nodded slightly. Sanji hasn't said when we can leave yet. Luffy won't go without him. Zoro smirked faintly. Figures. A few minutes passed in silence. The waves slapped against the hull in a steady rhythm. Then Zoro said, "You think that Cook's really gonna join us?" "He will," I said. "Luffy won't stop asking." Zoro huffed a short laugh. "He's persistent. I'll give him that." A quiet moment passed before I noticed something floating in the water far below. It was hard to tell at first, a piece of driftwood maybe, but then it moved. "Zoro," I said, straightening. "Look down there." He leaned forward, squinting. "Someone's in the water." The man was barely conscious, clinging to a plank that looked like it came from a wrecked ship. His clothes were torn, his skin pale. I called down to the kitchen deck. "Hey! Someone's drifting by." A few seconds later, Sanji stepped out of the kitchen, a cigarette between his lips. He followed my gaze and frowned. "What the hell?" Without waiting, he jumped down, grabbing a rope on the way. The cooks shouted after him, but he didn't listen. He landed on a lower platform and hauled the man out of the sea, grunting as he dragged him over the railing. When the man was finally laid on the deck, he was barely breathing. His eyes were sunken, lips dry, face grey. Zoro jumped down beside Sanji, crouching to look closer. "He's starving." Sanji flicked the cigarette away and stood up. "I'll get food." One of the older cooks, the tall one with a scar over his head, came running out, waving his arms. "Sanji! Leave him be. He's a pirate. You can see it in his clothes." Sanji turned sharply. "He's dying." "Good. Less scum on the sea," the cook shouted. Sanji glared at him. "You call yourself a cook and you'd let someone starve?" The older man clenched his fists. "This is a restaurant. Not a charity." "Then I'll feed him outside." Sanji snapped. The older cook muttered under his breath but didn't try to stop him again. Sanji turned and walked back into the kitchen. I followed. Inside, the air was thick with heat. Steam rose from pots and pans. Sanji moved quickly, ignoring the other chef's protests. He pulled out a small pan, grabbed a piece of bread, a handful of vegetables, and a strip of meat. I leaned on the doorway. "They're not going to like this." "I don't care," Sanji said flatly. "Man's hungry, he eats." He cooked fast, with practiced motions, one hand flipping the meat, the other tossing the vegetables. In less than 2 minutes, he had a steaming plate ready. When he came back out, the other cooks stood in a loose line by the counter, all glaring but not saying anything. The older one from before muttered, "Zeph's not gonna like this." Sanji ignored him and walked out. The man from the water was sitting up now, weakly leaning against the railing. His eyes opened slowly as Sanji crouched in front of him and set the plate down. "Eat," Sanji said simply. The man hesitated, his hands trembling. "I can't pay." Sanji lit another cigarette and exhaled smoke. "Didn't ask you to." The man grabbed the food and started eating slowly, each bite shaky but desperate. Sanji didn't move, just watched. Zoro folded his arms. You always feed strangers. Sanji shrugged. Only starving ones. I stayed quiet, but I could tell from Zoro's look that he wasn't judging, just observing. When the plate was empty, the man leaned back, breathing heavily but looking alive again. Thank you. Sanji nodded once. Rest for a while. The man smiled faintly. Name's Jin. I owe you one. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Jin, hey? You with a crew? Jin nodded weakly. Yet. Don Kriegs. We were wiped out in the Grand Line. Zoro's face tensed slightly. Don Krieg, hey? Heard of him? Everyone has, Jin said quietly. But it's over. We lost everything. No food, no supplies. Sanji leaned back against the railing, blowing smoke upward. That's rough. Jin looked at him with genuine gratitude. I'll never forget this. You saved me. Sanji shrugged. Just eat and get your strength back. By evening, Jin had recovered enough to stand. He bowed deeply to Sanji. I'll come back to repay you someday. Sanji chuckled lightly. Don't die trying. Jin gave a faint grin, then boarded a small rowboat the staff lent him. He drifted off quietly into the setting sun. Luffy, who had been napping inside the restaurant, came running out when he saw the boat leaving. Who was that? Sanji flicked ash into the sea. Someone who was hungry. Luffy grinned. You're a good guy. Sanji smirked slightly. You say that like it's a bad thing. Zoro glanced at me. Think that's the last we'll see of him? I shook my head. No. The next morning came bright and clear. The Baratai was busy again, customers laughing, dishes clattering, Sanji shouting orders. Luffy was helping in the kitchen again, mostly making a mess while Nami scolded him for dropping plates. Zoro was out on the lower deck sharpening his swords again. I sat nearby, cleaning a small cut on my hand from a splintered railing. Then, just before noon, a shadow fell across the deck. Nami was the first to notice. What's that? We all looked out toward the horizon. A massive shape was moving slowly toward the Baratai. A huge ship larger than any we'd seen yet, covered in tattered sails, its hull blackened and torn. The flag was clear, Don Kriegs. Zoro's jaw tightened. That's him. Luffy grinned. The guy Jin talked about. Yeah, I said. He's not friendly. The Baratai staff ran to the rails, staring at the wreck approaching. Some started panicking, shouting to pull up anchor. Sanji came out, wiping his hands on a towel. What's going on now? The older cook pointed at the ship. That's Krieg's flagship. The pirate admiral. Sanji's eyes narrowed slightly. That the same guy Jin mentioned yesterday? Zoro nodded. Looks like it. The ship stopped about 50 meters from the Baratai. A small boat lowered from its side. Two figures climbed in and rowed toward us. When they reached the dock, we could see them clearly: Jin, and a massive man covered in armor plates, a thick cloak hanging from his shoulders. The cooks all backed away instantly. That's Don Krieg. Sanji stepped forward slowly. You brought him here. Jin looked guilty. I told him about this place. I didn't mean. Krieg stepped onto the deck, his heavy boots thudding against the wood. So this is the Baratai. His voice was deep, commanding. You're the cook who fed my man. Sanji crossed his arms. Yeah. That's me. Krieg smiled coldly. Then you'll feed me too. And my crew. Sanji lit another cigarette, unbothered. You can pay. Krieg laughed. I have nothing to pay with. You'll feed us anyway. The cooks tensed, and Zeph the old man with the red hat stepped out from the kitchen. This isn't a charity. Krieg glared down at him. You'll feed us, or I'll take your ship. Sanji exhaled smoke and walked toward the kitchen door. I'll get you something to eat. Zeph frowned. Sanji, don't. Sanji didn't stop. He's hungry. The room filled with protests. The cooks shouted, Zeph swore under his breath, but Sanji returned minutes later with a large tray piled with meat and bread. He set it in front of Krieg. Eat. Krieg smirked. You're either very kind, or very stupid. Sanji ignored him. Just eat. Krieg dug in without hesitation, devouring the food. Jin stood nearby, silent, looking uneasy. When the tray was empty, Krieg dropped it carelessly, the metal clattering on the deck. Not bad, he said. Now I'll take the restaurant too. Sanji's hand clenched. What? Krieg stood, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. You fed me. Now you'll feed my entire fleet. This place will serve me from now on. Luffy frowned. You're rude. Krieg turned his head toward him. Who are you supposed to be? Monkey D. Luffy, he said, stepping forward with a smile. And you're not taking this place. Krieg laughed mockingly. You think you can stop me? I walked up beside Luffy. He can. And so can I. Krieg's smirk faded. You'll regret that. He raised his arm, metal plates shifting as he prepared to strike. The air around him tensed, everyone on deck holding their breath. I moved first. One step forward, then a swing. My fist connected with his jaw hard enough to crack the metal plating on his face. The impact sent him flying backward, off the deck and into the sea below. The entire deck went silent. The splash echoed loud and clear. Luffy laughed loudly. That was awesome. Nami's eyes widened. You actually knocked him out. Sanji exhaled slowly, lowering his cigarette. That's one way to end it. Zoro smirked. Quick and clean. Jin ran to the railing, staring down at the water. You didn't have to hit him that hard. Luffy grinned. He'll float. The cooks burst into cheers. Some clapped, others laughed, and even Zeph let out a low chuckle. Sanji looked at me, smoke curling from his cigarette. You hit him before I could kick him. You can kick him next time, I said. Sanji smiled faintly. Deal. Luffy leaned over the railing, watching Krieg's ship drift slowly away with no one steering it. Guess they're leaving. Zoro sheathed his sword and sat down again. Finally, some peace. Nami crossed her arms. Let's hope he doesn't come back. Luffy stretched, smiling wide. He won't. Not after that punch. The sea was calm again, the Baratai still standing strong despite the chaos. The cooks went back to their work, the smell of food returning to the air. Sanji headed back to the kitchen, muttering something about cooking another meal. Luffy followed, yelling about meat. Zoro leaned back, closing his eyes. We're gonna be stuck here a while, aren't we? Probably, I said. He sighed but smiled faintly. At least the food's good. The waves hit the hull gently, and the Baratai returned to its rhythm, the smell of butter and salt filling the air once again. Chapter 13, Blade and Beast. The sky was clear when everything went wrong. The Baratai was busy again. Lunch rush. Voices, plates, the clatter of knives, the smell of meat and butter and wine. The waves outside were calm, rocking the floating restaurant in a steady rhythm. I was on the railing outside the main deck, leaning back with my arms behind my head, enjoying the breeze. Zoro was sitting nearby with his back against the wall, swords beside him, eyes closed like he was napping in the sun. Luffy was inside somewhere, probably annoying Sanji in the kitchen. Nami and Usopp were at one of the outer tables, arguing over how much debt Luffy had already built up. For a few minutes, it felt almost peaceful. Then someone shouted, "Ship! Straight ahead!" The voice came from one of the Baratai waiters on lookout. Everyone on the outer deck turned. I pushed myself off the rail and squinted toward the horizon. Krieg's flagship was there again, closer this time. The huge, armored hull moved slowly, torn sails hanging like rags. It was getting nearer, but there was something behind it. Something small. A tiny black boat. Coffin-shaped. A single mast, a black sail, and a seated figure with a wide-brimmed black hat and a long cross-shaped pendant. My chest tightened. I knew that silhouette. Dracula my hawk. Zoro opened his eyes, following my gaze. His pupils shrank slightly. His hand moved automatically to his swords. "He's here," he said quietly. Nami frowned. "That's the one who cut Krieg's fleet before, right?" Usopp swallowed hard. "He looks scary." The staff of the Baratai rushed to the railing, some yelling, some panicking. On Krieg's flagship, pirates scrambled across the deck, shouting to raise shields and ready guns. Their faces were pale even from this distance. Jin stood near the rail, staring toward the small coffin boat with a stiff, conflicted expression. The Baratai fell silent for a breath. Then it happened. My hawk's tiny boat moved forward, splitting the waves cleanly. He didn't stand. He didn't shout. He simply raised the long, black sword on his back with one hand, the massive blade glinting in the sun. His arm moved once. Krieg's flagship split from the bow down, cleanly, like someone had sliced a loaf of bread. The crack was silent for a heartbeat, then the sound caught up: wood breaking, metal groaning, pirates screaming. Half the ship slid sideways into the sea. Water surged up its side and swallowed it. The other half tilted and began to sink. People on the Baratai gasped. Plates fell. Someone screamed. Nami's eyes went wide, her knuckles white on the railing. Usopp's jaw hung open. Zoro pushed himself fully to his feet, his expression sharp, focused, different from how he usually looked. "That's him," he said, voice low. "The greatest swordsman in the world." Luffy stepped out of the doorway onto the deck, holding a half-finished plate of food. What's happening?" he asked, then saw the half-sunken ship. "Whoa! It's broken." Sanji appeared behind him, cigarette between his lips, eyes narrowed. "So that's the one who chased Krieg out of the Grand Line." My hawk's coffin boat drifted lazily until it was close enough to the Baratai to feel like he was standing right there with us. He didn't shout a challenge. He didn't even raise his voice. He simply lifted his eyes and looked. His gaze swept across the deck, pausing for a heartbeat on each of us. It wasn't dramatic. Just calm observation. When his eyes met mine, I felt a prickle run down my spine, like he could see through every layer of me in one glance. Zoro stepped forward, his boots heavy on the deck. His jaw was set. His hand rested on Wado Ichimonji's white hilt. "Dracula my hawk," he said. My hawk's eyes moved to him. He seemed mildly interested. Zoro took another step, standing near the most open space on the deck. "I've been looking for you." Luffy watched him, expression serious for once. I stayed where I was, arms at my sides, watching. I knew exactly what was about to happen. I knew what this moment meant to Zoro. This wasn't something I should cut in front of. Not yet. My hawk looked slightly amused. "You have," he said, voice calm. And why is that? Zoro's grip tightened. Because I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman. So I need to beat you. The deck went quiet. Usopp swallowed loudly. Is he serious? He whispered. Nami stared, shocked. Of course he is. He's insane. Sanji exhaled a long line of smoke. Idiot's got guts. Luffy's hands balled into fists, but he didn't move. He just smiled slightly, watching Zoro with focused eyes. Mihawk regarded Zoro for a long moment, then stepped lightly from his coffin boat onto the Barati's deck. His movements were small but precise. He stood there like the sea and the wind couldn't touch him. A challenger, he said quietly. Out here, of all places. Very well. Zoro drew his 3 swords, one by one. One in each hand, the third between his teeth. His posture straightened. His expression sharpened. My chest tightened a little. Even knowing how this would go, seeing it up close made it feel different. Mihawk sighed almost lazily. A swordsman, from the East Blue. Very well. I shall humor you. He reached to his chest and drew not the giant black blade on his back, but the tiny cross-shaped knife hanging on a chain around his neck. It was barely the size of a dagger. Zoro's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to be? My smallest blade, Mihawk answered calmly. It would be a shame to damage Yoru on such a small fry. Some of the Baratai cooks winced at that. Zoro's brows drew together slightly, but he didn't back down. Luffy clenched his jaw. Zoro, he called, voice steady. Don't lose. Zoro smirked faintly around the sword in his mouth. Of course. They moved. Zoro dashed forward first, faster than most people on the deck could follow. The boards shook under his feet. His swords carved arcs through the air, clean and practiced. Santoryu, he muttered through the blade, then shouted, Onigiri. He swung with everything he had. Mihawk's hand barely moved. The tiny cross knife flicked once, catching all 3 of Zoro's blades at once. The clash rang out across the deck, metal shrieking. Zoro's eyes widened behind the sword in his mouth. What? Mihawk didn't even blink. Too slow. Too weak. Your distance is off. Your heart is restless. Zoro pushed harder, veins standing out at his temples. He drew his swords back and swung again, changing his stance, changing his angle. Each strike was stronger than the last. Each time, the tiny cross blade blocked him. Smooth. Effortless. Usopp trembled. That little knife is beating all 3 swords. Nami swallowed. He's not even moving his feet. Sanji clicked his tongue. That level's ridiculous. Luffy watched, his eyes locked on Zoro, expression tight. Zoro jumped back, panting slightly, then launched forward again. This time his strikes were faster, sharper, more controlled. He twisted his torso fully with each swing, his muscles straining, his eyes focused. Mihawk remained calm. His arm moved in short, precise movements, deflecting every attack. He looked almost bored, but not in a cruel way, more like a teacher evaluating a student's form. The back and forth went on for several minutes. Sweat beaded at Zoro's temples. His breathing grew heavier. His shoulders shook slightly, but he didn't stop. Then, in one motion, Mihawk slipped inside Zoro's guard. His hand snapped forward, the tiny cross knife piercing cleanly into Zoro's chest, just below the shoulder. The sound was small, but sharp. Zoro's eyes went wide. Blood spread across his shirt. Everyone on deck tensed. Nami gasped. Zoro. Usopp shouted, Hey! That's dirty! Sanji's jaw clenched as his cigarette burned low. Luffy didn't move. His fingers dug into the railing so hard his knuckles turned white, but he kept his feet planted. Zoro stared down at the knife lodged in his chest. Mihawk looked up at him calmly. "Why do you step back?" he asked quietly. Zoro's body was trembling. His jaw locked. Slowly, his muscles relaxed, and he straightened his back. He spread his arms slightly, pushing himself forward onto the blade even more instead of stepping away. There was a faint sound of flesh tearing a bit more. Blood dripped to the deck. He spoke around the sword in his mouth, voice hoarse but clear. "A wound on the back is a swordsman's shame." Everyone went silent. Mihawk's eyes sharpened slightly, his expression changing for the first time. He pulled the small cross knife back and stepped away. "You have courage," he said. "Name?" Zoro spat the sword from his mouth into his hand. "Roronoa Zoro. A man who will become the world's greatest swordsman." Mihawk reached back and drew Yoru, the massive black blade, with one smooth motion. The air itself seemed to still around it. He brought it up, the flat edge level with his face. "Very well, Roronoa Zoro," he said. "I shall give you this scar as a reminder of the gap between us." Zoro lifted his blades. "Come." They moved one last time. Mihawk swung Yoru in a single vertical slice. The motion was clean, simple. No wasted strength. The impact hit like a stone in a still pond. Zoro's body froze for a second. Then blood sprayed from a long, clean cut across his chest, from shoulder to hip. His sword slipped from his hands and clattered to the deck. He fell backward, hitting the boards hard. "Zoro!" Luffy shouted. Usopp ran forward. Nami's hands flew to her mouth. Sanji cursed under his breath and rushed to help. I moved too, dropping to a knee beside Zoro. His eyes were open, but his focus was hazy. Blood poured from the wound, staining the deck. He still managed a faint, twisted grin. "Luffy," he rasped. "I won't lose again. To anyone. Got that?" Luffy's eyes burned fiercely. "Yet," he said quietly. "You won't." Zoro's head dropped back. He went limp. Nami's voice shook. "He's still breathing." "Barely. We need bandages, now." Sanji tore part of the tablecloth nearby and pressed it over the wound. "Tch. This is bad." Mihawk watched all of this without moving. Then he turned his eyes toward Luffy. "You are his captain." Luffy stood slowly, shaking. His hat shadowed his eyes. "Yet. He is strong," Mihawk said. "But the world is vast. Keep him alive. He may reach me one day." Luffy's teeth were clenched. "You hurt my friend," he said tightly. "I'll surpass you too. I promise." Mihawk regarded him calmly. "We shall see." Luffy launched forward, rage finally overflowing. "Gomu Gomu no." Pistol. Mihawk lifted Yoru and blocked with the flat, catching Luffy's fist easily. The impact sent a shock through the deck, but Mihawk didn't budge. "You have potential," Mihawk said. "But you are not a swordsman. My fight here is done." He turned as if to leave. I stepped forward. My heartbeat was steady, but my jaw was tight. Zoro's blood was still fresh on my hands. I could hear him breathing, shallow and rough. Normally, I took things lightly. I joked, relaxed, let Luffy's madness carry us along. But when someone close to me was cut down like that, I couldn't just smile and watch. I dropped from the upper deck to the lower one where Mihawk stood, landing lightly in front of him. My feet hit the wood with a solid thud. "Mihawk," I said calmly. "Fight me too." He stopped. Slowly, he turned his head, golden eyes focusing on me again. You? He asked. I met his gaze without looking away. Yet. I want to fight you. Behind me, I heard Nami shout. Apex, are you insane? Usopp flailed. You just saw what he did to Zoro. Sanji grunted as he tied the cloth tighter around Zoro's chest. This isn't the time for you to play hero. Luffy didn't say anything. I could feel his eyes on my back. My hawk studied me for a long heartbeat. You do not carry a sword, he said. You are not a swordsman. Why challenge me? I rolled my shoulders slowly. I saw what you did. If you decide to start cutting everyone here down, they'll die. So I want to see how far I can push you. The air around us felt thicker. My chest buzzed faintly. I took a deep breath and looked inward. Godzilla. The presence in my core stirred, heavy and ancient. I didn't call everything. I only reached for a piece. A small portion of that vast, sleeping power. Heat spread through my muscles, slow and steady. My skin prickled. My heartbeat deepened, each thump strong and controlled. My grip tightened even though I hadn't raised my hands yet. The world didn't slow down, but my body felt lighter and heavier at the same time, denser, stronger, more grounded. My hawk's expression shifted a fraction. His eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of curiosity flickering there. Your aura changed, he noted. Interesting. Behind me, I heard Usopp mutter, aura? Since when does Apex have an aura? Nami grabbed his shoulder. Shut up and let them focus. I rolled my neck once and dropped into a loose stance, feet apart, knees bent, hands open. I'm not a swordsman, I said, voice steady. But I can still fight you. My hawk considered that. Then he slid Yora back into the holder on his back with one smooth motion. For a second, I thought he was refusing. Then he reached up and pulled the cross knife from his neck again. You are not a swordsman, he said. So you do not earn Yoru. But that aura is unusual. I will test it. I smirked faintly. That's fine with me. He lifted the small blade, posture relaxed. There were no openings. No wasted tension. Everything about him was controlled. I took one more breath, feeling the borrowed power settle through my limbs. Godzilla's presence was calm, not resisting, just there. I moved. I dashed forward, the deck blurring under my feet. The boost in speed was real. My body responded instantly, no lag, no strain. I swung my right fist straight for my hawk's chest, putting strength into my shoulder, twisting my hips with the motion. My hawk's eyes followed my movement. His arm moved, small and precise. The cross blade flicked down and tapped my knuckles as I swung. The deflection was narrow but exact. My punch slipped past his coat instead of hitting him squarely. The air cracked with the force as my fist slammed into the rail behind him, splintering the wood. The deck shook slightly. I pulled my hand back, fingers stinging. My hawk's gaze sharpened. Your strength is not natural. I grinned. You noticed. He stepped in with a short, quick stab. It was simple, no flourish. But the speed was sharp. I jerked my head to the side, feeling the blade graze my cheek and leave a thin cut. Warm blood trickled down my jaw. Fast. Too fast if I lost focus. I grabbed for his arm with my left hand, Godzilla's power pushing through my muscles, giving me a grip that felt like iron. My fingers closed around my hawk's wrist. He looked at my hand, then at my face. I twisted, trying to pull him off balance and drive a knee toward his ribs at the same time. He let his body move with the pull, turning instead of resisting, flipping the angle of his arm. My knee cut through empty air. His blade arced around, aiming for my side. I released and hopped back, boots skidding over the planks. The cut still sliced my shirt open, grazing my ribs, leaving a sharp line of pain. Tch. Even with this much power, he still felt heavier than me. Behind us, I heard Nami hiss between her teeth. He's actually keeping up, a little. Usopp clutched his head. Yeah, for now. Sanji didn't look away from Zoro, but his jaw tightened. Luffy's footsteps creaked on the deck as he stepped closer to the edge of the upper rail, watching. My hawk straightened his arm, relaxed again. You move like someone used to brawling, he said. But your body can hold more strength than it appears. You are forcing your limits. I can force more, I said, feeling the heat in my core rise a little. He tilted his head. Then show me. Or this is a waste of time. I inhaled, just once, deep. All right then, I said quietly. Let's go again. And I stepped forward to meet him. Chapter 14, Too Much Power. I took another step toward my hawk and pulled deeper. The warmth in my chest thickened, like something heavy pressed outward from the inside. The power that had been sitting quietly steady, controlled suddenly rose. My muscles tightened. My skin tingled. Every breath felt heavier, fuller, stronger. All right, Godzilla, I thought calmly. I'll borrow a little more. The answer was not words. Just pressure, like a deep, slow nod from something huge and quiet inside me. The warmth spread from my chest into my shoulders, down my arms, through my legs. My fingers flexed on their own, feeling the weight of that power settle into them. My heartbeat slowed but hit harder, each thump like a drum I could feel in my bones. My vision sharpened. I could see the fine threads on my hawk's coat, the slight shift in his shoulders as he adjusted his stance, the faint twitch in the pupils of his yellow eyes. He watched me, cross-blade in hand, and his expression changed just a little. Now it is stronger, he said quietly. Your presence grows. It is unnatural for the East Blue. I smiled slightly. Then I'll show you something unusual. Behind me, Nami's voice was tight. Apex, don't push too far. Usopp shouted, you already look like you're gonna explode. Zoro lay nearby, eyes barely open, breathing rough under the bloody cloth Sanji had tied around his chest. Luffy stood at the rail above us, his face serious, jaw clenched hard. Sanji's hands were bloody as he held pressure on Zoro's wound, but his eyes flicked up at me once, sharp with concern. I rolled my shoulders and settled my weight on my feet. My body felt ready. Strong. Heavy. More than my frame had any right to be. It was a good feeling. Let's go, I said. I moved. The deck blurred again, but this time the speed felt different. There was barely any delay between thought and movement. I pushed off the boards and reached my hawk much faster than before, my body answering completely. I drove a straight punch toward his head, twisting my hips and shoulders into it. The air cracked around my fist. My hawk brought his little cross blade up to parry, but when our weapons met his steel and my knuckles, his arm actually slid back a few centimeters. His wrist bent slightly from the force. A few splinters jumped from the deck under his heels as his boots shifted just a hair. Every cook on the Baratai who was watching jolted. Even Zeph's eyes narrowed. My hawk looked down briefly at his wrist, then back up at me. Better, he said. I grinned. I'm not done. I followed up immediately. No time to think too much. I stepped in again and drove a left hook toward his ribs, then a right elbow toward his jaw, then a spinning kick aimed at his side. Each movement felt clean, heavy, accurate, my body boosted by that pressure burning under my skin. My hawk moved with small, precise shifts. He parried the first punch to the side, turned his body so the hook grazed his coat only, then leaned just enough that my elbow cut through empty air. He raised his left arm to catch my kick along his forearm instead of his ribs. When my shin hit his arm, the impact was sharp. The force rattled all the way up into my hip. The wood under my supporting foot cracked faintly from the force of the torque. My hawk's coat sleeve fluttered from the pressure. The man himself didn't step back, but his expression grew more focused. "You are not simply strong," he said calmly. "This is more than training. This power is borrowed from somewhere. Your body is not built for it." I smirked and dropped low, sweeping my leg in a low arc toward his ankles. "I'll manage." He hopped, landing lightly just behind my sweep, then thrust the cross blade down in a stab aimed at my shoulder. I rolled sideways, the knife cutting into the deck where my body had just been. Wood split with a sharp crack. I pushed off the roll into a sudden rush, shoulder first, turning my entire body into a battering ram. I crashed into him, using every bit of Godzilla's strength I'd pulled. My hawk's torso bent slightly with the impact, and his coat snapped backward. For the first time, he actually slid a full step across the deck. His boots left scuff marks along the planks. Gasps rose around us. Usopp yelled. He made my hawk move. Nami's eyes were wide. "That's insane." Jin, still kneeling near the rail farther away, stared with his mouth slightly open. Krieg, soaked and clinging to broken boards near the waterline, glared up with shock in his eyes. Luffy's fingers tightened on the rail. "Apex," he muttered, surprise and excitement mixing in his voice. My body burned. My muscles felt dense and hot, like they were stuffed with too much power. My lungs pulled in air that didn't feel like enough. My heart kept that slow, heavy rhythm, but the beats were starting to feel almost too strong. "This is fine," I thought. "Just a bit more. Long enough to show him." My hawk straightened again, his coat settling back into place. He flexed his wrist once and rolled his shoulder. "A brute style," he said. "But your strikes carry weight. It is rare to see that in someone your size." "Thanks," I said cheerfully. My breaths were a little rough now, but my grin stayed. "You still haven't hit me properly." He raised the blade slightly. "That is only because I am still studying you." Then he moved. He crossed the distance between us with almost no warning. One moment he was standing 5 meters away, the next he was right in front of me. His body didn't blur, he just shifted with precision so tight it felt unreal. The cross knife stabbed toward my throat. My body reacted before my mind fully processed it. I jerked my head back and brought my arm up. The blade grazed my neck, drawing a thin line of blood, but missed the main target. I grabbed for his wrist again, fingers closing around solid muscle and bone. I squeezed with everything I had. For a moment, I actually held his hand still. His eyes narrowed just slightly. "Impressive grip," he said quietly. I snarled lightly, more from exertion than anger, and drove my knee up toward his stomach. He brought his leg up to block, and our shins collided. The impact sent a sharp jolt up both our legs. I didn't stop. I twisted my hips and slammed my forehead toward his nose. Headbutting the world's greatest swordsman in the face wasn't exactly stylish, but it fit me. He jerked his head aside, my forehead smacking his cheekbone instead. Pain shot through my skull. He used that moment to twist his wrist and slip it from my grip, then pivoted past me with a small slide of his foot. The cross blade traced a line along my side as he passed. It opened a long shallow cut from my ribs to my hip. Heat flared across my skin, followed by wet warmth spreading under my shirt. I hissed through my teeth, hopping back. The wound wasn't deep, but it stung. Blood started to soak through the cloth. Nami shouted, "Apex! You're bleeding!" Usopp yelled, "Just give up already!" I ignored them. I could feel my lips tug into a grin despite the pain. That all you got? I said. My hawk turned back to face me, his expression calm again. Your physical capacity is above what your frame should allow, he said. But your control is crude. You strain yourself with every movement. If you continue, your body will break before I cut you down. I met his eyes. Then I'll end it before that happens. He looked almost amused. Bold claim. I inhaled again, pulling more from that deep well inside. The warmth surged higher, almost unpleasant now. It wasn't a gentle spread anymore. It pressed against my bones, against my joints, against my veins. My fingertips tingled. I could feel my pulse in my ears. My breath came out hotter. That's too much, a small, straightforward thought said in the back of my mind. I pushed it aside. This much is fine. I'm not letting him walk away thinking we're all weak toys. Godzilla's presence shifted briefly, as if in warning, then settled again. The power came anyway. Heavy. Thick. My muscles swelled slightly under my skin. My hands curled into fists so tight my knuckles popped. My hawk's brows drew together a fraction. You force it further. Reckless. Maybe, I said. But it's fun. Then I moved. The speed nearly surprised even me this time. I closed the distance between us in a blink, my foot slamming into the deck with enough force to crack boards. I threw an uppercut straight toward his jaw, twisting hard from my ankles all the way up through my spine. He brought the cross knife up in a diagonal parry, but when my fist hit that tiny blade, the impact was like a hammer smashing into iron. The shock ran up both our arms. This time, his elbow bent sharply. His stance shifted more than before. His boots slid across the wood a full meter. The edge of his coat flapped hard. Gasps rose again. He moved more. Usopp shouted. Sanji glanced up from Zoro with wide eyes. That hit was heavy. Luffy laughed once in surprise. Yet. My arm felt half numb. My knuckles were raw, my skin scraped from hitting steel with skin and bone. But the rush was strong. I followed up with no pause, throwing a barrage left hooks, straight rights, low kicks, knees, even grabbing at his coat once to drive my shoulder into his chest. Every strike was powered by the burning force in my muscles. My hawk blocked, parried, dodged. He bent, turned, and slid around each attack, but he was no longer unaffected. His coat twisted. His balance shifted. His arm muscles flexed harder to redirect my blows. Still, he did not look panicked. Only more intent. He finally found a gap. I overextended slightly on a right straight. He stepped to the inside of my arm and brought the cross blade up in a short, sharp arc. The blade sliced across my bicep cleanly, opening a deep cut. Blood sprayed over his sleeve and the deck. Pain flashed through my arm. The limb trembled. He spoke calmly as he moved. You rely on your body's reinforcement without refining your technique. At this level, such waste is fatal. I gritted my teeth. I can refine it later. I swung with my left instead, ignoring the burn in my right. I stepped in again with a tight hook toward his temple. He ducked under it and stabbed the cross blade toward my stomach. If that hit full force, I'd be in real trouble. I twisted my hips and dropped an elbow down, catching his forearm and forcing the stab offline. The blade grazed my side again, slicing another shallow cut across the already bloody shirt. The wounds started to line up. My clothes stuck to my skin. Warm liquid streamed down my ribs and soaked into my pants. Breathing got harder. Not because of fear, just because my chest felt like it was being squeezed from the inside by that energy. I could feel something inside my muscles tremble slightly. My body wasn't used to this load. Behind me, Nami shouted again, more desperate. Apex, stop. You're going to collapse. Usopp's voice cracked. Nobody said you had to fight him too. Luffy was quiet, but I could feel his gaze. I knew what he was thinking. He wouldn't tell me to stop. That wasn't how he worked. He'd let me choose. Sanji's voice came tight from Zoro's side. Oi, if you plan to die, do it somewhere that doesn't stain my floor that much. I laughed once under my breath, even as I panted. I'm not dying, I said. Just testing something. My hawk watched me with a more serious expression now. Your stamina will not last, he said. You burn through your strength like oil on fire. This is foolish. Maybe, I repeated. But I'm having a good time. I stepped in once more, raising my hands. My body screamed at me as I pulled on the power again. The warmth inside me was no longer comfortable. It was heavy and crushing, like my veins were too narrow for what flowed through them. My vision edged with a faint blur at the corners. My fingers tingled harder. My heartbeat pounded slow and loud, each beat making my chest ache. Too much, the practical part of me said again. I pushed it away once more. I let out a shout and threw everything forward in one last rush. I attacked in a tight combination. A right low kick to his ankle, forcing his foot to shift. A left straight toward his chest the moment his balance changed. A follow-up right hook toward his neck. I turned my whole torso with each blow, pushing that unnatural strength into every motion. The kick connected. I felt the solid contact with his boot. His leg shifted a fraction. He parried the left straight, but the force pushed his knife arm aside more than before. The right hook came in close to his face, close enough that I saw my own reflection in his eyes for a brief second. He moved his head just enough. My knuckles brushed the edge of his jaw instead of his chin. It was not a clean hit, but it was contact. His head snapped slightly from the glancing blow. The entire deck went silent. I dropped my arm, panting. The power in my body thrummed wildly. My limbs shook. The cuts along my side and arm dripped steadily now. Sweat soaked my hair and shirt. My hawk straightened his head slowly and put a hand to his jaw. A small red mark formed where my fist had grazed him. He looked at the smear of blood on his glove, then at me. For the first time, he smiled faintly. It was small, but real. You landed a blow, he said. I grinned back, breathing hard. Told you this was fun. His eyes hardened a little. But this is the limit. Any more, and you will destroy your own body. It is time to stop. I exhaled slowly. The buzzing in my muscles turned into a heavy ache. My lungs felt tight. My heart thudded hard enough that it almost hurt. I knew he was right. Every cell in my body was telling me to stop. But I had one more job. Show him we're not just weak kids from the East Blue. Show him Zoro isn't surrounded by cowards. I stepped forward again, lifting my hands. I'll go, one more exchange, I said. Then you can put me down. He watched me for a long moment. His gaze flicked once toward Luffy, then toward Zoro's unconscious body, then back to me. Very well, he said. He shifted his grip on the cross blade. His stance changed slightly less casual now. His weight settled evenly on both legs. His expression turned focused, all traces of amusement gone. You have earned at least this much effort, he said. My mind stayed clear. My body did not. I felt something inside my right shoulder twitch. A sharp pain stabbed up my spine for a second. My vision blurred briefly, then sharpened again. I clenched my teeth and ignored it. Let's go. I charged. The world narrowed to him and me. He stepped toward me at the same time. His movement was smooth, controlled. The knife drew a small arc in the air. I swung a right straight at the same instant, putting every last bit of that crushing strength into it. The air around my fist felt thick. My bones groaned under the pressure. For a moment, our motions met. My fist drove forward. His arm moved. The cross blade slipped under my punch and then up, tracing a clean line across my chest, just below my collarbone, diagonally toward my opposite side. The cut was deep. Pain exploded like a hot line across my torso. My breath caught. My punch lost its form and continued past him without power, my body twisting uncontrollably with the force I'd tried to put into it. His free hand snapped up and pushed my shoulder as I stumbled. It wasn't a hard shove, but with my momentum broken, it was enough to spin me half around. My foot caught on a crack in the blood-slick plank. My legs buckled. My chest spasmed. The burning inside me suddenly surged, then twisted. For a second it felt like every vein in my body squeezed at once. Something inside gave. The warm power that had been flowing through me jerked back violently, like a rope snapping taut. My muscles seized. All the strength that had been holding me up vanished. The edges of my vision went dark immediately. I heard Nami scream my name, far away. A heavy pressure crashed into my chest from the inside. My heart skipped a beat. Then another. My lungs refused to pull air for 2 long seconds. My legs gave completely. I fell forward onto my knees, then onto my hands. Blood dripped from the new cut across my chest, joining the other wounds. My fingers shook against the wood. I tried to push myself up. My arms didn't respond. Ah. So that's the limit, I thought plainly. Good to know. Luffy's voice came somewhere above me, loud and strained. Apex. Usopp yelled something, panicked and high-pitched. Nami's footsteps pounded against the deck. Sanji's curses cut through the noise. My vision dimmed further. The shapes around me blurred. I could barely see my hawk, now just a tall outline in black. Godzilla's presence inside me was quieter now. Not gone, but distant. Drawn back deep, like whatever connection I'd forced open had snapped back to its resting place. My hawk's voice came through the haze, calm but carrying a hint of something like respect. You have strong will, he said. But your vessel is weak for the power you steal from yourself. Any more, and you would die. I tried to answer, but my tongue didn't move. My throat burned. My body refused every signal. He stepped closer. I felt his shadow fall over me. For a moment, his hand touched the back of my shoulder. Not harsh. Almost steadying. Rest, he said simply. Then he stepped away. I heard him call up to Luffy. Raise your men well, future pirate. They are interesting. Luffy shouted something back, but I couldn't catch the words anymore. My hearing was muffled, like I was underwater. The roar of the sea, the creak of wood, the shouts of the crew, all of it blended together into a dull, distant sound. My cheek pressed against the deck. I could feel the wetness of my own blood under my face, cooling quickly. Nami slid to my side. I felt her hands on my shoulder and neck. He's still breathing, she yelled, her voice shaking. Sanji, get over here. Sanji swore loudly. Damn idiot, why'd you push like that? His hands were on my chest a moment later, pressing near the wound. His heart's still going. Slow. Way too slow. We need to get him inside. Luffy's footsteps hit the deck hard. He dropped to his knees near my head. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I knew that hat's shadow anywhere. Apex, he said, voice tight. Get up. My body didn't move. I tried to laugh, even just a little, to show him I was fine, but no sound came out. No breath came out. My chest rose and fell shallowly on its own, like it didn't belong to me. The darkness at the edges of my vision closed in more. The sky shrank to a narrow strip. My hawk's silhouette grew smaller and more distant. Someone lifted my shoulders. Zoro groaned somewhere nearby. Nami shouted again. The sound of many feet rushed past. Then everything went silent. No sea. No voices. No pain. Just black. Chapter 15, Waking on the Mountain. There was nothing at first. No sea, no sky, no ship. Just a long stretch of quiet that did not end. I did not know if I was sleeping or floating or just lying there. I could not move. I could not open my eyes. I did not feel my fingers or toes. But I knew I was not dead. Death was empty in a different way. This felt heavy, not gone. Time slipped past without shape. Then, slowly, sound began to press in at the edges. Still alive, idiot. That voice. Zoro. It sounded close, rough and irritated, but not weak. That was good. Don't talk so loud near the patients, idiot Marimo. Sanji. Annoyed and sharp as usual. My chest ached faintly. Someone's knuckles pressed down hard near my ribs. A sting ran across my torso. My body tried to flinch, but nothing moved. His pulse is steady now, another voice said. Zeph. He'll live. Somehow. No thanks to you fools. TCH, Sanji clicked his tongue. You should see how he fought. That power wasn't normal. His body, it's weird, old man. You're weird, Zoro muttered. You can't even stand up straight yet, you moss head. Their bickering faded again. Warmth covered my chest cloth, bandages. I sank back into the dark. I do not know how long passed before the next fragment reached me. He's still out, Nami said quietly. She was close. I could hear the tightness in her throat. There was the faint rustle of paper, maybe a map. Luffy's voice came next, not shouting for once. He'll wake up, he said firmly. Apex is strong. He forced his body too much, Sanji said. The tone was more serious than usual. This is not normal exhaustion. It's something else. But he is still breathing. So he'll wake up when he wants to. He better, Zoro said. We still have to see who's stronger. I wanted to answer. My mind felt awake, but my body ignored me completely. I pushed, tried to lift a finger, tried to twitch anything. Nothing. The black closed in again. More time slipped. Sometimes I heard the sound of dishes and loud customers and the Baratai's usual noise. Sometimes Zeph's heavy footsteps. Sometimes Sanji's calmer ones. Occasionally, Zoro's snoring. Once, Luffy's voice came very clearly. Sanji, join my crew, he yelled. I almost smiled in the dark. No, Sanji replied flatly. You're our cook already. I'm a cook here, you idiot. Voices overlapped, faded, returned. At some point, the sounds changed. The Baratai's clatter vanished. Wooden creaks shifted. The smell around me changed from heavy kitchen air to the cleaner scent of open sea. They had left. The Mary. I lay on something softer than bare wood. A mattress. Fabric brushed my cheek with each sway of the ship. Somewhere above, I could hear the creaking of the mast and ropes. Footsteps paced near my head. He's still at it, Usopp said. Still breathing, still not waking. Creepy. Better than dead, Nami replied. At least he is not eating our food. That's what you care about. Usopp cried. Food costs money, she said simply. We don't have endless supplies. Oi, Zoro's voice came lazily. He fought my hawk too. Don't talk like that right next to him. Usopp sighed. I didn't say it in a bad way. Feet off his bed, long nose, Sanji added. Usopp yelped. My feet aren't on hay. Don't kick me there. Shut up and get out of the infirmary. You're too loud. Their footsteps moved away. The room quieted. Only the rocking of the ship remained. Time stretched again. It did not feel like days. It felt longer. There were small gaps of awareness, moments when sound broke through, but most of it slipped away. I caught fragments. Water hammering against something solid. Shouts. Luffy's voice roaring with more rage than I had heard before. Arluung. Nami's sobbing somewhere near me. The weight of a hand squeezing my arm hard enough to hurt through the numbness. I'm going to get my village back, she whispered. When you wake up, it'll be done already, idiot. Footsteps running. Doors slamming. Metal clanging. Water splashing. The faint echo of buildings collapsing far away. Cheers, crying, the heavy sound of relief. Later, Nami's hand again, softer this time. It's over, she said. Her voice was lighter. We're going to the Grand Line next. So wake up soon. You'll miss it. I wanted to. My mind pushed against the dark, but a heavy weight still pinned everything down. The next clear fragment came with a different smell. Rain. Smoke. A crowd. The room around me felt different, not the ship's infirmary. Harder floor. Thick air. I'll go see the execution platform. Luffy shouted happily. You are not going near a marine base. Nami snapped. I just wanna look. Usopp's voice cracked. You're going to get arrested. Zoro sighed. He's going to do it anyway. Make sure he doesn't die, Sanji said. Footsteps, a lighter set, moving away. Someone adjusted the cloth covering me. A hand brushed my forehead once. Luffy's voice, softer than usual. I'll be Pirate King, he said firmly. So you better see it. Don't sleep through everything. Storm wind. Thunder. Something huge in the air, heavy and wild. People shouting, Marines panicking. The sound of lightning hitting something very close. Later, the familiar creak of the Mary again. The feel of the ship underneath me returned. The air changed once more, cooler, harsher wind outside. Time blurred. I stopped trying to count. The next time awareness came, it was not slow. It was sudden. My whole body lurched. The mattress slid under me. My head struck the pillow hard. The room tilted sharply. Wood groaned. Something heavy fell and shattered on the floor. The ship was rising. Cold air rushed in through some open gap. Water roared outside, not the usual steady waves, but a constant, hammering surge that made the hull shake. I tried to breathe, and this time my chest obeyed a little more. A rough breath tore itself out of my throat. My eyelids twitched. Still heavy, but not glued shut anymore. Voices shouted above me. We're going up. Usopp's scream pierced the air. We're going up. Shut up and hold something, Usopp. Nami yelled. Zoro, Sanji, secure the ropes. What insane current is this? Sanji cursed. This is fun. Luffy laughed from somewhere outside. Faster. Go faster. I drew another breath. Air scraped my lungs in short, dry pulls. My body felt like it had weights tied to every limb, but the numbness was finally weaker. The entire room shook again as the Mary slammed through another mass of water. The sound of the sea was no longer a series of waves, it was one endless roar. I forced my fingers to move. The right hand twitched. Just barely. A small jerk, but it was mine. Good. I tried again. My fingers curled slowly into a weak fist, then relaxed. Something in my chest loosened. My consciousness did not slip away this time. The shaking of the ship kept me fixed in the present. The pressure inside me, Godzilla's presence was not loud, but it felt closer now. Not surging, not overwhelming. Just there. Heavy, steady, supporting. My heart beat in a slow, strong rhythm again, not strained. I focused on that and pulled. My eyelids opened a sliver. Blurry light hit my eyes. The first real light in a long time. I squinted. The ceiling above was wooden, familiar. Mary's interior. The room swayed violently from side to side. Hold the rudder straight. Nami shouted from above. We're going into the current. Do not fight it. I'm not fighting. Luffy yelled back, thrilled. We're going up a mountain. A mountain. Reverse mountain. So we were here already. Baratai, Arlong, Log Town, everything had already passed. I had slept through all of it. I opened my eyes wider. The world still swam. My vision shook with every tilt of the hull. I turned my head slowly to one side. Zoro lay on a bed along the opposite wall, bandages visible under his shirt but not soaked. He was awake, one arm behind his head, a bottle resting beside his hip. He stared at the ceiling, frowning in concentration as the ship rocked. When he felt my movement, his gaze shifted toward me. His eyes widened slightly. He bolted upright. Oi, he said. His voice was low, but urgent. Apex. My throat felt dry. My tongue was stiff. But when I tried to speak, a hoarse sound came out. Yeah, I said. The word scratched its way free. I'm here. Zoro stared for a second, then let out a long breath. The tension in his shoulders eased just a little. You picked a great time to wake up, he said. We're about to ride up a mountain of water. Another jolt hit the ship. The beds creaked. A glass of water on a nearby crate toppled and spilled over the floor. I pushed my hands against the mattress. My arms shook violently under my own weight, but they held enough to lift my upper body a bit. My muscles screamed, unused for too long. Pain shot along my chest, where my hawk had cut me, but the wound was mostly closed now. It felt stiff more than raw. How long? I asked, voice still rough. Zoro scratched his cheek. Baratai, Arlong Park, Log Town, he said. All done. You've been a sleeping log since my hawk laid you out. Weeks. Maybe more. I stopped counting after the second crisis. I snorted weakly. Sounds about right. Water pounded against the hull again. The entire cabin tilted forward this time. I slid a little on the mattress until my hands caught the frame. A door slammed open. Nami burst in, hair wild from the wind, face serious. Sanji was right behind her with water still on his shoes. Both of them froze when they saw me halfway upright. Apex, Nami breathed. Her eyes widened so much I thought they might pop. Sanji's cigarette nearly fell from his mouth. You are awake, he said. I gave them a small, tired grin. Took a nap, I said. What did I miss? Nami stomped forward, hands curled into fists. For a second I thought she would hit me. Instead she grabbed the front of my shirt and leaned in. You missed everything, she shouted. Her eyes shone slightly, but she looked more angry than anything else. Baratai. Arlong. Log Town. Do you know how much trouble we went through while you were lying here? I blinked slowly. Sounds busy, I said. You handle it. She glared at me, then exhaled sharply. Of course we did, she said. Her grip on my shirt loosened, but she did not let go. But you scared everyone, idiot. Sanji stepped closer and checked my pupils with a quick, practiced glance. Heart rate, he asked. Steady, I said. I could feel it clearly now. Body feels heavy, though. Your muscles have been asleep, he said. You pushed your body into something it wasn't ready for. You're lucky you woke up at all. If I wasn't a genius cook, you'd be dead. Zoro snorted. What does cooking have to do with that? Nutrition, you sword-brained clown, Sanji snapped. Who do you think has been keeping his body stocked with enough fuel not to fall apart? Oh, I said. I let my head fall back against the pillow briefly, then pushed up again. Thanks. Sanji shrugged, but there was a faint relieved curve to his mouth. Just don't do something that's suicidal again, he said. At least not where I have to clean up the mess. From above deck, Luffy's voice rang out again. Nami. We're going up. This is awesome. Apex still sleeping. Nami closed her eyes briefly, then shouted back through the open door. He's awake, you idiot. There was a beat of silence. Then footsteps thundered across the deck. Luffy practically fell through the doorway, bursting into the infirmary with a huge grin on his face and his hat tilted back. Apex, he yelled. The bed shook when he slammed his hands down on the edge near my feet, leaning in so close I could see every freckle on his face. His eyes were shining. You woke up, he said happily. Yeah, I replied. I could not help the small smile tugging at my mouth. Took a while. You missed so much, he said. There was this fishman guy, and I punched him through a building, and then there was this storm in Logue Town, and there was this guy who tried to execute me, and some green-haired smoker guy, and now we're going up a mountain. Sanji groaned. That's your summary. Zoro chuckled once under his breath. It is for him. The ship lurched again. This time the upward tilt stayed. The angle of the floor shifted under us, rising at a constant steep angle. It was very clear now. The Mary was climbing. I dug my fingers into the mattress to stay anchored. My body complained about every minor effort, but staying upright felt important. Luffy laughed, practically bouncing despite the incline. We're entering the Grand Line, he shouted. Right now. Nami grabbed the doorframe with one hand as the room leaned. Sanji, Zoro, get back up there, she ordered. We need all steady hands on deck. Sanji nodded. Got it, Nami Swan. He turned to me. Don't try to stand yet. Your legs will fail and roll you off the bed. I'll be fine, I said. Stay down, he pointed a finger at me. You just woke up from a coma. Do not test my patience right now. He rushed out. Zoro followed more calmly, but I could tell from his face that he was not entirely relaxed either. Luffy lingered for a second. The ship shook harder. The roar of water filled the air from all sides now. He looked at me with that same big grin, but there was a softer note behind it. You woke up right when we hit the entrance, he said. Good timing. I'm not missing the Grand Line, I said. Even if it is just from a bed. He laughed. You'll see everything. We're just getting started. Nami shouted his name from above. He jolted and turned. Coming, he yelled, then flashed me one last grin. Don't die again, he added, then bolted out. I exhaled slowly and let my back rest against the headboard. My entire body trembled with fatigue, but my mind was clear now. The emptiness from before was gone. I could feel each breath, each heartbeat, each sway of the ship. Outside, the roar grew louder and louder. The Mary tilted further upward. The water current was carrying us up the face of the mountain. Reverse mountain. The gate to the Grand Line. Godzilla's presence inside my chest pulsed gently in time with my heart. Calm. No strain. No pain. Just a quiet, steady mass, resting. I'm back, I murmured under my breath. The ship climbed higher. I closed my eyes briefly to steady my focus, then opened them again to keep watching the ceiling as the angle shifted. I was not on the deck, but I was here. Awake. Alive. That was enough for now. The Mary kept rising. Chapter 16, Stories I Slept Through. The Mary climbed. The angle kept getting steeper. My body slid slowly down the mattress until my feet pressed against the footboard, keeping me in place. The whole cabin shuddered every few seconds as the ship hit pockets of rough current. Spray hit the hull outside again and again. The roar of the water was constant now. I took a slow breath. My chest hurt, but it worked. My fingers flexed a little stronger than before. My arms still shook, but they didn't feel like dead logs anymore. All right. Awake. Alive. Weak as hell, but awake. I looked toward the open doorway. The others were all on deck. I could hear their shouts over the water. Zoro's voice carried down first. Hold it steady. Don't fall off, idiot. Luffy laughed wildly. I'm not falling. This is awesome. Nami shouted over them both, sharp and focused. Sanji, trim the sail. Zoro, secure that rope now or I'll throw you overboard. Why me? Zoro yelled back. You're closest, she snapped. Usopp screamed something wordless that sounded like pure terror. I let out a quiet breath, then drew in another. My throat still felt raw, but I could talk. Oi! I called, voice rough. Nami. The ship groaned. For a second I thought she might not hear me under everything else. Then footsteps pounded closer. Her shadow appeared in the doorway, then she grabbed the frame and leaned in, hair whipping from the wind behind her. What? She snapped automatically, then saw my expression and paused. What is it? I rested my head back against the board and tried to keep my voice steady. Come here for a bit, I said. I need something. She frowned but stepped inside, bracing herself as the ship tilted again. If this is about food, yell at Sanji, not me. I am busy keeping us alive. Not food, I said. Tell me what I missed. She blinked. What? Baratai. Arlong. Loketown, I said. I heard bits while I was out. Fill in the blanks. Her fingers tightened on the doorframe when the ship jolted. She looked torn for a moment, glancing back toward the deck. Now. Yeah, I said. Now. I'll move better if I know everyone's all right. A tiny flicker passed through her eyes, then she exhaled and stepped fully into the room. You really pick your timing, she muttered, but walked closer to the bed and planted one hand on the wall to steady herself. The Mary shook again but stayed in the channel. The angle felt a little more stable now. Less jerky. We were in the current properly. Fine, she said. Short version. And I mean short. I nodded. Short is fine. She took a breath. Baratai first. After you collapsed, we didn't know if you'd even wake up. Zoro was still injured. Sanji argued with Zeph about feeding you. Luffy got dragged into Krieg's mess anyway. We got attacked, the restaurant took damage, Don Krieg tried to take the place, and Luffy beat him into the sea. Her tone was flat, but there was a small trace of satisfaction under it when she said that last part. He wrecked part of the Baratai roof in the process, she added. Sanji screamed at him. Zeph hit him. A lot. Luffy asked Sanji to join about 10 times every day. 10? I asked. At least, she said. Maybe more. He kept calling him our cook even before he agreed. In the end, Zeph practically kicked him onto the Mary. Something about chasing his dream in all blue. You know how cooks are. I smiled faintly. Sounds right. Then we headed for Kokoyashi, she continued, her face tightening slightly. I left the ship in the middle of the night. Took the Mary and tried to go handle things alone. Zoro and the others chased me. We ended up stuck in Arlong's mess. Fishmen, a corrupt marine, my village held as hostages for years. I tried to buy my freedom from Arlong. He betrayed the deal. I broke down. Her voice thinned on that part, but she didn't lower her gaze. Luffy put his hat on my head and said he'd handle it, she said quietly. He beat Arlong. Destroyed Arlong Park. Freed the village. We partied for days. And he still owes me for that ruined hat. The ship jolted again, but less violently. The upward pull felt smoother now, like we'd hit the heart of the current. I looked at her, my chest tightening with a feeling that wasn't just physical pain. You okay now? I asked. She nodded slowly. Yet. It's over. We took all their money, too. So that helped. I snorted softly. Of course you did. She continued. After that, we stocked up and headed to Logue Town, the town of the beginning and the end. Got supplies. Luffy looked for the execution stand because he's insane. Zoro picked up new swords. I got some logs, charts and weather notes. Usopp bought useless junk and called it combat gear. Hey! Usopp's voice yelled faintly from above, like he somehow felt that. Nami ignored it. Then it went downhill. A marine captain with smoke powers showed up. Smoker. Some girl with glasses and a strange vibe met Luffy briefly. Then Buggy and Alvida's crew found him. They almost had him executed. I knew this part well, but hearing it like this still made my stomach twist once. Lightning hit the platform, she said. Broke the executioner's blade. Luffy smiled like a crazy person and ran straight for us. We barely got away. Then that same girl from before helped Smoker let us go on purpose. She had a weird smile. She looked at me. Then we sailed here. Up this stupid mountain. I lay there, breathing slowly, letting each piece settle. Luffy against Arlong, Zoro against illness and wounds, Nami facing her past. All of it without me. A dull frustration pressed behind my ribs. Not anger, just a tight feeling of being late to my own journey. Still, they were all alive. That mattered more than whether I had been there to punch anyone. Thanks, I said quietly. Sounds like you did pretty well without me. She clicked her tongue. Don't say it like that. You still owe us help going forward. I smiled. I will. I'm not sleeping through the Grand Line. The ship lurched less now. The angle was steep but constant. We were nearly at the peak, if I remembered the route right. I flexed my toes under the blanket. They moved. My legs felt weak, shaky, but not dead anymore. I adjusted my grip on the edge of the mattress. Help me sit up more. Nami glared at me. You are already half up. More, I said. If we're almost at the top, I need to go. Go where? She asked. Deck, I said. I'm not staying down here when we hit the Grand Line side. She opened her mouth to argue just as Sanji stormed back into the room, wiping his wet hands on a towel. Oi, How's he started, then saw me trying to straighten. His eyes narrowed. No. Down. Stay. I shook my head. I'm done lying down. The ship shuddered again, but this time I could feel it leveling out just a bit. The grinding roar of the current shifted tone. We were approaching the summit. Sanji tossed the towel aside and strode to my bedside. You can barely sit. You try to walk and your legs will fold like bad dough. I'll lean, I said. Or crawl. Doesn't matter. I want to see it. He scowled. You picked the worst time to be stubborn. I looked him straight in the eye. You think I want Luffy telling me about a giant whale later instead of seeing it myself? He paused. You remember that much even half dead? I remember everything, I said. My body was gone. My head wasn't. He studied my face for a few seconds, then sighed heavily. Fine. Nami Swan, help his dumb self. I'll go get Zoro to catch him if he falls like a sack of flour. I am not a sack, I muttered, but he was already heading for the door. Nami gave me a look that was half exasperation, half worry. You're impossible, she said. Fits in with the crew, I said cheerfully, even though my arms were shaking. She rolled her eyes, then stepped closer, sliding an arm under my shoulders. On 3, she said. 1, 2, 3. She helped pull me up. My stomach muscles protested loudly. A deep ache spread across my chest, tugging at the old wound. My vision flickered for a moment, but I gritted my teeth and held. Sitting fully upright again after being flat for so long felt strange. My head swam. The room tilted once, then steadied. Good, she said. Now, legs. I swung them slowly over the side of the bed. My feet touched the wooden floor. They felt weak and not entirely connected, like they belonged to someone else. I shifted a little weight onto them. Pain shot up my calves as unused muscles tried to work again. My knees trembled. Zoro appeared in the doorway, hand on the frame, one eyebrow raised. You really going to walk like that? He asked. I smirked. You fought my hawk half dead. I can at least stand. He snorted. Fair. Sanji came up behind him. All right, green algae, take his other side, he ordered. If he face plants, I'm blaming you. Why me? Zoro muttered, but he stepped inside. Nami slid to my left. Zoro came to my right. Each of them grabbed an arm. Together, they helped me stand. My legs almost buckled immediately. The ground felt far away and unsteady. The tilt of the ship didn't help. I gritted my teeth and focused. One thing at a time. Shift weight evenly. Straighten back. Keep knees bent slightly. My feet held. My breath came faster from the effort. My chest hurt, but not like it would tear. My head swam again, but I stayed upright. See? I said, a little breathless. Not that bad. You look like a newborn deer, Sanji said dryly from the doorway. At least he's standing, Nami replied. The ship tilted forward again, but more gently now. We were cresting the top. The roar of water shifted. Instead of pushing up under us, it began to rush below, dragging the hull forward. We're at the summit. Usopp's voice screamed from above. We're on top of the mountain. Luffy's laughter followed. Let's go. Move, I said. Before I miss everything again. Nami and Zoro guided me toward the door. Each step felt like I was lifting weights tied to my ankles. My thighs shook with every shift. I had to lean on both of them more than I wanted, but we made progress. Up the short corridor. Up one narrow set of stairs. The sound of the current grew louder, then a new noise joined it, wind from open air hitting us directly. We reached the last few steps. Light spilled in from above, bright compared to the dim cabin. Nami climbed up first, still holding my arm. Zoro stayed below and practically pushed me from behind. My body protested, but we made it. My head rose past the edge of the hatch and the world opened. We were in a river of water on top of a mountain. The channel carved through stone rose behind us and fell ahead. The current dragged the Mary forward, down toward the other side. Spray flew up around us, but the ship held straight. Clouds drifted close to the peak. The wind bit colder here. The Grand Line side stretched ahead beyond the channel, foggy, wide, unknown. Luffy stood near the bow with his arms stretched out, laughing like a maniac as the ship started to tilt downward. Usopp was clinging to the rail, his legs shaking. Sanji was stabilizing a line. Nami was at the rudder, focused. I felt my chest loosen slightly at the sight. I took a slow breath, feeling the cold air fill my lungs. Good. I made it. The ship began the descent. The slope ahead looked steep, but the water flowed smooth. The Mary picked up speed. Everyone hold on! Nami shouted. If you fall, I am not turning back. Zoro helped me to the rail. I grabbed it with both hands, grateful for the solid wood under my fingers. My arms trembled, but the support helped. The Mary shot downward, riding the current. The wind whipped at my hair and clothes. My bare feet barely kept traction on the wet deck. Luffy screamed happily. This is the best. Usopp screamed in pure terror. We're all gonna die. Zoro only smirked. Sanji cursed about the salt spray. Nami muttered precise adjustments to herself as she held the rudder. We slid down fast. The channel walls rushed by on either side. The base grew closer with every second. Then the water spat us out into open sea. The Mary hit the calmer water below with a heavy splash, rocking hard. For a moment the deck tilted sharply, then steadied. The Grand Line opened before us. The air felt different, heavier, thicker. The sky looked the same, but the sea under it did not. It had a different rhythm. I was about to relax when a deep, heavy sound rolled across the water. A long, low whale cry. Luffy straightened at the bow. He said. What was that? Nami's eyes widened. No way. I squinted ahead. Something massive rose from the water in front of us. A huge black shape, smooth skin glistening, scars carved along its front. 2 round eyes. A massive, square head. A metal plate with an old Jolly Roger painted on it. The whale. Laboon. Usopp screamed again. It's going to eat us. Luffy's eyes lit up with excitement. That's huge. Turn. Nami shrieked, yanking the rudder. We need to avoid collision. The whale let out another long call and started to swim toward the cliffs beside us. Then it turned, aiming its scarred head straight at the red line wall. Wait, I rasped. He's going to. Laboon rammed the wall. The impact boomed through the entire area. The stone shook. The water surged. Waves battered the Mary viciously from the force. The ship rocked so hard I lost my grip with one hand. My body staggered sideways. Zoro grabbed my arm instantly, steadying me before I toppled over. Told you this was a bad idea, Sanji muttered behind me. Laboon backed up slowly, then roared, turning to do it again. Luffy watched him, eyes narrowed. He's mad, he said. Nami bit her lip. That whale will destroy himself at this rate. I knew why. I knew the story he carried in his huge body. I stayed quiet, holding the rail, watching. Laboon rammed the wall again. The Mary shook. Usopp, already at his limit, clung to the mast and sobbed. "That's it!" Luffy shouted suddenly. "Oi!" He cupped his hands around his mouth. "Hey, whale!" Laboon stopped. The huge eye turned toward us. Luffy grinned. "Let's fight!" Nami yelled, "What is wrong with you?" Luffy ignored her completely. He ran, jumped onto the rail, and then launched himself straight at Laboon's head. "Gomu Gomu no! Pistol!" His fist stretched and slammed into the whale's scarred forehead with a solid thud. Laboon blinked, more confused than hurt. Luffy bounced back toward the Mary, laughing. "I hit him!" Nami dragged him back on deck by his vest and screamed in his face. Usopp cried. Sanji cursed. Zoro watched, unimpressed. I leaned against the rail, breathing with difficulty but smiling despite myself. "He hasn't changed at all," I said quietly. Zoro glanced at me. "Would you want him to?" "No," I said. "Not even a little." The whale roared again, more frustrated now. Then there was another presence, a small figure on the top of the cliff, waving a cane. "Oi, what are you brats doing to my patient?" an older voice shouted. "Crocus." The rest unfolded as it was supposed to. We met the old lighthouse keeper. We learned Laboon's story. We went inside the whale. I stayed mostly on the deck for that part, my legs weren't ready for climbing in and out of a whale's mouth. I watched from the rail while Luffy argued with Crocus, then made his own promise to the whale. He painted our flag on Laboon's head. He declared they would fight again one day after sailing around the world. Laboon calmed, eventually. His calls turned less angry, more content. He kept his head above water long enough for us to push off safely. By the time the Mary left the Twin Capes behind, the sea was calmer again. The lighthouse shrank into the distance. Laboon's massive silhouette sank slowly beneath the waves, diving deep. Everyone spread out across the deck in their own way. Nami checked the log pose Crocus had given her. Sanji lit a fresh cigarette near the rail. Usopp lay flat on the deck, arms spread, still shaken. Zoro leaned back against the mast with a small bottle in hand. Luffy sat on the figurehead, grinning at the endless sea ahead. I stayed standing as long as I could, holding the rail, feeling my body tremble. Eventually, my legs started to shake too much. I sighed. "All right," I said softly. "Enough showing off." I turned and lowered myself slowly to sit with my back against the railing. My heart rate was up just from standing this long. Sweat cooled against my skin despite the breeze. Footsteps approached. Sanji stopped near me and looked down. "You overdid it," he said. "Not as badly as last time," I answered, smiling faintly. He snorted. "Low bar, idiot. Next time you try to burn yourself out like that, I'm tying you to the bed." I chuckled quietly. "You'd have to catch me first." He shook his head, but there was a faint, relieved look in his eyes as he turned away. Luffy spun around on the figurehead. "Apex," he shouted, grinning. "We're in the Grand Line now." I looked up at him and felt a quiet satisfaction settle in my chest. "Yeah," I said. "I can see that." The wind blew across the deck. The log pose pointed steadily ahead. The sea stretched wide. Our real journey had started. And this time, I was awake to see it. Chapter 17, Stretching Old Scars. The Grand Line wind felt different. I could not explain it in any fancy way. It was just heavier on the lungs and sharper on the skin. The air smelled the same salt and wood and rope, but there was something else under it, like constant tension. The Mary cut through the waves, the log pose on Nami's wrist pointing steadily ahead. I sat on the deck near the mainmast at first, back resting against the wood, legs stretched out. My body still felt weak, but the dead heaviness was gone. My fingers no longer shook just from holding the rail. That alone was a good start. Zoro sat a few feet away, doing his usual workout. One dumbbell in each hand, another hooked on his leg. He lifted them with steady rhythm, breathing evenly. His swords lay nearby within arm's reach, like always. Luffy was at the bow, legs hanging over the figurehead, staring at the sea. Usopp was beside him, kneeling on the deck, tinkering with his slingshot. I could hear them from here, though the wind carried away half their words. Then my 10-ton hammer will crush any enemy. Usopp boasted. You really have a 10-ton hammer? Luffy asked, impressed. Usopp paused. Of course. In development. I snorted quietly. Zoro glanced over at me between reps. You gonna sit there all day? He asked. Or you planning on moving again? I just woke up from a coma that lasted almost an arc, I said. Let me enjoy existing a bit. He smirked. Existing is boring. I'll start light, I said. I planted my hands on the deck and pushed myself up slowly. My arms held, though they shook. My core muscles complained loudly, stiff from too much time asleep. I forced myself upright and stood. The world tipped once, then steadied. Zoro rolled the dumbbell to the side and sat up fully. Don't fall on me, he said. I'll aim for Luffy, I said cheerfully. From the bow, Luffy's voice shouted back automatically, I heard that. I grinned and stepped away from the mast, feet bare on the warm deck. The boards had a familiar give under my soles. The ship rocked with the waves, but not violently. I started with simple stretches. Neck first, slow rotations, side to side, forward and back. Each motion pulled at muscles stiff from long disuse. Tiny pops and cracks sounded from my joints. Zoro watched for a moment, then picked up his dumbbells again. Don't rush, he said. You'll tear something. I learned that part already, I said. I rotated my shoulders slowly. The old wound across my chest pulled, but there was no sharp pain, just tightness. I moved to my arms, swinging them gently in circles, forward and backward. My right arm protested more, the cut along the bicep throbbed faintly, but the skin had closed. It felt like an old rope worn but holding. Feels weird, I said. Like this body forgot how to be used. That's because you went from zero to my hawk, Zoro said. Most people build up first. I was curious, I said simply. He snorted. You and Luffy have similar definitions of curious. From the bow, Luffy laughed. I heard that too. Usopp added loudly, and he's right. I spread my legs a little wider and bent forward slowly, reaching for my toes. My hamstrings screamed. The stretch ran all the way up to my lower back, a focused burn. I held it, breathing evenly. So, I said as I straightened, how's your chest? Zoro looked down at his own bandages, barely visible under his shirt. Fine, he said. Hurts if I twist wrong. It's manageable. You lost to my hawk, I said plainly. How do you feel about that? He paused mid-lift, dumbbell stopping just short of his shoulder. His jaw tightened slightly. Then he finished the rep calmly and set the weight down. I told Luffy, he said. I won't lose again. I nodded once. You won't. He glanced at me. You got knocked out worse than me. How do you feel about that? I thought about it for a moment as I turned my hips in slow circles, loosening them. Annoyed, I said honestly. I used too much. It was sloppy. But it was fun. Zoro shook his head with half a smile. You're crazy too. Fits in with the crew, I said, shrugging. I moved to squats. My legs were the worst part. I spread my feet shoulder width apart, toes slightly outward, then lowered my hips slowly. My thighs started shaking halfway down. My knees wobbled. I kept going until I hit a low point, then pushed back up carefully. It felt like trying to lift myself out of mud. "One," I muttered. Zoro watched. "That's pathetic," he said, but his tone was more amused than cruel. I dropped again. My quads fired, sending little sparks of pain. My calves trembled. 2. By the 5th squat, my breath had shortened. By the 8th, my legs shook like they might fold. By the 10th, my thighs burned as if I had just sprinted a long distance. I straightened slowly and grabbed the mast for a second to steady myself. "What, done?" Zoro asked. "For that set," I said. "I'm not trying to end up back in bed." "That makes one smart decision," Sanji said, walking past with a cleaning rag thrown over his shoulder. "Don't test that power thing again anytime soon. I refuse to patch you up from another coma." "I'm starting from the basics," I said. "No tricks. Just getting my body back." "Good," he said. "Lunch in an hour. Try not to break your legs before that." He walked off toward the galley, muttering about idiots and recovery. I went down into a plank position next, hands under my shoulders, body in a straight line. My arms shook from the strain after only a few seconds. My core muscles felt like they were being stabbed with small knives, but in a clean way. I held it, breathing slow. Zoro counted without being asked. 10, 20, 30. By 40 seconds, my arms were shaking hard. Sweat rolled down my temples. My chest throbbed. 45, Zoro said. "Shut up," I muttered, focusing. 50. I dropped at 55. My arms buckled and my chest hit the deck. I lay there for a second, breathing shallow. "That's all?" he asked, smirking. "Next time I'll make it 60, I said. He snorted. "We'll see." I rolled over onto my back and stared up at the sky for a moment. The clouds moved slowly. The sails flapped lightly overhead. The smell of sea and faint cooking drifted from below. "Where are we heading again?" I asked. "Whiskey Peak," Zoro said. "First stop on the Grand Line. Town full of supposed welcoming people." I nodded slowly. "Right. Friendly bounty hunters." Zoro grinned faintly. "Yet. Friendly." I sat up with some effort and wiped sweat from my brow. My heart was beating faster than it should have been for such a light routine, but it felt strong. No weird pulses. No crushing weight inside my chest. Godzilla's presence stayed quiet. I did not call for it. I let my body handle this naturally. "All right," I said. "That's enough for now. I'll do another round later." "Don't overdo it," Zoro said. "You're annoying when you're unconscious." "You're annoying when you're conscious," I replied. He smirked and went back to his dumbbells. I pushed myself to my feet again, legs still shaky but more responsive now, then started walking slowly toward the bow. Each step felt a little better than the last. My muscles were burning, but it was a good kind of burn. Work, not damage. Luffy and Usopp were where I left them. Luffy sat on the figurehead with his knees up, arms wrapped around them. Usopp knelt near the edge, tools scattered around him, adjusting the elastic straps on his slingshot. When they heard my footsteps, they turned. "Apex!" Luffy shouted, grinning wide. "You're walking more now." "Yeah," I said happily. "I'm testing my limits." Usopp's eyes looked me over, noting the sweat and the slight tremble in my legs. "You look like you just fought a sea king," he said. "Just fighting gravity," I replied. "It's stubborn." I lowered myself down to sit on the deck near them, stretching my legs out again. My thighs throbbed but held. The bow gave me a clear view of the sea ahead, waves rolling, sky-wide, nothing but water and the faint line of the horizon. So, I said, leaning back on my hands. What are you two talking about? Usopp puffed his chest out. I was just explaining my future inventions, he said. Like my 10-ton hammer and my exploding pepper bullets and Usopp browned mega anchors that can catch any giant sea beast. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Can they catch really huge ones? Like the whale from before? Of course. Usopp declared. My inventions are world-class. Have you finished any of them? I asked casually. Usopp froze for a beat. I am in the testing phase, he said quickly. A great inventor does not rush. I laughed. Fair enough. Luffy tilted his head, looking at me. You slept through all the best parts, he said. So we're gonna make new ones. That's the plan, I said. He leaned forward. When we get to the Grand Line Islands, we're gonna find more friends, fight strong enemies, and get tons of meat. And treasure. Usopp added. Legendary weapons, golden castles, and giant ships. And a musician. Luffy shouted. And a giant cannon that doesn't backfire. Usopp said, half to himself. I chuckled. You're going to scare Nami listing things like that, I said. She'll be fine as long as there's money, Usopp replied. Luffy nodded. And maps. And tangerines, I added. Luffy and Usopp both laughed. I pulled one knee up and wrapped an arm around it. The motion pulled at my chest scar again, but not too badly. I rotated my ankle slowly, testing it. So, I said, looking at them both. You two scared while I was sleeping? Usopp opened his mouth immediately. Me? Never. I am brave Captain Usopp. I faced fishmen, marines, storms, and a giant whale with no fear at all. I raised an eyebrow. Really? He deflated slightly. Maybe a little fear. But I still went. That counts, I said. Luffy shrugged. I wasn't scared, he said easily. Even on the platform. I knew I wouldn't die there. I looked at him for a second. His face was open, simple, honest. Lightning helped, I said. He laughed. Yeah. That was cool. Usopp shivered. You almost died and you say that was cool. I rested my chin on my knee briefly. You did good, though, I said. Luffy looked at me. Who? All of you, I said. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, you, Usopp. You handled a lot while I was decoration. You weren't decoration, Luffy said. You were sleeping crew. That's worse, I said dryly. He grinned. You're awake now, so it doesn't matter. Usopp nodded. Yeah. Besides, you fought my hawk too. That's crazy. He's the world's greatest swordsman. He cut Zoro like that and you still stepped up. No normal person does that. I shrugged. I was there, I said. And I don't like watching strong people look down on us. Usopp hugged his slingshot to his chest. Still, don't do the coma thing again. It's weird talking to someone who never answers. Yeah, Luffy agreed. I like it better when you can punch things. I smiled. Noted. I'll try not to break myself for a while. We sat there in comfortable quiet for a minute, watching the sea. The water on the Grand Line was calmer than I had expected here, just small waves rolling steadily. The sky above was clear for now. The Mary cut through it all with her usual creaking rhythm. So what do you think the next island will be like? Usopp asked suddenly, eyes distant. Whiskey Peak is supposed to be friendly, I said. They'll welcome us like heroes. Usopp's eyes shone. Really? Free food and drinks? Probably, I said. For a while. Luffy's grin stretched. Party. Usopp laughed. That's perfect. After all we've been through, we deserve a welcome party. I did not say anything else. I just kept that faint smile and let them enjoy the thought. It felt good to be here. Sitting with them, listening to them brag and dream, feeling the deck under me and the wind on my face. Simple things were suddenly worth more after so long in the dark. My legs still hurt. My chest still pulled. My stamina was awful. But I was moving and talking and breathing with my crew. That was enough for today. Nami's voice carried from the helm. We're on course. Just follow the log pose and we'll hit Whiskey Peak by nightfall if the weather holds. Sanji called from the galley, lunch in 10 minutes. If Luffy comes in early, kick him out. I won't. Luffy shouted back. Zoro chuckled from his spot under the mast. This is normal already, he said. I nodded to myself. Yes. This was where I needed to be. Not asleep. Not locked in my head. Here, on the deck, with them. The Grand Line stretched ahead. I tightened my fingers on the deck and made a quiet promise to myself. From here on, I would move smarter. I could still be reckless. That part would not change. But I would not throw my body away so easily again. I could fight hard and still stay standing. I would make that true. For now, though, my stomach growled. I hope Sanji made meat, Luffy said suddenly, clutching his belly. Usopp laughed. He always makes meat for you. You're spoiled. I nodded. I'll eat whatever's there, I said. I need it. Luffy pointed at me. You can't eat all of it. We'll see, I replied. Usopp grinned nervously. Let's not start a food war. I'll starve. The three of us laughed together as the Mary sailed on. Chapter 18, Welcome to Whiskey Peak. The rest of the day slid by on steady water. The Mary rode the Grand Line swell, the log pose on Nami's wrist pointing ahead with that calm, fixed pull. No storms yet. No crazy weather swings. Just wind, waves, and our usual chaos. I decided if I was going to stay on this ship, I wasn't going to be dead weight again. So I trained. Nothing wild. No power pulled from anywhere. Just my own body, the deck, and gravity. I started in the afternoon, near the main mast. The sun was warm but not burning, the air moving enough to keep the sweat from sticking too badly. Zoro lounged near me, leaning against the mast with a bottle by his foot and his swords at his side. He pretended to nap with his eyes half closed, but I knew he was watching. I stood in the middle of the deck, feet apart, arms loose at my sides. My legs still felt weak, but at least they responded now without threatening to vanish under me. All right, I said to myself. Round 2. I started again with neck stretches, rolling my head slowly. The muscles were less stiff than earlier, but there was still that dull soreness. From his spot, Zoro said lazily, "You're moving better already." "Of course," I said cheerfully. "I'm a fast learner." He snorted. "You mean you're stubborn?" "That too." I rolled my shoulders, feeling the scar on my chest tug. Pain flickered but stayed controlled. I focused on the sensation, making sure it didn't spike. Nami walked past, checking the log pose and the compass. "Don't tear yourself open," she said without looking at me. "I don't want blood on my deck again." "I'll bleed on Sanji's galley instead," I said. "Do that and I'll throw you off the ship," Sanji's voice came from the open galley door. I laughed and moved into arm circles, keeping them slow and controlled. My right arm complained more, but it was better than before. After a few minutes of warm-up, I dropped down into push-up position. Hands under shoulders, feet braced, back straight. Let's see if I can beat my amazing record of 55 seconds, I said. Zoro opened one eye. I'll count again. Make it honest, I said. He smirked. I always do. I lowered my body, held, and started. The first 10 seconds felt easy. My arms warmed quickly. My core tensed. My back muscles engaged. By 30 seconds, my shoulders began to burn. A fine tremor started in my elbows. 35, Zoro said. Faster, I muttered through my teeth. 40. I kept breathing slow and steady. In through the nose, out through the mouth. My vision stayed clear. Sweat gathered at my temples. 45. My arms shook harder. The tremor spread to my hands. My fingers dug into the wood. 50. I grunted and held. 55. I grit my teeth and forced 5 more seconds out. 60. I dropped at 61. My chest hit the deck. My arms gave completely for a moment. I rolled onto my back, panting lightly. Zoro leaned his head back and smirked. Better. Told you, I said, breathing hard but happy. World record. Usopp walked over, hands on his hips, looking down at me. You look like you just fought an entire marine fleet. I'm fighting my own body, I said. It's a tough opponent. He nodded seriously. I understand that. My own body can barely handle my greatness. Nami snorted from the helm. I sat up again, slower this time, and moved into crunches. Legs bent, feet flat, hands behind my head loosely. I aimed for 20, not 100. My stomach muscles burned like they had forgotten their job, but each repetition felt cleaner. The scars pulled without tearing. After that I stood again and did squats. This time I set a mental target, 15. My thighs complained by the 8th. My knees wobbled on the 10th. I pushed through to 15, then stopped, catching myself on the mast. Zoro nodded slightly. You'll be back to normal soon at this rate. Normal for us or normal for people? I asked. For us, he said. Good, I said. Normal people are boring. Luffy strolled over with a slab of meat in each hand, chewing noisily. You're training, he said with his mouth full. Yeah, I said. Can't let you have all the fun when things go crazy. He grinned. We'll fight strong people together. Once I can walk upstairs without my legs shaking, sure, I said. He laughed and plopped down nearby, still chewing. The day went on like that. Short sets, long rests. I didn't push too hard. I let my body adapt slowly. It felt good. The ache of work was better than the dull nothing of lying in bed. By late afternoon, my muscles were alive with that steady soreness that meant I had done enough for now. I sat near the bow with Luffy and Usopp again, letting my body calm down while my mind stayed active. Around sunset, Nami called out, "Land ahead." Everyone looked up. On the horizon, low shapes appeared, rocky slopes rising from the water. As we got closer, details formed. Tall stone spires dotted with buildings. Houses carved into rock faces. Warm lights already flickering on as evening deepened. A town hugging the cliffs. Whiskey Peak. Luffy hopped up immediately. We're here, he shouted, grinning wide. Usopp adjusted his goggles. Looks kind of rough, he said. All those rocks. Nami's eyes shone. It's our first Grand Line port, she said. We can restock, get information, maybe even find some clues about other routes. Sanji stepped out from the galley, wiping his hands. And maybe some rare ingredients. Zoro stretched. As long as there's a place to sleep, I don't care. I pushed myself to my feet again, a little unsteady but staying upright. They're going to welcome us, I said. Usopp perked up. You think? I remember hearing that bounty hunters like to smile a lot, I said lightly. Nami frowned. What? Nothing, I said, giving her an easy grin. Let's enjoy the welcome first. The Mary approached the docks. As we got closer, we could see people gathering on the harbor, men, women, even children, all waving happily. A band with drums and horns stood near the front. Luffy leaned over the rail, eyes sparkling. They're having a party already. Usopp straightened his hat and puffed out his chest. They must have heard of the great Captain Usopp. Nami smiled, though her eyes were sharp. They're very enthusiastic. The Mary bumped gently against the dock. Sanji and Zoro tied the ropes. As soon as we were secure, a man in a suit and hat stepped forward, arms wide. Welcome, brave pirates, he called. Welcome to Whiskey Peak, the town that loves pirates. Luffy jumped straight onto the dock. You love pirates? He asked, delighted. Of course, the man said, bowing. Igarappoi. Call me Igaram. We are honored to receive a crew as daring as yours. Please, allow us to host you with a feast and music. Luffy laughed. Feast. I like this island already. Sanji eyed the crowd, especially the women. Such lovely ladies here, he said happily. What a warm place. Usopp lifted his chin. Yes, yes, of course you've all heard of us. Zoro stepped off with his hands in his pockets, looking unimpressed but not resisting. I followed more slowly, careful on my still tired legs. The dock felt solid beneath my feet. The townsfolk cheered as we came down, clapping and shouting our names as soon as they heard them. Captain Luffy. Roronoa Zoro. Nami the navigator. Usopp the sniper. The cook, Sanji. Apex, a kid shouted, not knowing what I did but happy to yell anyway. I smiled and waved. That's me, I said simply. Igaram straightened his hat and gestured grandly. Please, come this way. We have food, drink, and beds prepared in your honor. Luffy pumped his fist. Let's eat. We followed the crowd into the town. The stone buildings rose around us, decorated with banners and lanterns. Torches lit the paths. The people smiled and reached out, handing us flowers, fruit, and mugs of something sweet. They looked too excited. Too eager. Their smiles were a little too sharp at the edges if you stared long enough. Most of the crew did not stare that long. Luffy drank whatever was handed to him without hesitation. This is good, he said happily. Usopp puffed up even more as kids gathered around him. Listen well. I am the great Usopp, captain of 8,000 men. 8,000, one little girl gasped. At least, he said proudly. Sanji complimented every woman he passed, leaving a small trail of sighs and giggles behind him. Whiskey Peak is a wonderful island, he said happily. Nami accepted food and drinks with a pleasant smile and tucked coins away gracefully when they were offered. Her eyes never stopped moving. Zoro yawned and walked with his usual bored expression. I kept my own smile light and easy, but I watched more carefully. The way the adults sized us up. The way some of them glanced at Zoro a little too long when they heard his name. The way a few hands rested near concealed weapons even while they waved. Bounty hunters. Baroque works. This place was a nest. But tonight, they were hosts. Tonight, they needed us relaxed and off guard. Fine. We followed them into a white hall carved into the cliff, lit by lamps. A long line of tables had been laid out, filled with meat, bread, stew, and jugs of alcohol. The band started playing. Drums beat a rhythm. Horns blared. People danced. It all felt very welcoming on the surface. Luffy's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of the food. "Meat," he shouted, diving at the nearest platter. Usopp grabbed a mug and took a long swig. "They know how to throw a party," he said happily. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette and smiled. "This is not bad," he said. Nami sat near the head of the table, smiling politely as she accepted plate after plate. "You're very generous," she said to Igaram. He put a hand on his chest. "It is our honor," he said. Zoro sat near the wall, mug in hand, drinking steadily but watching quietly. I sat beside him. When someone offered me a mug, I accepted it with a grin. "Thanks," I said. The liquid smelled strong. I lifted it, let it touch my lips, then set it down again after a small sip. Enough to smell normal, not enough to cloud anything. Igaram raised his own cup. "To the Straw Hat Pirates," he announced loudly. "To their courage and their strength." The crowd cheered. "To the Straw Hats." Luffy raised a drumstick instead of a cup. "To meat," he shouted. The crowd laughed again, going along with him. The party rolled forward. Food disappeared quickly. Luffy ate at a speed that made the locals stare in shock. Usopp started telling stories, exaggerated as usual. Nami drank slower, but enough to keep people from commenting. Sanji danced with 3 women at once at one point. People laughed, clapped, and cheered. And slowly, one by one, my crew started to slump. Usopp's words slurred. His arm went around a couple of townsfolk as he laughed weaker. You guys are great." Nami's cheeks flushed faintly. She leaned back with a small hiccup, smiling lazily. Strong drinks." Sanji rested his head on a woman's lap and smoked slower. His eyes drooped. Luffy leaned back in his chair, hat tilted forward, a huge satisfied grin on his face. "That was good," he snored a second later. "In less than an hour, most of my crew was half asleep or out completely." Zoro took another sip from his mug and placed it down. His eyes were clear. He looked around slowly. "Good acting," I said under my breath. He glanced at me. "You too," he replied. "You barely drank." I grinned. "I prefer staying conscious." He stood up, stretching his shoulder. "You staying here?" he asked. "For now," I said. "My body's not ready for nighttime rooftop marathons." He gave a faint huff of amusement. "Then watch them. I'll handle the hunters." I nodded. "Try not to kill anyone important." "They came for our heads," he said. "That's their problem." He walked away, pretending to wander drunk. A girl tried to lean on his shoulder and he shrugged her off carelessly. Eventually, he slipped outside through a side door. I stayed where I was. The hall gradually quieted. The band slowed, then stopped. Laughter faded. The townsfolk exchanged glances with each other. They started moving with more purpose. Some carried out empty platters. Others picked up bottles and cups, setting them aside quietly. A few men and women approached the sleeping forms of my crew. One man leaned over Luffy, studying his face. "This is the one," he murmured. "Straw Hat Luffy. 30 million will be nice." A woman touched Zoro's empty chair and frowned slightly when she found it vacant. "Where'd the swordsman go?" she asked. Another shrugged. "He'll turn up. No rush." These idiots won't be waking up anytime soon. I kept my head bowed just enough that my eyes looked half closed. I let my body relax in my seat, breathing slow, my hand still around my untouched mug. One man took a couple steps toward me, then squinted. "This one's still awake?" he asked. I blinked slowly, then yawned, stretching. "Still partying," I said cheerfully. "Got any more food?" He laughed, apparently satisfied. "You're tougher than the others," he said. "Drink slower next time." "Maybe," I said, smiling. He walked off. I stayed where I was, watching. If any of them drew a blade too close to a neck, I'd step in. As long as they just planned to tie people up or drag them, I let it go for now. They were bounty hunters, not butchers. They wanted money, not corpses. As long as my crew was only being targeted for capture, their lives weren't at risk. My body was still in no shape for a big brawl anyway. Zoro could handle the heavy work tonight. Eventually, the hall emptied of almost all the friendly people. Only a few stayed behind to keep an eye on us, leaning in corners, whispering to each other. I listened idly. They talked about Baroque works, about bonuses, about how easy this job had been so far. Outside, in the distance, faintly, I heard a shout. Then another. Then several more. Swords clashed against something hard. A few men cursed loudly. Someone screamed. Zoro had started. One of the bounty hunters at the corner rolled his shoulders. "Sounds like the swordsman found us," he said with a grimace. "Idiots picking a fight." Another grunted. "He'll crumble under numbers. After that, we collect calmly. Let's stay here and watch these ones in case any of them wake up." They didn't see the humor in that sentence. I yawned on purpose, stretching my arms above my head, then slumped a bit lower in my chair, still watching Luffy, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji. My legs ached. My chest hurt a little from the earlier training. I didn't feel like running around the town. I trusted Zoro to clear the place. It was his kind of mess anyway, a test he would not tolerate losing. I let out a soft sigh and relaxed, eyes open but half-lidded. After a while, the shouting outside grew louder. The bounty hunters in the hall tensed, hands drifting to weapons. I smiled faintly to myself. This island wanted to test us. That was fine. They would learn what kind of crew had just entered the Grand Line. Chapter 19, Hunters in the Dark. The hall got quieter as the night went on. The music had stopped. The band had packed up their instruments and slipped away. The laughing crowd of warm, welcoming townsfolk thinned until only a handful remained. The plates of food were mostly empty, bones and crumbs left behind. Several jugs of alcohol stood open on the main table. My crew, on the other hand, was everywhere. Luffy sat slumped in his chair, mouth open, hat tipped forward, belly distended from too much meat. Usopp lay spread over two chairs, one arm hanging so low his fingers brushed the floor. Nami had her head rested on her folded arms on the table, hair hiding half her face. Sanji reclined against the wall, cigarette burnt out between his fingers, a sleeping girl half leaning on him. They all looked properly out. I sat at the end of the table closest to the wall, chair tilted slightly back, legs stretched out. My eyes were half closed, mug in hand. To anyone looking quickly, I probably seemed tipsy and on my way to sleep. I was not. My body ached pleasantly from earlier training. My arms and legs felt tired but solid. My scar pulled when I took deeper breaths, but it was dull now, not sharp. Compared to the coma, this was luxury. The bounty hunters stayed in small clumps. 3 stood near the door, talking quietly. 2 sat in a corner, cleaning weapons with lazy familiarity. The man who had spoken to me earlier watched the room with a bored look, flipping a small knife between his fingers. They were relaxed. Overconfident. They thought the drugs and the drinks had done all the work. Outside, faint but clear, came the sounds of Zoro's night. At first it was just distant shouts. Confused voices. Then steel rang against steel. Men yelled, cursed, screamed. Some of the noise got cut off abruptly. One of the hunters near the door frowned. "They're making a mess out there," he muttered. His friend shrugged. "This town has handled plenty of pirate crews. One more swordsman won't make a difference. The numbers will bring him down." I hid my smile by taking a fake sip from my mug. Another scream sounded outside, closer this time. Then another, followed by a crash. The man with the knife clicked his tongue. "That swordsman is causing trouble," he said. "We should have tied him first." "He left early," one of the others replied. "That's on him." "You're too relaxed," the knife man said. "We should at least tie these ones up." His eyes drifted over Luffy, Nami, Usopp, Sanji. They lingered on Luffy's hat for a second longer. He stepped forward. I did not move my body, but my grip on the mug shifted subtly. My eyes tracked him from under my lashes. He reached Luffy first. He bent down a little, studying his face. The straw hat shaded most of it, but Luffy's scar was visible. "That's definitely him," he said quietly. 30 million. No mistake. "Leave him," one of the guards at the door said. "We'll tie them all at once when the boss gives the word." The man smiled faintly. "Just making sure no one wakes up unexpectedly." He straightened and moved toward Nami next. She looked peaceful, head resting on her arms. Her breathing was slow and even. But I could see the slight tension in her shoulders even in sleep. She never truly relaxed. The knife handler looked at her for a moment. His fingers twitched around the handle. "Some of these have side bounties too," he said. "The cat burglar from the East Blue, right? She's on some lists." "Don't get greedy," another hunter warned him. "We're already getting a cut. Step out of line and the organization will cut you instead." He chuckled. "I'm just looking." His gaze moved again, and this time it landed on Usopp. Usopp snored loudly, mumbling something about giant goldfish under his breath. "No bounty on that one," someone said. "Of course not," the knife man said. "He's useless." Then his eyes found me. They narrowed slightly. "You sure that one's out?" he asked. "He's barely touched his drink." One of the corner men answered, "He's just stronger than the others. Drug still works. Give it time." The knife man frowned. "I don't like leaving potential problems." He started walking toward me. I breathed evenly, letting my shoulders relax, my head tilt to one side. I let my eyelids droop further, but kept my focus. He stopped right in front of me and flicked the knife once, catching it by the blade this time. He angled it casually, like he was just playing. "Hey," he said loudly. "You awake?" I let my head loll slightly to the side and gave a slow, lazy blink. I grunted, voice thick on purpose. "Your drink's strong." He watched my face carefully. "You pirates are tough," he said. "That's good. You'll sell well in the reports." "Good for you," I mumbled. "Got any more meat?" He snorted. "You're still hungry?" I gave a faint, unfocused smile. "Always." He studied my eyes a second longer, then shrugged. "Yeah, he's done," he said to the others. "Just slower." He turned and walked back toward the center of the room, flipping the knife again. I let my lips curl slightly once his back was turned. Still got it. Outside, the clash of fighting grew more intense, then began to thin out. Less shouting now. More groaning. The rhythm of metal against metal shifted. It had more weight and less chaos, like only one side was really swinging anymore. Zoro was winning. Time passed, measured in heartbeats, distant hits, and shallow breaths. I stayed still, eyes half closed, watching. At one point, one bounty hunter near the door tried to wander too close to Nami with a length of rope. He eyed her wrists with a calculating look. That was enough. I shifted slightly, letting my mug slip from my hand. It dropped to the floor with a loud clatter, spilling the contents, what little I had actually drunk, across the wood. Every eye in the room turned toward me. I jerked my head up like I'd been startled awake. "Ah!" I said roughly. "Damn! That was mine." The hunter near Nami froze mid-step, rope halfway lifted. The knife man frowned in irritation. "You again," he said. I blinked heavily and rubbed at my eyes, putting on a squint. "You have any more?" I asked, nodding toward the empty table. "Still thirsty?" "We're out," one man said shortly. "That's a shame," I said, letting my words trail a bit. "Food was good." "Go back to sleep," the knife man said. "You're about to have a long trip." I gave an unbothered smile. "Sounds relaxing." They watched me for a moment longer. The rope man slowly stepped back from Nami. I let my head dip again, eyelids partly falling, but kept my attention sharp. The noise outside began to fade. Fewer screams. More silence. Then footsteps approached from further in the town. Confident, heavy ones. The knife man stiffened. "Boss," he said quietly. The door swung open. Zoro stepped through. He was alone. His shirt was ripped in several places. Cuts lined his arms and sides. Blood stained his clothes and trailed from a fresh wound near his shoulder. But his grip on his swords was easy, not tense, and his eyes were clear. Behind him, through the open doorway, I could see bodies scattered along the street, some groaning, some unmoving. Smashed barrels, broken weapons, cracked stone. In the doorway of the hall, the lantern light framed Zoro like he'd just walked in from a job he didn't find especially challenging. The bounty hunters inside froze. Zoro took one casual step into the room and looked around, taking in the sleeping crew, the half-empty hall, the tense hunters. "So," he said calmly. "You're the rest." The knife man gritted his teeth. "You bastard," he spat. "You killed the whiskey guards." "Many of them tried to kill me first," Zoro replied flatly. "You people are not as friendly as you act." Several hunters grabbed weapons. Swords slid from sheaths. Guns raised. The mood shifted in an instant from fake hospitality to raw hostility. I stayed in my slouched position a moment longer, watching. The knife man pointed his blade at Zoro. "You think you can take all of us?" he shouted. "We're professionals. We're Baroque works." Zoro tilted his head slightly. "Baroque works," he repeated. "You're the ones who tried recruiting me years ago. 10 men, 1 woman, full masks." One of the hunters blanched. You were that swordsman," he said. Zoro smirked faintly. "Took you long enough." The knife man snarled. "Kill him," he yelled. They rushed. Zoro moved before they crossed half the distance. He stepped forward, drawing all 3 swords in a clean motion. Steel flashed in the lamplight. I saw the first few attacks clearly despite my angle. Zoro twisted, blocked 2 blades at once, then turned his hip and slashed low. 3 men went down in one stroke. He stepped around a gun barrel as it fired, the bullet shattering a bottle behind him instead of his head. The hall erupted into chaos. Shouts, screams, metal ringing. I leaned back and shifted my chair slowly away from the immediate fight, dragging it quietly to give Zoro more space. None of the hunters paid me any attention now. Their focus was entirely on the swordsmen cutting through their colleagues. It was not a long battle. The bounty hunters had numbers, but their formation was sloppy now that their plan had failed. Panic set in quickly. Zoro, bruised and bleeding already, still moved with brutal efficiency, each swing measured and powerful. He cut down anyone who came at him directly. He kicked a table into two men. He dropped to a knee at one point to avoid a swinging axe, then rose with a slash that sent the wielder spinning. I did not bother to step in. He did not need it, and my body would not add much tonight anyway. I just tracked anyone moving toward the sleeping crew instead of him. One tried it. A thin man in a black cap darted along the wall, trying to circle around. His eyes were on Nami, rope and knife in hand. I stood up slowly. Even just that motion made my thighs ache again, but the pain was fine. I stepped into his path just as he neared the table. He skidded to a halt, surprised. "You?" I smiled, cheerful as always. "Hi." He lunged with the knife. I caught his wrist with my left hand. Even without any extra power pulled, my grip strength was better than most average people. I twisted sharply. His arm spun, the knife slipped from his fingers and clattered to the floor. Before he could shout, I drove my right fist into his stomach. Not full force, just enough to fold him. Air exploded from his lungs as he collapsed to his knees, eyes bulging. I caught his collar and eased him down quietly so he did not knock into Nami's chair. "Sleep too," I said lightly. I straightened slowly, chest pulling. The effort made me a bit lightheaded, but I was still far from my limits. By then, most of the others were down under Zoro's swords. A few crawled toward the walls, leaving trails of blood. Some groaned. The knife man was pinned to the floor by a sword stuck through his sleeve, Zoro's boot on his chest. "You people should pick easier prey," Zoro said calmly, breathing a bit heavier now but still steady. This was boring. The knife man spat blood. "We're part of something bigger," he hissed. "You don't understand." "Baroque works," Zoro said again. "You're just small pieces." The man's eyes widened. Then Zoro drove the pommel of one sword into his temple. He went limp. Silence settled slowly over the hall. Only the soft snoring of Luffy and the faint breathing of my sleeping crewmates broke it. Zoro sheathed two of his swords. He wiped the third on a fallen hunter's coat before sliding it home too. He glanced at me. "You stayed put," he said. "Someone had to watch them," I replied, nodding toward the table. "Besides, my legs are still warming up." "You looked like you wanted the exercise." He rolled his shoulders slowly, wincing slightly. "They weren't much." "Still a good warm-up," I said. He smirked a little. The door creaked again. I turned my head. A girl stepped in, wearing a dark outfit and a large hat with horns on it. Her hair was blue. A duck-shaped pendant hung at her neck. Behind her staggered Igaram, dressed in some sort of ridiculous outfit with curls and a large wig. Her eyes widened when she saw the bodies scattered around. "You really beat them all," she said softly. Zoro's eyes sharpened. "You," he said. "The girl from earlier. Ms. Wednesday, right?" She flinched at the name, then forced a small smile. "It seems we were on opposite sides without realizing it," she said. "You took down all of Baroque Works' agents here. That's impressive." Igaram wrung his hands. "This is bad. Very bad," he muttered. "If the organization learns their branch here has been wiped out, they will send stronger agents. Much stronger." Zoro crossed his arms. Then talk, he said. You've said that name a lot. Baroque works. What exactly are you people? Ms. Wednesday's jaw tightened. She looked at the sleeping forms of my crew, then at us. She took a breath. My real name is Vivi, she said. I'm not what I pretended to be. Igaram sighed heavily. We were infiltrating the organization, he said. Trying to learn the identity of their leader. Baroque Works is not just bounty hunters. They're a criminal enterprise acting across seas. Blackmail, assassination, sabotage. All under a code name, Mr. Zero. I watched her face, remembering what came next. Nefertari Vivi, Princess of Alabasta. But that would come out properly in a moment. Mr. Zero, Zoro repeated. And he runs all of this. Vivi nodded. Every branch, every operation. Each member is paired, a numbered male agent and a female agent with a code name. Mr. 5, Mr. 3, Miss Valentine, Miss Monday, and so on. She gestured toward some of the unconscious bodies. These were only low-level members. Mr. 9 and I were acting as double agents. Igaram pulled his curls nervously. If they learn Miss Vivi's identity, her homeland will be in danger. We only have one chance to warn them and stop this. Zoro looked toward Luffy slightly. You sure about telling us all this? He asked. We're pirates, remember? Vivi hesitated, then squared her shoulders. You beat all of them, she said. You aren't ordinary pirates. And your captain, her gaze flicked to Luffy. He has a reputation now. If we want to survive long enough to warn my kingdom, we need help. Igaram nodded stiffly. Please, he said. Tomorrow morning, we'll try to leave on a decoy ship. Miss Vivi will stay undercover at first. We just need time. I listened quietly, my usual cheerful expression dimming a notch. Baroque Works was not a joke. Crocodile was in the Grand Line, running a country from the shadows. This was not a small-scale problem like a corrupt marine or a single crew of fishmen. This was a plot that could kill thousands. Normally, I like to laugh things off, not stress about what might happen. But when people I knew, this crew or the people they decided to protect, could die, joking stopped being my main answer. Your kingdom, I said, speaking for the first time in a calmer tone. Alabasta, right? Vivi's eyes widened. How do you? Your clothes, I said smoothly, nodding at her pendant. Style, colors. And the way you talk about it. It sounded important. Just a guess. She relaxed a tiny bit, but still looked tense. Yes. Alabasta. It's already unstable. If Baroque Works continues unchecked, it will fall into civil war. I have to stop Mr. Zero. Igaram swallowed. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he said. A pirate with government backing. Zoro's face hardened slightly. That's annoying. Vivi looked at us, her expression pleading but not pathetic. I'll ask properly when your captain is awake. But for now, please, don't let them take us before we can warn my country. Zoro shrugged. We're not handing you over, he said flatly. If they want you, they'll have to go through us. Vivi blinked, surprised by how simple he made it sound. I nodded, smile returning a bit. And we're already in a fight with your enemies without knowing their names, I added. Might as well put a name on the list now. Zoro looked at me. You serious about that? When people want to kill my friends, yeah, I said. I get serious. He gave a small nod. Vivi stared at us for a second, then bowed her head deeply. Thank you, she said. Her voice shook just a bit. I know I don't deserve your trust yet, but I'm grateful. Igaram sighed and straightened his wig. We will prepare to leave as soon as possible. Please rest. There will be more trouble ahead. Zoro gave a half shrug. There's always more trouble ahead. They withdrew for the moment, slipping out through a side entrance to make their preparations. The hall grew quiet again, the only sounds the light snoring of Luffy and Usopp and the soft breathing of Nami and Sanji. Zoro walked over and dropped into a chair across from me, wincing a little as he sat. You're leaking, I said, nodding at a cut on his side. He glanced down. It'll stop, he said. You should let Sanji patch that, I said. He'll complain, but he'll do it right. He snorted. Later. I leaned back and let my head rest against the wall. So, I said. Baroque works. Yeah, he said. Looks like we stumbled into something big again. You regret cutting down all their people here? I asked. He looked at the unconscious bodies scattered around. No, he said simply. They were prepared to drug and capture us. They knew our names. It was kill or be killed for some of them. I didn't hold back. I nodded slowly. Fair, I said. They chose the job. And you, he asked, looking at me. You gonna jump into this whole kingdom mess too? I smiled lightly. I'm on this ship, I said. And you know Luffy. Once he hears country in danger, evil warlord, and people suffering, he's going to walk straight into it with that stupid grin. Someone has to keep him from getting himself killed. Zoro smirked. You sure you can stop him? Probably not, I said. But I can punch whatever tries to kill him along the way. He huffed a small laugh. That sounds about right. We fell into a quiet for a bit. The hall smelled of spilled alcohol and cooked meat. Oil lamps flickered on the walls. Outside, the night air moved through the empty streets with a soft murmur. Most of the town's bounty hunters lay unconscious or beaten. The island felt less dangerous already. They'll wake up eventually, I said, nodding toward the hunters. What then? Zoro shrugged. We'll be gone. Or they'll be smart enough not to come back at us. Think they'll be smart? I asked. No, he said. We both smiled slightly. I let my eyes wander over the sleeping faces of the crew again. Luffy's expression was relaxed, a little drool forming at the corner of his mouth. Nami's brow furrowed even in sleep, but her posture was less tense than usual. Usopp hugged his slingshot to his chest. Sanji's head rested against the wall, his hand near his pocket where his lighter probably sat. They were safe for tonight. That was enough for me. My body was tired. My legs shook slightly even while sitting. My chest burned a little from earlier training and the brief scuffle with the knife man. But it was a normal tired, not the deep, empty exhaustion from when I had pulled too much. Godzilla's presence in my chest stayed quiet, heavy, unchanged. I didn't reach for it. This strength was enough for now. Zoro leaned his head back and closed his eyes, clearly still awake but resting. You gonna sleep? He asked without looking at me. I'll stay up a bit longer, I said. If someone tries something, I'd like to be awake. He grunted. You woke up at a good time. Grand Line's only getting crazier from here. I smiled cheerfully. Good. I like crazy. He smirked. You're on the right ship then. The lanterns burned low as the night moved on. The sounds of distant fighting had faded completely. Whiskey Peak lay still under the stars, its stone towers outlined against the dark. I stayed where I was, eyes half closed but alert, watching my crew breathe and the hunters groan, and listening to the quiet sea beyond the rock walls. Tomorrow, there would be more noise. Arguments, misunderstandings, new threats. For tonight, guarding them while they slept was enough of a job. Chapter 20, Morning Fights and Hidden Names. By the time the night thinned into early grey, the hall smelled mostly like cooled food, spilt alcohol, and tired bodies. The oil in the lamps was low. Their light flickered gently, shadows moving on the walls whenever the flame fluttered. A few of the bounty hunters groaned every now and then in their sleep or half-unconscious state. My crew kept snoring steadily. I sat in the same chair near the wall, arms folded loosely, head tilted back. My eyes drifted open and closed, but I never dropped all the way into sleep. Each time my chin started to dip, I forced it up again. At some point, Zoro's breathing became deeper and slower at the far end of the table. He had his arms folded and chin tucked, but his aura said clearly he could wake in an instant if needed. It was his version of resting. I watched Luffy's chest rise and fall for the 100th time and let out a quiet breath. Still breathing. Hat still on his head. Good. The lamps dimmed further. The faint blue light of morning began to seep in around the shutters high up on the walls. My eyelids lowered again. I let myself drift just enough that thoughts stopped stringing together. The sounds around me became soft, dull noise. Footsteps pulled me back. Soft ones. Careful. Not the heavy, lazy steps of a drunk hunter. My eyes opened a slit. Near the side entrance, a figure in a dark coat moved. Igaram still in that ridiculous curly wig, but with a cloak over it. Beside him stood Vivi in her Ms. Wednesday outfit, but her expression was sharper now. She clutched a small bag at her side, knuckles tight. They thought everyone else was asleep. I let my head stay tilted, eyes narrow, watching through my lashes. "Are you sure about this?" Vivi whispered. Her voice was low but the hall was quiet enough that I could catch most of it. Igaram nodded stiffly. "We have no time," he said. "Once dawn fully breaks, Baroque Works may send more agents. You heard the name of their leader last night. We can't waste a single hour." His voice trembled slightly beneath the forced calm. Vivi's brows knitted. "Then let me go," she said. "I'm the one connected to Alabasta. It's my responsibility." Igaram cut her off, shaking his head. "No, Princess Miss Vivi," he corrected himself quickly. "If you go and they catch you, everything is over. The enemy knows your code name. If they learn your real identity and your ties to the royal family, your kingdom will fall even faster." Vivi's jaw clenched. "So you'll go in my place," she said quietly. He straightened his shoulders as much as he could. "I will disguise myself as you, sail out alone, and draw their attention. If they follow, you can stay with this pirate crew and find a safer route back to Alabasta." She looked like she wanted to argue more, but her hands were shaking. She pressed them together instead. "Igaram. It is my duty," he said. "I have guarded the royal family for years. If I cannot protect even one princess, what worth do I have?" His words came out rough but steady. I sighed inwardly. So it was happening like that. I could stand up now, tell them it would not work, tell him that ship would explode before he got far. But then what? Put him on a different boat to explode on? The agents here were already gone, but the ones coming from the next island weren't going to vanish because of a conversation. Some things had already moved too far. Vivi nodded once, her lips pressed together tightly. "Then I'll trust you," she said. "But we'll still try to stop Mr. Zero. I won't escape and hide forever." "Of course," Igaram said. "You have your father's spirit." He glanced around the room, eyeing the sleeping pirates and unconscious bounty hunters. His gaze passed over me, lingered a second, then moved on. I kept my breathing slow and even. "Let's go," he said softly. They slipped out through the side door, closing it behind them with barely a sound. I waited a few heartbeats, then slowly pushed myself out of the chair. My legs ached from the long sit, but they held. I walked quietly to the same door they had used and eased it open just enough to see through the crack. The sky outside was pale blue, the sun still low behind the rock spires. The street was mostly empty except for a few unconscious hunters Zoro had left scattered the night before. Down by the harbor, I could just make out Igaram climbing into a small ship. The disguise was ridiculous stuffed padding to mimic Vivi's shape, a copy of her clothes, even a wig similar to her hair. It would have been funny if the situation wasn't so grim. Vivi stood on the dock, clutching her bag in both hands, watching him go. He raised a hand to her. "Stay hidden," he called quietly. "And stay close to the straw hats. They're troublesome, but they're strong." Vivi nodded hard. "I'll find a way to save Alabasta," she said. He smiled faintly, then turned and began to steer the small craft away from the harbor. I leaned against the door frame, my hand resting lightly on the wood. The sea was calm. The little ship moved at a steady pace under the weak early wind. For a minute, nothing happened. Then the air shifted. From farther out on the water, two small shapes appeared barely visible against the waves, like tiny dots moving fast. My eyes narrowed. I knew what they were, even before they came into full view. A man in strange clothes, a girl in a frilly dress, moving with confident ease on the sea. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. They were still too far for my weak body to reach them. Even at full strength, running out there along the water was not an option. A dull weight settled in my stomach. Vivi must have seen them too. Her shoulders stiffened. She shouted something I could not quite catch from this distance. Igaram turned his head back, lifting a hand against the light to see. The next moment, the water around his boat exploded. The sound hit a second later, deafening, sharp, echoing between the stone cliffs. Smoke rose in a thick column. Pieces of wood blew outward and fell back to the sea. Vivi screamed his name, voice torn. "Igaram!" My hand tightened on the door frame. My jaw clenched. The little ship was gone. Only scattered wreckage bobbed on the surface. Vivi dropped to her knees on the dock, shoulders shaking. Even from up here, I could see her hands digging into the wood. The two approaching figures altered their course, heading toward the harbor now. I closed the door quietly and stepped back into the hall. My chest felt tight. I barely knew the man, but seeing someone go down like that never sat well. Still, my anger stayed cold and small. Not the kind that made me reckless. Just a firm addition to an already growing tab I had on Baroque works. Back at the table, Luffy shifted in his chair and snorted. His hand twitched as if reaching for food even in sleep. Nami turned her head sideways, mumbling something about money and maps. Zoro opened one eye and looked at me. "You left," he said. His voice was low and slightly hoarse from lack of sleep. I walked back to my chair and sat down heavily. "Checked the harbor," I replied. "Our new friends made their decoy move." "And?" he asked. "They blew him up," I said plainly. "Igaram. Ship's gone." Zoro's jaw tightened. "Those two from the sea?" "Yeah," I said. "They're heading back this way." He exhaled slowly. "So morning's going to be noisy?" I nodded. "As usual." He shifted his shoulders, wincing at the stiff cuts. "You going to tell Luffy yet?" I looked at our captain's sleeping face. "No," I said. "Not yet. He'll figure it out fast enough when they show up. I'll tell him if Vivi can't." Zoro gave a small grunt and closed his eye again, but his hand shifted toward his sword slightly. "Ready." Time passed. The light slowly brightened as the sun climbed. The hall's lamps faded to useless dots against the growing daylight. A few birds called outside. Eventually, a familiar sound echoed through the room. Yoog. Nami lifted her head slowly, wincing, hand immediately going to her forehead. My head, she muttered. Usopp flopped over, eyes barely opening. Water, he croaked. I need water. Sanji shifted and groaned. Too much of that cheap stuff, he said, rubbing his temple. He glanced down at the woman still leaning on him and gently moved her aside without waking her. Luffy moved last. He scratched his stomach, yawned loudly, then snapped forward in his chair. Meat, he shouted automatically. There was no meat in front of him. He blinked around, confused. Hey! The room was a mess, bodies on the floor, tables turned slightly, empty plates. The smiling villagers from last night lay everywhere, bruised and unconscious. Luffy blinked again. Everyone's asleep. Nami rubbed her face, eyes focusing slowly. Feels like I drank an entire barrel, she said. Then she noticed the unconscious bodies. Her eyes widened. What happened? Usopp jolted a little. Why are the villagers on the floor? He cried. Did something attack? Sanji lit a cigarette and blew smoke out the side of his mouth. His eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. Zoro, he said flatly. This looks like your style. Zoro, very awake now, sat with his arms crossed and his swords at his side, looking bored. They drew weapons first, he said. I hit back. Luffy turned toward him, face scrunching. You beat up all the nice people? He asked loudly. They weren't nice, Zoro replied, voice calm. They were bounty hunters. Baroque works. The whole town. They drugged you all to strip our bounties. Luffy stood up suddenly, knocking his chair back. You're lying, he shouted. They gave us food and threw a party. Nami frowned deeply, pressing her fingers into her forehead. Wait, bounty hunters, she asked. Baroque works. That sounds familiar. Usopp squinted. I thought they were very nice, he said weakly. They listened to my stories. They were going to sell you, Zoro said bluntly. Luffy's eyes darkened, but not in the way that meant he believed Zoro. You can't just cut people because you feel like it, he yelled. You hurt them. Zoro's gaze hardened. You were asleep, he said. They attacked me in the street. I fought back. It's that simple. Luffy marched up to him, fists clenched. Apologize, he said. You're my swordsman. You can't do that. Zoro stood too, the air between them tensing. I don't answer to stupid orders, he said. You weren't there. Don't talk like you know what happened. Zoro, I said lightly. He's just mad he missed the fight. Shut up, Apex, Luffy and Zoro snapped at the same time. I chuckled quietly and leaned back, letting them burn their energy. I was not stepping in unless someone started aiming for a kill blow. Nami got between them, arms spread, expression twisted between anger and a headache. You too. They both brushed past her as if she wasn't there. Luffy pulled his arm back, rubber stretching, eyes sharp. If you're going to hurt good people, you're my enemy, he said. Gomu no. Zoro's hand moved to his sword. If you can't trust me in a fight, you're not my captain, he shot back. Bring it, idiot. Nami groaned. Oh, come on. They lunged at each other. Luffy's stretched fist slammed forward. Zoro drew one sword in an instant and slashed. The blade caught Luffy's punch, diverting it, the force kicking up dust and knocking over nearby plates. Zoro pivoted and kicked Luffy in the side, sending him skidding back across the floor. Luffy bounced and rolled, then sprang back to his feet, grinning despite his anger. You hit hard, he said. You're noisy, Zoro replied. They clashed again. Luffy swung with his rubber limbs, speed, and reach on his side. Zoro moved with solid footwork, blocking the blows with flat or side of his blade, never the sharp edge. They were serious, but not aiming to kill each other. It was like watching a storm crash into a wall. Usopp hid behind a table. They're fighting for real, he wailed. Our captain and swordsman are fighting for real. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. This is going to wreck the hall, he said. Nami grabbed her head. Do you two know how much this place will charge us for damages? She screamed. Another clash blew wind through the room. Zoro's sword met Luffy's stretched leg mid-kick. Both of them slid back, boots and sandals squeaking along the wooden floor. I stayed where I was, watching quietly. I knew they needed this. Luffy needed to vent his anger and confusion. Zoro needed to assert he wasn't going to be ordered around blindly. As long as they didn't cross a line, it was fine. Luffy charged again. Gomu Gomu no. Web. His leg stretched out in a wide arc. Zoro leaped, the leg passing under him. He landed and swung his sword down with the flat side, smacking Luffy's extended limb. Luffy yelped as his own leg snapped back hard, flinging him into a stack of barrels. The barrels exploded into splinters and spilled liquid all over the floor. Nami screamed. That was alcohol we could have sold. Sorry. Luffy called, then immediately launched again. Gomu Gomu no. Rocket. He shot himself at Zoro. Zoro braced, planted his feet, and brought his sword up in a two-handed block. Luffy crashed into the blade, the force driving Zoro back several meters, scraping his boots along the floor and slamming him into a pillar. The pillar cracked. I winced lightly. They're going to bring the roof down at this rate, I said. Sanji sighed. If they do, I'm leaving them under the rubble. Nami stomped toward them. Enough, she shouted. Neither listened. Before they could collide again, a new voice cut through the noise. Stop wasting time. It was cold, bored. Everyone turned. The main doors of the hall stood open. Framed in the entry were two figures. A tall man with a massive nose and a lazy expression, hands in his pockets. Beside him floated a girl with a frilly dress and an umbrella, her feet not quite touching the ground. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Vivi stood behind them, panting as if she had been running. Her face was pale, eyes red. She looked between Luffy, Zoro, and us, panic clear on her face. It's them, she said, voice tight. They're Baroque works. Mr. Five. Miss Valentine. The man with the nose looked over us with disinterest. So these are the Straw Hats, he said. Bounties are decent. Plus the princess and the traders. This assignment will be easy. Luffy blinked, anger at Zoro momentarily forgotten. Who are you? He asked. Zoro's eyes narrowed, his sword hand tightening slightly. You smell like gunpowder, he said. Miss Valentine giggled, spinning her umbrella lazily. We're just here to take out some traitors, she said in a sing-song tone. Her eyes drifted to Vivi. And maybe a few extras, if they get in the way. Vivi stepped forward, fists clenched. You killed Igaram, she said. Her voice shook, but she didn't back away. I won't forgive you. Mr. Five shrugged. He took the job. He knew the risks. My fingers curled into fists at my sides. My usual cheerful tone slipped just a bit. You blow up little decoy ships for fun? I asked quietly. That's a strange hobby. He glanced at me, uninterested. If you're in the way, we kill you, he said. If not, we don't. It's simple. Luffy's face shifted. Anger directed at Zoro faded. New anger took its place, aimed squarely at these two. Zoro lowered his sword slightly from his ready stance, eyes turning toward the newcomers. "So that's Baroque works upper trash," he said. I smiled, but it was thin. "Looks like the party's not over yet," I said. Luffy cracked his knuckles. "If you're trying to hurt Vivi and my crew," he said, voice firm, "then you're my enemies." Zoro added, "And if you're tied to whoever runs this mess, I might as well start cutting now." The hall's air changed. No more half-serious scuffling. No more confusion. This time, everyone knew exactly who needed to be hit. The Grand Line's first island was already loud and it was just breakfast time. Chapter 21, Bombs, Wait, and Idiots. The hall went quiet for a second. Vivi stood near the door, breathing hard, eyes wide and red. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine blocked the entrance like they owned the place. Luffy and Zoro faced them in the middle of the room. Nami, Usopp, and Sanji were behind us, still shaking off the last of the drug and the hangover. I pushed myself up from my chair and rolled my shoulders once. My muscles protested, but they worked. That was enough. Luffy glared at the newcomers. "You blew up Igaram," he said. His voice was clear now. No trace of sleep. Just anger. Mr. Five yawned. "He was in the way," he said simply. "Our job is to remove obstacles." Miss Valentine spun her umbrella lazily. Her frilly dress fluttered. "And now we have to take care of a princess who snooped too much," she said, letting her eyes slide over Vivi. "And the pirates who got involved." Vivi clenched her fists tighter. "I'm not going back with you," she said. Her voice shook, but she didn't step back. "I won't let you use me against Alabasta." Nami stared from her to the agents. "Princess," she muttered. "Alabasta." Luffy shifted his hat with one hand. "Doesn't matter," he said. "If you hurt someone from my crew or someone we're with, I'll hit you." Zoro rested his hand on a sword hilt. "You talk too much for hired bombs," he said. I walked up slowly to stand slightly behind and between Luffy and Zoro, so we formed a rough line. My chest still pulled, my legs felt heavy, but my mind was clear. Miss Valentine tilted her head at me. "He doesn't look like much," she said. "Did the drug not work on that one?" Mr. Five glanced my way then dismissed Maine. "He's nobody," he said. "Focus on the traitor and the captain." I smiled. "That hurts," I said lightly. "I'm hurt." Luffy grinned without taking his eyes off them. "You can punch them then," he said. "Gladly," I replied. The air shifted. The easy chatter faded. Everyone understood the next part would not be talking. Mr. Five stepped forward first. His lazy look didn't change. He reached up to his nose, pinched one nostril closed with gloved fingers, then blew through the other. A small, shining lump flew out snot-shaped like a pellet. Usopp screamed from behind us. "He's throwing boogers!" Nami shouted, "Usopp, down!" The glowing pellet flew toward us at high speed. "Move," I said. We scattered. I pushed off with my feet and went left, feeling the strain in my thighs. Zoro stepped right. Luffy jumped straight up. The pellet hit a collapsed table behind us. The explosion shook the room. Wood blasted outward. Fire and smoke burst through the air for a brief second before fading. Splinters rained down. Usopp hit the floor, hands over his head. "It exploded," he wailed. "That was disgusting and dangerous." Mr. Five lowered his hand again. Bomb fruit," he said calmly. "Any part of my body can explode. Don't blink." Luffy landed, eyes shining. You're a bum man? That's cool. Don't call the enemy cool. Nami snapped. Miss Valentine floated slightly above the ground, her body light, feet barely touching the floor. And I ate the kilo fruit, she said cheerfully. I can go from 1 kilo to 10,000 kilos whenever I want. I can float like a feather or crush you like a falling boulder. Isn't that sweet? She smiled. It did not look sweet. Zoro exhaled slowly. Great, he said. We get explosives and falling rocks. Luffy spat to the side. Explosives, falling rocks, meat. Doesn't matter. I'll still beat you. He dashed forward without waiting. Oi, Luffy, I said, but he was already halfway there. Mr. Five flicked another glowing pellet. Luffy twisted mid-run. The booger bomb sailed past his cheek and exploded against the far wall, blowing another hole in the stone. Miss Valentine rose into the air, holding her umbrella. You boys play with Mr. Five, she said. I'll handle any weaklings who try to run. Her eyes flicked briefly to Vivi, Nami, and Usopp. I felt my jaw tighten a little. No. I stepped to the side, gauging her position. Zoro drew one sword with his right hand. Take Bum Nose, he said. I'll handle Feather Girl if she drops. I grinned. Don't hog the fun, I said. I'll help with both. He snorted. Just don't collapse again. Not planning to, I said. Luffy swung at Mr. Five with a stretched punch. Gomu no pistol. Mr. Five lifted his forearm. There was a flash and a bang when Luffy's fist connected. The impact sent smoke and dust around them. For a second, I couldn't see either of them. Then Luffy stumbled back, shaking his hand. Ow, he shouted. That hurt. Mr. Five's sleeve was torn, but his arm was still attached. Smoke rose from small burns on his glove. He flexed his wrist. Attacking me directly is the worst idea, he said calmly. Everything I touch explodes. Luffy frowned. That's annoying. Zoro moved in, trying to flank him. Mr. Five flicked a kick toward him. His boot glowed for an instant, then exploded near Zoro's blade when it met. The blast forced Zoro back a few steps. He slid, boots grinding on the floor, but he stayed standing. A line of blood appeared on his arm from a flying splinter. TCH, he clicked his tongue. That's troublesome. Miss Valentine floated higher, rising toward the ceiling. She twirled once in midair. 1 kilo, she said lightly. So light. So easy. Then she looked down and smiled. Her gaze locked onto Zoro, who was still adjusting his balance from Mr. Five's explosion. 10,000 kilos, she sang. You'll be a pancake. Her body suddenly dropped, weight shooting from almost nothing to unbelievable. Air whooshed as she fell straight toward Zoro, umbrella held close. Zoro saw the shadow and tried to move, but his injured side slowed him just enough. I moved without joking this time. My legs screamed as I pushed off the ground. I dashed toward Zoro and grabbed his shoulder with both hands, yanking him sideways. He stumbled with me. Miss Valentine slammed into the stone floor where he had been a heartbeat ago. The impact cracked the ground. The floor dented inward under her. Dust and debris flew. Zoro and I both rolled, then stopped a few meters away. My chest burned. My legs buzzed from the effort. He glanced at me. Nice pull, he said. Trying not to let you get flattened, I said. You owe me meat. He smirked. Talk to the cook. Miss Valentine stood up from the crater without a scratch. Rude, she said, pouting. You moved my target. I straightened, breathing a little harder now. Try harder, I said cheerfully. She pointed her umbrella at me. Maybe I will, she replied. Behind us, Nami grabbed Vivi's arm and pulled her back. Stay behind us, she said. You're in worse danger than us right now. Usopp clung to a pillar. I'll provide tactical support from here, he shouted. From a very safe distance. Luffy launched himself at Mr. 5 again. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. His fists blurred as they hammered toward the agent. Mr. 5 crossed his arms and let each hit ignite small blasts across his body, each one sending sparks outward. The blasts made a chain of booms that rattled the walls, but Mr. 5 stayed on his feet. Useless, he said. You'll just destroy this hall. Luffy staggered back, smoke rising from his hands, visibly upset. This guy's sturdy, he grumbled. Stop punching the bombs, idiot. Nami yelled. I only punch. Luffy shot back. Mr. 5 took a calm step forward and snapped his fingers. Tiny glowing flecks fell from his fingertips toward the ground like small crumbs of explosives. Don't let those land, I said sharply. I kicked myself forward, ignoring my tired legs. I swung a foot low, sweeping some of the glowing bits away from Luffy. They rolled across the floor, then exploded harmlessly in the distance, blasting more holes into the already ruined walls. The shockwave still hit us. I shielded my face with my arms. Heat and pressure shoved me back a half step. My chest scar throbbed. Still standing? Mr. 5 asked, sounding mildly curious. Yeah, I said. You're flashy, but you talk too much. Miss Valentine floated again, moving toward Nami and Vivi's side of the room now. If I break your navigator, you'll never find your way, she said lightly. Nami's eyes widened. Don't say that like it's a fun game, she shouted, backing up with Vivi in tow. Miss Valentine's body drifted high again. 1 kilo, she called. 1,000. 5,000. 10,000 kilos. She smiled wide and tucked her umbrella, dropping fast toward them. Sanji! I shouted. He was already moving. Sanji kicked a nearby table hard, sending it sliding under Miss Valentine's path. Then he launched himself, spinning in a tight arc. Anti-manner kick course, he shouted as his leg crashed into her side mid-fall. His kick changed her path, sending her heavy body smashing sideways into a stone pillar instead of Nami and Vivi. The pillar cracked deeply. She bounced off and tumbled across the floor, rolling several times before she skidded to a stop. Sanji landed, one leg still extended, cigarette half broken in his mouth. You don't drop weight on ladies, he said coldly. Trash like you should learn that. Miss Valentine groaned as she pushed herself up, dazed, but not out. You kicked me. Sanji clicked his tongue. You got off light. Mr. 5 glanced back at her, frowning slightly. Handle them, he said. She flailed her arms. I am. It just hurt. Luffy walked back to my side, shaking his hands to get rid of the stinging. These guys are annoying, he said. Yeah, I answered. But they're not unbeatable. Just need to stop punching explosions like toys. You do it then, he said, grinning. I don't stretch, I replied. You're better at big finishing hits. I'll open them up for you. He blinked, then grinned wide. All right. Zoro walked back over too, sword resting on his shoulder. So we're cooperating again, he asked. Luffy nodded. Yeah. I'm not mad now. You're unbelievable, Nami muttered. You'll still apologize for doubting me later, Zoro said. No he won't, I said. Zoro grunted. True. Mr. 5 looked at our little huddle with annoyance. You're acting too relaxed, he said. You're all going to die. Do you understand that? I smiled at him. No, I said. But you will understand this is not your lucky island. He sneered and flicked his fingers again. Bomb bomb finger bang, he said. More glowing specks shot toward us. Luffy and I shoved off the ground in opposite directions. Zoro stepped forward, slashing a path through some of them with flat intercepts, redirecting the blasts away. Each explosion sent sharp heat and smoke across the room. I dashed toward Mr. 5 this time, moving in a straight line. My legs felt sluggish, but adrenaline pushed them. I kept my body low to avoid his next shot. He raised a leg, his boot starting to glow. I slid low on one knee and aimed a punch at his support leg, targeting the ankle. I did not want to hit the glowing one. My fist connected with his shin. Pain shot up my knuckles, but there was no explosion. He staggered slightly. You hit the wrong leg, he said. I noticed, I said. I followed with a hook to his ribs, staying away from his arms. He twisted at the last second. My fist hit more of his hip than anything solid. It still moved him a step. Then his elbow slammed down toward my shoulder. I raised my forearm to block. The impact exploded. Heat burst against my skin. The blast threw me back across the room. My body hit the floor and slid, knocking over a chair. My chest screamed where the pressure hit my old scar. My arm stung and went numb for a second. I lay there for a breath, staring at the cracked ceiling. Idiot! Nami shouted. I told you not to get hit. I tried, I called back, pushing myself up with a groan. He's a walking grenade. It's annoying. Luffy scowled. That's it, he said. I'm mad. He charged again, but this time he paused before throwing a punch. I could see the faint gears turning in his simple but direct mind. He grabbed a large piece of broken stone from one of the smashed pillars instead and swung that like a club with his stretched arm. Gomu no! Rock pistol, he shouted. The thrown stone slammed into Mr. 5's chest. There was a blast from the contact, but most of the energy went into the rock itself. It shattered into debris, and Mr. 5 was forced stumbling back. He coughed, clearly hurt this time. See! I shouted, waving from where I was half crouched. Hit him with other things, not your fists. Luffy grinned. Yet. Zoro moved, circling Miss Valentine now as she regained her footing. She floated again, umbrella twirling, body going light. She shot into the air once more. Kilo, kilo, she sang. 50. 100. 1000. She hovered deliberately over Zoro this time, staring down with narrowed eyes. You can't dodge twice, she said. 10,000 kilos. She dropped again. Zoro did not try to run. He planted his feet and brought his sword up. He swung horizontally with all his strength, not at her body but at the stone under her falling path. The blade smashed into the cracked floor. The stone broke cleanly. Her point of impact missed the solid surface and crashed through the broken section instead, her body dropping through the stone like a hammer through brittle earth. She vanished below for a moment with a cry. Zoro straightened, breathing a bit heavily, then stepped away from the hole he'd created. That should keep her busy, he said. Sanji whistled. That works, he said. Mr. 5 saw his partner vanish into the broken floor and frowned. Useless, he muttered. He turned away from Zoro and focused back on Luffy, who was now holding two broken chairs as makeshift weapons, one in each hand. Chair versus bomb man. Luffy said happily. This is stupid, Nami whispered under her breath, but she looked relieved that Luffy was finally avoiding direct contact. Mr. 5 charged this time, perhaps annoyed. His feet left small pops of explosive energy with each step. He swung a kick straight toward Luffy's chest, his boot glowing bright. Luffy swung one chair down in a wide arc. The explosive kick connected with the wooden frame instead of his ribs. The chair exploded into splinters, but the blast was mostly absorbed. Luffy used the cover of smoke and debris to spin with his remaining chair. Gomu no! Bell, he yelled suddenly, dropping the ruined chair and stretching his neck forward at high speed. His head slammed into Mr. 5's face. There was an explosion at the point of contact, but the force of Luffy's rubber skull still threw Mr. 5 back several meters. He crashed into the far wall, leaving a cracked dent. I pushed myself fully upright again and shook feeling back into my arm. My muscles were tiring fast, but the adrenaline kept me moving. Vivi stepped forward with her peacock slashers, chains swinging, but Nami grabbed her shoulder. "Don't rush in," she said. "You'll be targeted. Let the idiots swing first." Usopp peeked out from behind his pillar, comparing Luffy and Mr. 5's damage. "Luffy's still fine," he said. "The other guy looks more rattled now." Mr. 5 wiped blood from his mouth. His lazy expression had finally twisted into irritation. "You're durable," he said. "But everything breaks eventually. I don't care how much you stretch." Luffy spat out a bit of dust. "I don't break," he said. "I'm gonna be king of the pirates. I won't lose to some smelly bomb guy." Mr. 5 straightened. "Then let's test that," he said. He lowered both hands to the ground. His palms began to glow intensely. "Everyone, move!" I shouted. Zoro and I both stepped back quickly. Sanji pulled Nami and Vivi farther away. Usopp flattened himself. Mr. 5 lifted his arms and flung both hands forward. "Double bomb blast," he said. Two massive explosions erupted toward us. The blasts merged into one wide wave that tore across the hall, shattering stone, overturning tables, and blowing out what was left of the windows. The force hit me full in the chest even though I was at the edge. The pain flared white-hot at my old scar. Air left my lungs. I flew back and hit the wall hard before sliding down onto my knees. For a second, everything sounded distant. My heart thudded roughly. But my body stayed conscious. I bit down, forced air back into my lungs, and pushed myself up again. "Not doing that again," I muttered. The dust cleared slowly. In the middle of the wrecked hall, Luffy stood. He was covered in soot, hair singed in places, clothes dirted, but his feet were planted. He panted once, then straightened fully. He looked mad. "That hurt," he said. Mr. 5 stared. "You're still standing," he said incredulously. Luffy cracked his neck. "You blew up my friends," he said. "You blew up Vivi's friend. You blew up my food. I'm mad." He stepped forward. I felt the air around him shift. Luffy was simple, but when he decided someone was the enemy, he did not pull back. Zoro sheathed his sword halfway, watching. "He's going to finish it now," he said. I leaned against a half-crumbled pillar, catching my breath, watching too. Mr. 5 raised his arms again, readying another blast, but Luffy was already moving. Gomu no! Bazooka!" He stretched both arms far back, shoulders rolling. Then he snapped them forward with all his strength, slamming his open palms into Mr. 5's chest. The impact shook the room. There was an explosion at the point of contact, but Luffy's momentum overwhelmed it. Mr. 5's body flew. He shot backwards like a fired cannonball, smashing through what remained of the wall behind him and disappearing into the open air. We heard a distant crash outside, followed by silence. Luffy lowered his arms slowly. His chest heaved, but his grin returned. "That takes care of bomb guy," he said. Miss Valentine groaned from the hole Zoro had cut in the floor. Mr. 5, she called weakly. She floated up again, wobbling, dress torn, hair messed up. Before she could orient herself, Zoro was already there. He flicked his sword up and pressed the flat against her neck. Stay down, he said. She froze, eyes crossing slightly as she looked at the blade. Sanji cracked his knuckles. I can make sure she sleeps, he said. That's enough, I said, walking over slowly despite my sore legs. They're not moving for a while. Miss Valentine's eyes darted between Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and me. She seemed to finally understand how badly this had gone. We miscalculated, she muttered. Luffy scratched his head. You're annoying, he said simply. Don't blow up any more people we know. She bit her lip and stayed silent. Zoro lowered his sword and knocked her out with the hilt, a controlled strike to the side of her head. Her eyes rolled back and she slumped. Sanji caught her before she hit the floor and dropped her less gently onto a clear spot. She's dizzy anyway, he said. Nami stepped forward finally, rubbing her temples. You idiots destroyed most of the hall, she said. Again. You know that, right? Usopp peeked out, seeing Mr. 5 nowhere in sight and Miss Valentine unconscious. We won, he asked. Of course we did. Luffy said proudly. I leaned my back against the nearest surviving wall and slid down until I was sitting. My legs shook from the effort. My arm throbbed. My chest hurt where that big blast had hit, but it was a clean hurt, nothing like the overwhelming pressure from when I drew too much power. Vivi walked slowly into the center of the room. She looked at Miss Valentine, then toward the hole in the wall where Mr. 5 had flown out. Her hands were still shaking, but her posture was steadier. You beat Baroque Works agents, she said quietly. Just like that. Luffy grinned at her. Yeah, he said. They were jerks. You okay? She took a breath and nodded. Igaram died buying me time, she said. Her voice caught slightly at his name, but she pushed through. If I waste that time, it's an insult to him and to my country. Nami's eyes sharpened. Country, she said. You really are a princess, aren't you? Vivi hesitated, then nodded. Nefertari Vivi, she said. Princess of Alabasta. But right now, just someone who needs your help. Usopp's jaw dropped. A princess. We partied with a princess. Sanji fell to his knee in a swirl of hearts. A princess, he said breathlessly. Vivi-chan, I will give my life for you. Zoro rolled his eyes. He will say that to any woman who doesn't hit him, he muttered. I chuckled softly. Vivi looked at all of us, then bowed deeply. I know I have no right to ask after deceiving you, she said. But please, help me reach Alabasta. I have to stop Baroque Works and Mr. Zero before my kingdom is destroyed. Luffy didn't even hesitate. Okay, he said. Nami whirled toward him. Don't say okay so fast, she shouted. He blinked. Why not? It's good. Adventure. Help. Stuff. We have no money, she said. We are wanted. We're sailing in the most dangerous sea. You can't just say yes to everything. Vivi looked flustered. I have some money, she said quickly, grabbing for her bag. And Alabasta is a rich country. We can reward you once we get there. I promise. I'll pay you whatever you want. Just help. Nami froze at the word rich. Her eyes suddenly softened. Well, she said slowly. If you're hiring us as an escort, that's different. Usopp muttered, different how? Business, Nami replied. Luffy grinned. So we're going to Alabasta, he said. Zoro smirked faintly. Seems so. I smiled, even though my body felt like someone had used it as a training dummy. Baroque Works picked the wrong crew to bother, I said. Vivi wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and tried to smile. Thank you, she said. I shrugged. You're riding with us now, I said. That makes you our problem. Luffy nodded firmly. You're our friend, he said. We'll help. Vivi's shoulders eased just a little at that. The hall was broken, full of unconscious bounty hunters and rebel. The stone walls were cracked. The air smelled of smoke and sweat. But my crew was on their feet. No one was missing. No one was dying. That was good enough.